This is lip 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Lip 1 to all cameras. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Lip 1. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Lip 1, lip 1. Lip 1 to all cameras. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is lip 1. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Lazy 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lazy 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lazy level 1, 1, 2, 3. Lip 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. This is lip 2. Lip 2 to all cameras. 1, 2. Lazy 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The spare lip. Spare lip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, happy? Oh, I will go there. 1 second. Another one is inside, I think. I'll come.
अभी अपने पास ही रखना चाहिए
दोनों पास ही रखोगे आपका है।
हाँ
ठीक है आपके
Sorry, Richard. Thank you. How are you going, man? How are you?
स्टंप वाला नहीं आएगा। पेंट भी उन लोगों ने नाम रखा है यार। दूसरी पेंट की बाल्टी है तो दूसरी पेंट की बाल्टी भी दे दो। दूसरी पेंट देना गया बंदा ही गायब हो गया, किधर गया? अब वो बना के लेके आएगा।
Okay, near and near and near and near and near and near and.
Right, it's fine enough. Yeah, it's fine. Pull it a little bit, just tight. Siras. Siras.
Let's line up for the shield now.
Stay tuned.
Richard.
गई आ सेंटर से लगना सी सेंटर तो बना रहे हैं सेंटर लगना है नया ना चलो देखो सामने इसके बराबर देखो बराबर
Good. Okay. And another thing, debutant today. Playing Test cricket is the ultimate of any form. I feel to play for your country is a very proud moment. Certainly, being able to play your first game, you'll certainly remember it for the rest of your life. So, to Gurbaz, I wish you all the best in your Test career.
Thank you guys. Thank you. MashaAllah. Last one, F miss kade nahi.
Okay. Good luck, Kirby. Just quickly, guys. Let's remember we've done a lot of talking. We've done a lot of meetings. We've done a lot of practice. But at the end of the day, cricket's about playing. We've got to play today. These guys will rock up to play. They want to win. We've got to want to win more. Let's make sure that we match their intensity and their skill, and we're better than it. Let's not do all the talking and then not play. Okay? Let's make sure we get the opportunity to nail them, we nail them. Alright? We get the opportunity to do something in the field or with the ball or the bat, that we're ready and we do it. That's all I ask, and we play as a team. As a team, this team will beat their team. Individually, we won't win. As a team, we will win. Alright? So back yourselves, listen to the captain, back the captain. Alright? And let's be bold and brave. Let's enjoy. Alright?
ऐसे लगा दो आपको कौन सी चाहिए 645 थोड़ी और मार दे ऐसे मार दे मार दो करके लिखो इसमें स्टूडियो करके लिखो और देखो चेक करो अपनी वाली थोड़ी वो हैमर मार के ना थोड़ा उठा ले ऊपर तो मुश्किल लगाऊं मैं लगाऊं हां करो चले चेक करें कराने स्टॉप यार ज़्यादा पंगा नहीं है कि जब कोई अदन चांस हो गया चक्के सूखा चक हो इंदा ये वो लेके आना पैना नहीं मसला ये है कि हुन जे खड्डा खुड्डा मारने टाइम लगेगा नहीं तो हाले तो टाइम है ना है ओके मुश्किल नहीं है आप बताओ हम मार देंगे बस जे मतलब जे दोनों जहां पे आ जाएं ये दिन कैमरा के सामने एक 1 सेकंड सिस्टम कैमरा कर रहा हूँ
No, no, nothing.
Pallavi to the director.
Are you going down?
Which is my camera? Who am I with?
That one?
That one?
And if you are going down and showing this one, pitch, then close up he'll give the tap. If you are tapping,
And then finish.
that is your camera name.
Okay.
So your look is out there.
Oh, Wills. How are you?
I'm good, you?
Hello? Nah, nothing. Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing.
Be a brave man to come on soft and bowl anyway.
Can't bowl, can you? You got 3 debutants, haven't you? He's talking? Put this, try this one. 3 debutants, is it? It's good, isn't it? Does it work or does he spin it? Does he try, well, so does he try? Yeah, try that one, buddy. He tries to do it.
Yeah, he does try.
Oh, good. Will they play Zahir Khan?
16, like, and this new leggy. And, no, we honestly have no idea. Kind of, we're in the top 6 pretty much. But, like, after
Decent top 6.
bit of a, yeah.
Have they got one lefty or Ikram? Is he the only lefty?
No, the skipper. But
Oh,
we
Hashmatullah.
don't think Ikram will play because Ramanul
Please take the IAB now.
Nothing.
What will be your flow like? You'll be walking from here and come to the...
I will start here and then I walk.
You can hear?
No, nothing.
Sadiq,
I'll-
we will start from here.
afraid-
And we will walk till here.
Still nothing.
You think you will bend down?
I might go down, to be fair.
Bend down,
Yeah.
guys.
If I'm going down, I'm with you, yeah?
Guest IB?
I just stay with you all the time.
Same all the time. He'll give only the pitch close.
Fine. Nothing.
Nothing on a host IB.
Nothing. Is the volume up?
Yeah.
Nothing.
This is yours.
Nothing. Nothing.
ये क्या तमाशा है यार? आपका आवाज आ रहा है?
Picture. I'll be doing the pictures.
मुझे क्या पता, आप लोगों ने दिया है।
Hamid.
मुझे पता था ये। अब से अभी आपने मुझे बताया ना।
You're good.
Thank you for the heads up.
Hello, can you hear?
I'm hearing nothing.
No. Host. Oh, latch it. I am giving.
Hover around here. I'm gonna just. I'll mention you because you're the bowling coach, aren't you? You're the bowling coach, aren't you?
Guest IB, 1 second.
So just mention it. I'm gonna say one of the legends of Afghanistan having a good close look at this. I won't talk to you, but I'll just. You can have you just kind of. It'll be good for the camera. We'll just do it. I've got you. Thank you.
Now, can you hear?
Yes, I've got you, sir.
Hey, that is a communication. 1 second.
He's okay. He's okay here. Hamid's okay here.
It's okay, I will give him the cue. It's all right.
Yeah.
He can hear.
Oh, you can hear now? You can hear now, right?
It's in and out. Yeah,
I will
fine.
give you the cue.
Fine.
Let me know if you're good to go. Whenever.
Yeah, I'm ready. Hamid, he's in picture. I want him in to start. He can be in here just having a look at his team. He doesn't need to do anything, but he can be in the picture.
Okay.
I just want to reference him. It's good for the. Okay, it's fine.
All right.
And then after I do that, you can just, if you want to move.
Wants him
He's just having a just have a look at them. Good to go whenever you want. Well, Tolerance Oval, test match venue number 122 in the men's game, and it looks an absolute picture. 18 degrees at the moment, with highs of 24 as the afternoon sets in. I tell you what, it's a beautiful venue, a lush outfield, and a little breeze, so comfortable conditions for all the players. Hamid Hassan, the former Afghanistan legendary fast bowler, has been here having a look at the surface, at the 22 yards, and I tell you, it looks really good. Only 2.5 mils of grass on this surface, and very, very dry underneath. I don't expect the ball to whiz through to the keeper. I think it's going to be a steady pace surface. No water on this surface in 4 days and 10 hours of rolling. So the ground staff have taken all the moisture out of it and rolled it really, really firm. There's a nice covering of grass. In the UAE, when you play red ball cricket, the first hour is crucial. It will swing a little bit. There will be a bit of nibble for the seam bowler. So as a batter, you must respect the new ball, see off the new ball, and when the afternoon comes in and the sun bakes on this beautiful stretch of 22 yards, you make hay. I don't think there's going to be much spin today. Day 2, day 3, maybe a little bit of spin. Today, see off the new ball as an opening bat and then cash in the afternoon sunshine.
You can't hear me. Ah, now you can. Now you can. Okay. But we've got problems with chats. I can't hear what chats are saying. So you'll have to help along here. Chats, I can hear. Chats, what was that message about the bowling coach? Hamad Hassan.
Hamid Hassan.
Check.
He was out on the pitch when I was doing the pitch report.
You take half a step back. Ahmed, come half a step forward. Lovely. Yeah, that's perfect there. Okay. Is that good? Okay, yeah. So David, are you happy to go? Yes, Hashmat, you got the coin? Yeah. Okay, lovely. I'm just waiting for a count. Time for the toss here, and a historic day for Afghan cricket as the 122nd Test match venue comes into play at the Tolerance Oval. It's Afghanistan against Ireland. I've got the captains alongside me, Hashmatullah Shahida, joined by Andrew Burney, David Boone, the ICC match referee, and I've got Ahmed, our mascot as well. Hashmatullah, I think you've got the coin.
Tails.
Tails is called.
That's a head.
It comes down as a head. Hashmat, you've won the toss. What are you going to do and why, please?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We want to bat first. The reason is wicket looks good and we expecting the spin in the last innings.
It's a magic day for Afghan cricket. Your 300th international.
Yeah. Excited about it, and it's a fantastic journey since now, and looking forward for the other games also.
You were in Test match action quite recently. Do you have any changes to your starting 11 from that Sri Lanka Test?
Yeah, we have two changes from that game. Karim Janat comes in and Rahmanullah Gurbaz, who have a debut game today. So these two are playing today's game.
Great to see Gurbaz debut, and best of luck today, Hashmatullah.
Thank you.
Andrew, come in to me. You've lost the toss. Would you like to have done the same? You'd like to have batted first?
I think so. It looks a pretty good wicket. Pretty bare. I think it might spin a bit at the back end, but that's flick of a coin. Sometimes you win it, sometimes you lose it. We've got to get out there and hopefully make use of the first conditions and try to get a few out early.
You've been quite vocal in terms of wanting more Test cricket. You got quite a bit in 2023. You've got 2 this year in 2024. You're chasing that elusive first win. Could it be in this Test?
Yeah, I hope so. Like it's obviously quite difficult having them spaced out a lot, but it also gives us a chance to just go out and play with freedom, not worry about a Test match next week and performances, just going out and try to put the best foot forward and try to get that historic win and hopefully produce something special and be part of Ireland's first Test win.
4 potential debutants in the squad. Can you give me some starting team news? How many of those are debuting?
Yeah, there's a slight change. I'm going to open with PJ Moore and James McCollum misses out. Curtis goes up to 3, Barry McCarthy, Theo Van Workram and Craig Young make their debut.
Andy, good to see you as
Thanks,
always.
Lenny. Cheers.
That's the news from the toss. So Afghanistan, they've won the toss. They're going to bat first.
Sunshine. Bash in the afternoon, sunshine.
Time for the toss here, and a historic day for Afghan cricket as the 122nd Test match venue comes into play at the Tolerance Oval. It's Afghanistan against Ireland. I've got the captains alongside me, Hashmatullah Shahida, joined by Andrew
tests are the pinnacle of cricket.
We are out to make a big impression.
Last time we came out on top against Ireland.
We are out here to take revenge. Are you ready for the excitement?
A thriller is on the card. Stay tuned.
We have got a beautiful day here for what is going to be a very important test match, Afghanistan versus Ireland, Etisalat Cup, and it's a one-off test, of course, at the Tolerance Oval in Abu Dhabi. So we are set for play, and it is going to be a wonderful day. Of course, this track is not used to being played in 5-day games, so we're going to see how that goes. That's going to be an open question to see how things happen with this test. But it's a test match that is going to be so important to both these teams. And of course, not so long ago, Afghanistan played against Sri Lanka, but Ireland haven't played for 4 years, so it's going to be a little bit different for them to get going as well. Right, I've got a couple of guests alongside me to introduce straight away, Devendra Kumar and Niall O'Brien. Gentlemen, welcome. Your initial thoughts, Niall?
Well, great to be here, first of all, Hazy. It's a wonderful occasion. Ireland and Afghanistan, there's a rich history. It's a new rivalry, but it's a really, it's an interesting battle that goes on between white ball cricket, but now in the red ball format. So it's a chance for Ireland, I feel, probably Ireland's best chance to get a victory in the Test arena. Afghanistan have already tasted that sweet success.
And Devendra, what about your thoughts as we lead into this test?
Well, they have this recent experience of playing red ball cricket. I think they will bring to the game. It's about consistency in scoring runs and batting well for a longer period of time in order to generate positive results for Afghanistan. I think Afghanistan will be up for this test match.
And just quickly, what's the one highlight? What's the one thing you're watching for very closely?
Well, young talent on both sides, really, and potential debutants. So for Ireland, there's potentially some players that are going to come through. We're going to see some new players come through. And for Afghanistan, there's the plethora of pace bowling. Used to be that spin bowling, wrist spin. Not anymore. They've got so much pace, and they've got some brilliant batting armory. So it's just talent, and it's an opportunity, Hazy, for players to play the red ball format.
Okay, right. Well, we've got a little bit of a build-up we want to just have a look at. So let's have a look at the build-up to this test match and see how they're shaping up before they get underway.
I think one of our main strengths is that we've had a bit of experience in Test match cricket recently. We played 4 tests last year alone, and it wasn't something that ever happened to Ireland, so I think that'll be our main strength. I don't think we try and change too much. I think modern cricketers are very adept at kind of changing formats, so I think everyone's been encouraged to stay to their strengths, what's worked for them in T20 and ODI cricket, given we play a lot of white ball cricket. The wicket looks really good. I think it's going to be a good batting surface and probably take some spin. I think it's something that we're familiar with and that we played a lot of against Bangladesh and Sri Lanka last year, so we're hoping, I suppose, that goes in our favour and that we can benefit that.
We are working very hard. Our coach is very strict and he is doing very well with us. You know, Afghanistan is known for its bowling department, but our batting department is very good nowadays. We know the condition very well because we played more cricket here, lots of games. Hope we had a very good result. It will be a very good contest with Ireland. They are good side. We can't say anything about it, but we have prepared ourselves very well for this test match. I hope we're going to win this test match.
Right, so they're organised to get underway. Devendra, let me just talk about that. I mean, a terrific 10-day camp leading in.
Yeah, conditioning was required, especially in these conditions where there is expectation of Afghanistan doing exceedingly well because they're playing here after some time and there is expectation that the batsmen will deliver. And hopefully, in these conditions, if there is something for batsmen, they will take care of it.
Okay, well, the conditions are going to be so important. Niall's been busy this morning, not just standing here like a pretty face. Not that ever does happen, but anyway, he's here. He was out there earlier for the pitch report. Let's see what he said.
Well, Tolerance Oval, test match venue number 122 in the men's game, and it looks an absolute picture. 18 degrees at the moment, with highs of 24 as the afternoon sets in. I tell you what, it's a beautiful venue, a lush outfield, and a little breeze, so comfortable conditions for all the players. Hamid Hassan, the former Afghanistan legendary fast bowler, has been here having a look at the surface, at the 22 yards, and I tell you, it looks really good. Only 2.5 mils of grass on this surface, and very, very dry underneath. I don't expect the ball to whiz through to the keeper. I think it's going to be a steady pace surface. No water on this surface in 4 days and 10 hours of rolling. So the ground staff have taken all the moisture out of it and rolled it really, really firm. There's a nice covering of grass. In the UAE, when you play red ball cricket, the first hour is crucial. It will swing a little bit. There will be a bit of nibble for the seam bowler. So as a batter, you must respect the new ball, see off the new ball, and when the afternoon comes in and the sun bakes on this beautiful stretch of 22 yards, you make hay. I don't think it's going to be much spin today. Day 2, day 3, maybe a little bit of spin. Today, see off the new ball as an opening bat and then cash in the afternoon sunshine.
Sounds like pretty much the same for a test match. It's going to be a little bit difficult initially. Fight hard, get through that, and who knows, days 3, day 4, it's going to turn a little bit, I would imagine, because this surface is not used to going that longer distance. Dev, just a quick one about you. How important is this, the 300th international encounter for Afghanistan?
Huge occasion. In 10 years of time, what Afghanistan has achieved in one-day cricket, especially in T20 cricket and one-day cricket. Now they're playing test cricket. There is a hunger to play test match cricket, which is very important. Especially the win against Pakistan has given a new boost to Afghanistan cricket. It has given the new kick that it's ready to compete against high-quality oppositions.
Okay, righto, so they're going to be pumped up for that, that's for sure. We need to find out what happened to the toss. Andrew Leonard, a little bit earlier.
Time for the toss here, and a historic day for Afghan cricket as the 122nd Test match venue comes into play at the Tolerance Oval. It's Afghanistan against Ireland. I've got the captains alongside me, Hashmatullah Shahida, joined by Andrew Balbirnie, David Boone, the ICC match referee, and I've got Ahmed, our mascot, as well. Hashmatullah, I think you've got the coin.
Tails.
Tails is called. It comes down as a head. Hashmat, you've won the toss. What are you going to do and why, please?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We want to bat first. The reason is wicket looks good and we expecting the spin in the last innings.
It's a magic day for Afghan cricket. Your 300th international.
Yeah. Excited about it, and it's a fantastic journey since now, and looking forward for the other games also.
You were in test match action quite recently. Do you have any changes to your starting 11 from that Sri Lanka test?
Yeah, we have 2 changes from that game. Karim Janat comes in and Rahmanullah Gurbaz, who have a debut game today. So these 2 are playing today's game.
Great to see Gurbaz debut, and best of luck today, Hashmatullah.
Thank you.
Andrew, come in to me. You've lost the toss. Would you like to have done the same? You'd like to have batted first?
I think so. It looks a pretty good wicket. Pretty bare. I think it might spin a bit at the back end, but that's flick of a coin. Sometimes you win it, sometimes you lose it. We've got to get out there and hopefully make use of the first conditions and try to get a few out early.
You've been quite vocal in terms of wanting more test cricket. You got quite a bit in 2023. You've got 2 this year in 2024. You're chasing that elusive first win. Could it be in this test?
Yeah, I hope so. Like it's obviously quite difficult having them spaced out a lot, but it also gives us a chance to just go out and play with freedom, not worry about a test match next week and performances, just going out and try to put the best foot forward and try to get that historic win and hopefully produce something special and be part of Ireland's first test win.
4 potential debutants in the squad. Can you give me some starting team news? How many of those are debuting?
Yeah, there's a slight change. I'm going to open with PJ Moore and James McCollum misses out. Curtis goes up to 3, Barry McCarthy, Theo Van Workram and Craig Young make their debut.
Andy, good to see you as
Thanks,
always.
Lenny. Cheers.
That's the news from the toss. So Afghanistan, they've won the toss. They're going to bat first.
Okay, so first blood to Afghanistan, winning the toss and doing what they want to do. There's a look at the lineup, Devender. Afghanistan, take us through it.
Sign, given the fact that Gurbaz is someone who can set the stage on fire. They got Naveed Jadran, the fast man, who's been quite impressive in the test match debut that he played against Sri Lanka. And they got quality middle order batters as well. There is a lot of expectation that the batting team, if they deliver, they got the promise. If they deliver, it would be so great for Afghanistan.
Okay, so they've Afghanistan, Gurbaz of course on debut. Now what about Ireland? Let's have a look at their lineup. Niall?
Well, the big talking point out of the Ireland camp, Hazy, is 3 debutants. We've got Craig Young, Barry McCarthy and Theo Van Workram, the left-arm finger spinner. So 3 debutants for Ireland. They don't play much red ball cricket. They don't play any first-class cricket back home at the moment. And another big story out of the Ireland camp, Andrew Balbirnie is going to open the batting. So your customary position for Andrew Balbirnie is batting at 3 or 4. He's given himself the opportunity to bat up the order. I think it's a good move by the captain. It's positive, but it's going to be a big challenge for those 3 quick bowlers.
Okay, so there you go. So that's going to be quite nice, Gurbaz versus the 3 quicks. Let's just talk about Gurbaz a little bit, Devender. I mean, some people watching this telecast thinking, hang on a sec, we've seen him play all the white ball stuff. Why hasn't he played before?
But there is a keen desire now after Afghanistan's performance against Sri Lanka in particular, that Ibrahim got a century. Ibrahim and Gurbaz have been playing together for quite some time. So the focus is that there is recognition for test match performance, and that's where the focus is at the moment for all the Afghan players. They want to play Test match cricket.
One of the things about Ireland, they selected their squad some time ago on the view that we're going to be playing across the road at the Sheikh Zayed Stadium. But no, here, has that changed things much?
Well, I think maybe potentially with the 11, the final 11, I think maybe if they played across the way there, as Zaid said, they may have gone with George Dockrell for a little bit of a finger spin, but more of a batting option. But I think Tolerance Oval here, it's a fantastic venue. You know, it's a wonderful setup. Wherever you play in Abu Dhabi, you're going to get the creme de la creme when it comes to conditions. It looks great. You know, the surface looked good. Had a good look at the day. The outfield's pristine. It's a small boundary, a small ground as well.
Yes.
So I tell you, if you get in and get past that new ball. So if you're Gurbaz on debut, get past that new ball and then cash in the afternoon.
You were at the pitch report. How much of an advantage is it winning the toss and batting first? Both sides wanted to do that.
Yeah, it's definitely a win the toss bat pitch because I think, as you mentioned, Hazy, the ground isn't accustomed to playing 4 or 5 day cricket. So how will it hold up day 3? It's 28. It's going to be 24, 25, and tomorrow and day 3 is going to be max 28. So when that sun bakes on the surface and you get a bit of finger spin on the surface, how will the team chasing and the 4 things? I think it's a good surface all around. I think it's a good surface. That new ball is key both for Ireland. And if Afghanistan can get through that new ball, it's going to be a good time to bat.
And that's an important point, Devinder. I mean, this track is likely not to break up too much because it's not very warm here. I mean, it's quite chilly in the morning, it's quite chilly at night, and it's just ideal for Niall to get out and have a run in the mornings. But we won't see the sun beat down on the surface, and it won't change too much, certainly for 3 days.
It's not going to change much, and I think if the captain wins the toss, he should be thinking about batting first, and especially if Afghanistan captain wins the toss, he will be batting first.
Okay, right. So that's what's going to be happening. There was a presentation actually not so long ago. Of course, this is, we mentioned, the 300th international for Afghanistan. So this is a big moment, and of course it is going to be noted by the handing over of a shield. And of course, Hamid Hassan, boys. Now you know a bit about him.
Yeah, he's a legend of the game, absolute legend of Afghanistan cricket, a pioneer, a talisman. He's somebody that all the players, the current crop of players, look up to. Himself and Mohammed Nabi, they kind of set the tone a long time ago. Great to see him, Hamid Hassan here as the bowling coach.
And a quick question of both you guys. How frustrating is it that there's not a great deal of Test match cricket played, Devender, by Afghanistan?
There is immense amount of frustration after that World Cup performances for the Afghanistan cricket team. There has been focus on getting more Test matches, but financially it's a challenge. So if they receive fund from the ICC, there is a clear determination from Afghanistan to play as much tests possible.
And it's also an issue for some of the bigger Test nations as well. South Africa, West Indies, also in the same boat. What about for Ireland?
I wouldn't say it's frustration, Hazy, to be honest with you. I think Ireland's, their focus is on white ball cricket. You know, that's not taking anything away from the long format of the game. This is a massive opportunity for all the players to write the name in the record books, maybe get a fifer or get a century. But realistically, T20 World Cup around the corner and another 50 over World Cup. Ireland missed out in India, of course, in 2027. So I don't think it's a frustration for Ireland so much.
And Ireland, they'll be following this very closely, of course, back home.
They will indeed. It's called the Breakfast Club, the Ireland Breakfast Club. They'll be watching.
Good stuff. Right, well, the players are just starting to get organised now. We're going to have the national anthems not too far away, and big following in Afghanistan for this series too, Devender.
Yeah, there is huge anticipation about this Test match, and all the radio stations will be broadcasting this game, television channels as well. Every home there will be television set, and hundreds of people, sitting in mosque, in different community halls to watch the cricket match together.
And one thing we've got to mention very briefly, they've got 5 more Test matches this year, so it's a wonderful opportunity for them to get off on a good start.
And they will be looking forward to this Test match to set the tone for the rest of the Test matches. There's a big Test match coming up against New Zealand. Before that, it's important that they get their act together and get going, especially the batting unit.
And that'll be the first time they'll play against New Zealand, so that's going to be huge. So it's a real opportunity for a nice sort of run-in of Test matches too before that one. Right, the players are now organised for the national anthems.
The anthems of the two teams, Ireland and then Afghanistan, and we're very nearly set for the first ball of this historic test match. Two teams, Afghanistan, 3 changes for them from the side that played against Sri Lanka at the start of this month. Zahir Khan, the wrist spinner, Karim Janet, the all-rounder, and Ramanullah Gurbas coming in to keep wicket, the 32nd player for Afghanistan in Test cricket. And Ireland, 3 changes for them from the side that played against England at Lord's in June of last year, with Craig Young, Barry McCarthy and Theo van Voorkom coming in for their debuts. Their numbers 27, 28 and 29 in Irish Test cricket history. I've got Niall O'Brien alongside me. Good morning to you, Niall. And, well, an exciting voyage of discovery for both these two teams, given it's a new venue for Test cricket, the 122nd that staged men's Test match action.
Yeah, and the ground looks a picture. I must say, outfield is sublime. It's going to be a fast-scoring ground. I had a good look at the surface this morning. Not a great deal in it for bowlers, so they're going to have to work hard. The Ireland seam bowlers, especially this first hour, you feel is absolutely crucial. Normally in Abu Dhabi, you'll get 45 minutes, max 60 minutes of joy out of the surface or in the air. So for Ireland, huge first hour. For Afghanistan, they've got a talented batting lineup. They really do have some explosive batters up front. Looking forward to watching Ramanullah Gurbaz, who for me is one of the most talented young players going around the world, and Ibrahim Zadran. Got some talented cricketers coming through Afghanistan cricket time and time. Every time they tour somewhere in the world, they bring a new face. So it's going to be an interesting test between bat and ball, and two sides that are fierce rivals, really. 22 years of age, Ibrahim Zadran. Good numbers, averaging just a shade under 40 with a best of 114 early in his career, but all the talent is there. And great to see. Great to see a young player coming through, and Noor Ali Zadran, who's been around a long time, Brian. I played a lot against Noor Ali, made his debut recently, and it's good to see him in the whites. Markadare will swing the ball, should get a bit of shape. Had a great 2023 with the white ball for Ireland. Genuine all-rounder, missed out on the century back at Lord's not long ago, but this is going to be a big test. Great occasion.
8, half, 6, 5, salute, 6, 2, round.
Countdown's done and dusted. Richard Kettleborough says, let's play. Ibrahim Zadran facing up to that first delivery, and he's got his uncle at the non-striker's end. He presented the cap to Noor Ali Zadran in the previous test match in Colombo.
Last one for the statsman out there, batting with your uncle. All you stats gurus out there, get the computer open.
And the first run of the test match. Ibrahim Zadran off the mark, and so are Afghanistan.
Middle.
Noor Ali at the veteran stage now, 35 years of age. Oh, and very nearly plays on. One of Afghanistan's cricket pioneers. Played in their first ever one-day international in 2009.
Good seam position for Markadare, back of a length at the moment. I'd like to see Markadare just a little bit fuller here, dragging Nur Ali out of that crease.
Oh, that's well bowled. That's the sort of thing that Niall O'Brien's been asking for.
Yeah, I just feel, as I mentioned at the start of the over, the first hour is so crucial. So you have to give the ball a chance to move. Look at the seam position. That's a beautiful ball. The first 3 balls to marker there were a little bit back of a length, just easy into a spell. The last 2, he's been fuller. He's dragged Nur Ali outside his crease and just groping for the ball, not far away. No real pace in the surface, no real carry slips, have to get close.
First over of the test match, done and dusted. Afghanistan winning the toss and deciding to bat, one without loss.
Yeah, what a beautiful place to be, especially for Ireland, let me tell you, because it's cold and wet back home. Welcome to everybody in Ireland watching all over the Emerald Isle. They'll be up this morning cheering on their beloved Ireland. Welcome to everybody in Afghanistan. Wonderful cricketing nation. Great to have all the fans from Afghanistan and Ireland tuning into this wonderful game of cricket.
We give a centre a little bit away from you, a little bit, not much. Centre. Thank you.
Debutant for Ireland, Barry McCarthy. 31 years of age, vastly experienced in white ball cricket for Ireland, but now an opportunity in the whites.
Yeah, he's had a remarkable career, really. He's always been in and around the squads, but he's never even played a first-class game for Ireland. So, talk about into the frying pan. Here we go. Should swing the ball away. Played a couple of seasons at Durham in county cricket, so has got plenty of experience, Barry McCarthy. He's come of age really the last 24 months. Really has grown in stature within the group, not just with his bowling and his batting. We saw him score a wonderful half-century against India in a T20 game in Malahide last summer, but that's decent numbers. 70 poles, best of 6 for 63. A marvellous occasion, a proud moment for all the McCarthy family.
It's well bowled. That again is what you're after, Niall.
Yeah, and I think Ibrahim has to just be a little bit careful because the ball will not swing for long. Let's have a look at the seam position. Yeah, pretty good. Nice and full. Lorcan Tucker behind the pegs. Delivered from wide of the crease, and look at the ball shape. That's gone nicely. Delivered quite wide. Keep an eye on Barry McCarthy's release position.
You mentioned about Barry McCarthy's family. His sister Louise, of course, has played for the Ireland women's team. You'd have had plenty of battles over the years in first-class cricket as well as white ball cricket with Afghanistan, I'm guessing, Niall?
Yeah, I loved playing against Afghanistan. It goes back a long, long time. 2009, we played an ODI against Afghanistan in Johannesburg as part of the World Cup qualifying campaign for the 2011 World Cup, and they beat us. They played superbly well, and that was their start, really, of the transformation. Always keenly fought. Ireland, Afghanistan, there's a respect, but there's a fierce rivalry as well. When Afghanistan came through that system, 2009, 2010, Ireland were dominating the associate game. Best in the business. Every team that Ireland came up against, they thumped. They won I-Cups, they won qualifying tournaments. And Afghanistan, almost overnight, really, all of a sudden started throwing some really good punches at the Ireland team. And it took a long time for Ireland to accept the fact that, hold on a minute, there's another player on this associate level. And since then, Afghanistan's rise has been meteoric. Ireland is trying to catch up.
End of the over. A maiden for Barry McCarthy to start his Test career. Afghanistan won without loss. Debutante Ramanullah Gurbas listed to come in at number 3. Yes, I remember one particular final of a World T20 qualifier here at Abu Dhabi. Trent Johnston got a half-century, pushing himself up the order, and the ball went absolutely everywhere. But such fierce competition between these two sides over a long period of time now.
Yeah, there's a lovely connection really between both sides. There's a mutual respect. But at the rate that Afghanistan have gone through the levels now in T20 cricket and ODI cricket, and obviously getting test match victories, for Ireland there's almost this thought of, right, we need to catch up with Afghanistan, we need to do something. So I think this is a huge game for Ireland. Pressure's on Afghanistan, everyone expecting Afghanistan in these conditions to triumph. So big opportunity for Ireland.
You mentioned about that rapid rise for Afghanistan. Noor Ali, who's facing, he was part of the side that played in the ICC World Cricket League Division 5 in 2008. That was against the likes of Jersey, Singapore, Nepal, Botswana, the Bahamas and Japan. And now look where they are, playing Test cricket. It's beautifully bowled again, and again there's that movement that Niall O'Brien has been talking about.
I must say, when I watched the scorecard from the Sri Lanka Test match recently, Afghanistan-Sri Lanka, and I saw Noor Ali had made his debut, I was taken aback because, as you mentioned, Brian, he's been around so long, and I've played so much cricket against Noor Ali, and I just couldn't comprehend how he'd been playing for Afghanistan for so long, but had yet to make his Test match debut. So even at the right ball age, mid-30s, still experiencing something new. Changing the field, 3 slips and 2 gullies now in play.
Yes, it's interesting with this movement, quite a lot has slid off the face of both players' bats thus far into that gully region. PJ Moore was there as the solitary gully, and now he's been joined by debutant Theo van Voorkom. Harry Tector at extra cover. That's the end of the over. Another maiden. Afghanistan won without loss. And this, Niall, is exactly what you were talking about when you were out at the toss this morning, just giving that first hour to the bowling side, not taking any liberties, and just making sure that you keep your wickets intact to make hay later in the day.
Yeah, it's the beautiful battle between bat and ball. Give respect to the opposition bowler, get accustomed to conditions, the visuals, the surface, because it will be a beautiful place to bat once this hardness goes out of the seam. Ireland disciplined so far, don't need to chase wickets here.
It's good running. Tector at extra cover, having to move to his wrong side though, allowed the batsman the single.
Yeah, this is a lovely sharp single. Good communication, a good understanding. You would expect that. Family members.
Don't run your uncle out.
Don't run your nephew out. Which is worse? Which is worse? Now, come on. Which is worse? You run your uncle out or you run your nephew out? Who's coming off the worst in that battle?
Nephew, definitely. Seniority. Yes, Noor Ali, particularly as he's still on naught at the moment. Wouldn't be very happy if he was making his way back to the pavilion.
Uncomfortable so far, Noor Ali. Naught from 11. Hasn't found the middle of that blade just yet.
Irish dressing room before play today. The number at the front of the shirt there is the number of their test cap, and the Afghanistan dressing room as well. Shout for LBW. Just shaping down leg side, I would think. And Adrian Holstock, the umpire at the bowler's end, agrees.
Yeah, sliding down, delivered from wide of the crease. Barry McCarthy, the 9 balls he's bowled so far has all been bowled from quite wide of the crease. Yeah, wide angle, down leg side, comfortably. Missed out, really. It's a ball any opening batter worth their salt should be just tucking away. Barry McCarthy just asking you to do a little bit too much.
Oh, good carry. Lorcan Tucker behind the stumps there. A little bit surprised by how that ball climbed.
Yeah, the first ball that's really carried through to Tucker, and hasn't it done so? You're quite right, Brian. Takes Lorcan Tucker behind the stumps by real surprise. I just don't think there's going to be a great deal of pace in the surface. As a general, looking at it this morning, albeit at 9 AM, doesn't look like it's going to be very fast on day 1 or day 2.
Past the outside edge again. Decent speed as well, up into the 130s.
Oh, this is a cracker. This is a really good start here from Ireland. Very disciplined with enough in the surface, off the seam and in the air. Now can they get that edge? Slips are ready. 3 slips in the gully, ready to grab anything that goes in the air. Noor Ali, 0 from 14, feeling the pinch.
And Noor Ali's off the mark. End of the over. Afghanistan 3 without loss. There's the Ireland playing 11 for this match. Short and carved away for 4. First boundary of the Test match. Noor Ali getting some width and taking advantage.
The first bad ball you would say Ireland have bowled. It was short, it was wide, and Noor Ali was watchful. Gone for the in-swinger marker there. Mentioned last over, you don't have to search for wickets. There was enough happening, and Marker has changed the plan there. Looked like he's tried to bowl the in-swinger. Ireland have bowled 17 minutes of lovely outswing, Brian, and they've beaten the bat 5 times. So they weren't far away from that first wicket. And that boundary ball that Marker got hit for definitely tried to bowl the in-swinger. It's all about accumulating pressure, building pressure, and there was a lot of pressure on Noor Ali. And that boundary just released it somewhat. Definite in-swinger. That's the boundary that Marker got hit for. Normally you'll see his wrist get right behind the ball and shape it away, but that was the attempted in-swinger. He's got a lot of ability, Marker. Supremely talented, has got a good in-swinger, but must stick to his stock early here.
What do you make of the changes in the Ireland side? The fact that Young and McCarthy and Van Voorkom have come in, and there's been a move up to the top of the order for Balbirnie.
Yeah, well, first of all, Andrew Balbirnie opening, I'm a big fan of it. Technically sound batter, Andrew Balbirnie. He's got a good game against pace bowling, and if he's in against spin, he can really play well against spin. So, first of all, it's a good single. That is really good running. Superb. Excellent from Afghanistan. Not all about boundaries. Drop and run, very good. This is what it's all about, opening a Test match cricket. Rotating strike. Getting down the other end, the best place to be when the ball's nipping around.
That's nice. Didn't try to hit it too hard, Ibrahim Zadran. Just caressed it down the ground. He'll pick up a couple. It's the end of the over. Solid start for Afghanistan, winning the toss and deciding to bat. They're 10 without loss. Three changes for Afghanistan from the side that played Sri Lanka at the beginning of this month. Zahir Khan, Karim Janat and Ramanullah Gurbas coming in. Exciting to see Gurbas getting an opportunity in red ball cricket. He really has electrified the game in the shorter forms. He's been selected in place of Ikram Ali Kale.
Just have to be a little bit careful going too square against Barry McCarthy because he's getting a little bit of shape away. Yeah, Barry McCarthy knows if he can just start that one on middle and off as opposed to middle and leg, nor are they looking to turn a little bit too square. There is a big gap at mid-wicket. Well, Ramanul Gurbaz, for me, Brian, is one of the most exciting wicketkeeper batters going around the world game. You switch on any league around the world, you'll see Gurbaz, and I expect him to play in a similar vein here in red ball cricket. Don't think Ramanullah Gurbaz is going to be going out trying to bat time. I think he'll put bat to ball, he'll entertain. A lovely character, Gurbaz. He's a top fella. Very good keeper. I watched him keep wicket this morning. Doesn't get enough credit for his wicket keeping. Very, very safe behind the stumps. But as a batter alone, Gurbaz is box office.
Yes, one of 8 Afghanistan players signed to take part in the IPL coming up. The only member of the Test squad to feature in that list. But goodness me, you're right about the entertainment value. 1,295 runs in one-day international cricket at a strike rate in excess of 88.
Yeah, watched him get 100 on his ODI debut. Just 65 yards over the mound there against Ireland a few years ago, Gurbaz. Well, that's exactly what you'll get with Barry McCarthy. Wholehearted performance. Leaves nothing on the field. Reminds me a little bit, Barry McCarthy, of Neil Wagner from New Zealand. He's obviously just recently retired from Test Arena. Announced yesterday, but Barry McCarthy leaves nothing on the park. Gives absolutely everything to his country. Great to see a hard-working athlete getting the opportunities he really does deserve.
End of another over. Afghanistan 11 without loss. Here's the Afghanistan squad for this test match. They'll name a separate squad for their white ball action to come. 3 one-dayers and 3 2020 matches following this. Wait is the call. Curtis Camphor at backward point. Just wondering about the bowling options. Camphor will be one after this pair.
Well, Ireland's seamers this morning, a little bit in the air and off the surface. McCarthy and Adair both operating that mid 80-mile-an-hour mark, so not express, so accuracy is key. They've asked some good questions this morning. A little bit unlucky they haven't found that edge yet.
Just interesting, watching Barry McCarthy in particular, you were talking about a little earlier, the fact that he was quite wide on the crease. Given the way he was swinging that ball, would you like to see him get a little bit closer to the stumps?
Yeah, I must say, watching Barry McCarthy a lot over the years, white ball cricket, he's operated in power play and the back end innings. So red ball cricket hasn't played obviously for Ireland in a test match, hasn't even played for first class cricket. So he's operating slightly differently than Mark Adair. You watch where Mark Adair
gone and out. Balbirnie takes the catch, and Ireland get their reward for bowling a full length. Nur Ali drawn into the drive, and easy as you like at second slip for the skipper.
Well, it's been coming. Truth be told, this dismissal has been on the cards for the last 27 minutes. The ball has swung. It's gone past the outside edge time and time again, and Mark Adair finds the edge, and Andrew Balbirnie is in a good position. He's close. Nur Ali, it was a difficult stay, going for 7. Afghanistan 11 for 1.
Afghanistan winning the toss, deciding to bat, and they've lost their first wicket.
Middle.
Ramat Shah
Right arm over, there's 3 to come.
is the new player to come in. Fine player, leading run scorer for Afghanistan in Test match cricket. Mark Adair getting the breakthrough though. Fine piece of bowling.
Yeah, beautiful. Back to a stock ball, the away swinger. Foot goes nowhere really, I like that. Slip field is nice and close. Very comfortable height for Andrew Balbirnie, who's a good slip fielder, but has been coming, truth be told. Ireland have beaten the edge and they've persisted with that line and length.
Oh, and this one goes back the other way, doing too much, I think. It's a fine piece of bowling. They're just going to check as to whether they want to review this, Ireland. My suspicion, along with Niall O'Brien, was that was doing too much. Oh, no, in fact, they're going upstairs. Third umpire is Paul Rifle.
Yes, go ahead. We got front on first? Yep. Standing by. Yeah, it looks like it's missed the bat. We'll confirm with Aldridge, please. Step up or L. Yes. Here we go, Aldridge. Yeah, clearly missing the bat. You can go to ball tracking when ready. Impact in line, missing the wickets. Go back on field to Richard. Stick to the original decision.
Well, our impression was that that was an optimistic review at best, and I think that's illustrated by what we've just seen. That's a poor review lost by Ireland there, Niall.
Yeah, that's what's known in the industry as a stinker. Just didn't look good. Right from the outset, just looked like it was going down leg comfortably. Good in-swinger. Well disguised. I mentioned earlier the marker there has got a good in-swinger. You see it a lot in white ball cricket. That's just a poor review. That's just the energy getting on top of the bowler and captain, and I think Balbirnie was coerced into sending it upstairs to Paul Rifle. What a cricketer he was too.
Bowled! That's out. 2 wickets in the over for Mark Adair, and what a wicket. Ramat Shah, the big fish as far as Afghanistan are concerned, their top batter in this format, and he's gone without troubling the scorers.
What a body blow. Huge moment in this game in such an early stage. The previous ball, the in-swinger, that's the away swinger, but doesn't swing much. And Ramat Shah, well, his defence left a gaping hole, and Adair says, thank you very much. Bang, bang, Ireland get 2 in the over. Afghanistan, 11 for 2.
Well, what an over from Mark Adair. Big impact on the game. He has been Ireland's go-to man in terms of seam bowlers in all 3 formats. We'll bring the captain to the crease, Hashmatullah Shahidi. Very good record in red ball cricket, averaging 45. And certainly someone, 43, that's a first-class career, but in Test cricket it's actually higher. 45 does have a double century to his name too, as McCarthy will continue. McCarthy's probed away nicely too on his Test match debut, as I wish a very good morning to Mike Hazeman. Mike, great to be back with you.
Lenny, thanks very much. Nice to be here. Andrew Leonard alongside me. Let's look at the wicket. What a terrific delivery. And such a key player, of course. That's through the gate. He certainly did leave a bit of an area for the bowler to target as it came back superbly, but that can happen when you first arrive at the crease. And the length and the line and the movement was just sensational. That is a magnificent delivery, and it's got a very good player out. I really like this wholehearted approach from McCarthy too. 11 for 2, Afghanistan after winning the toss, selecting the bat.
Well, I think you've picked the perfect word to describe Barry McCarthy. Everyone who knows Irish cricket knows that he is wholehearted, to say the least. And there's some of the Irish travelling support. You can see Ashley and Candy Balbirnie on the right there, the parents of the now Test match captain only Andrew Balbirnie. And a special moment for McCarthy with his debut. He's waited a long time for it, had a good first-class record across at Durham before Ireland's ascension to Test match status has meant that Irish players can't ply their trade as locals anymore in county cricket.
Extra bounce that time, nicely bowled. Ramat, 91 and 54 in the last test against Sri Lanka, not that long ago. He was the only one actually that got some runs, so that's how crucial he is for Afghanistan.
Just has that extra bit of pace. I think that's why the Irish staff will have gone with McCarthy over Graham Hume. Hume, who did play in that test match in Bangladesh last year, was really only used in very short spells. It was incredibly hot and humid and nowhere near the pace of McCarthy. He's probing away nicely with the new ball.
He's got that away. Plenty of catches employed at the moment, so there's acreage in that region. Picks up a boundary.
Yeah, 3 slips and a gully as Valberni continues to attack, and well, McCarthy's done really well to get the outside edge here. Just that shape, isn't it? The natural shape for McCarthy, taking it away. Well, second gully in place. McCarthy could have been in action for a maiden test wicket. Not full control for Ibrahim.
I think his line has been terrific, McCarthy. He knows, of course, he's not 100 miles per hour, but he just gets that line absolutely spot on with a bit of movement away generally. It's nicely bowled again. More runs. Rode that one, actually. And it's only a single, so it's well fielded too. They're on top at the moment, Ireland.
Yeah, Curtis Camphor, the fielder, very good athlete. Saw him make his maiden test century last year. Little more control, but off the toe of the bat this time. Camphor does really well to keep that to just 1 and gets applauded by McBrien as a consequence. So great to be here, Mikey. I gotta say, 122nd test venue, as we heard Brian Murgatroyd talk about. It's a very pretty venue as well. Could be set for a really good test match between these two great rivals.
Yeah, it's a very pleasant setup, this. Really nice. Etisalat Afghanistan Island Cup. Nice to have sponsors on board. Of course, they are absolutely essential for the game. Last ball of the 8th over now. Change of angle. And it's a good one. Length terrific, as he has been all day. 8 gone, 16 for 2. Ramat Shah, the last man gone. 3 balls, didn't get off the mark. Scored 91 in that total of only 198 when they played against Sri Lanka, February 2nd to the 5th. That was in the first innings in Colombo at the SSC. That just shows how important he is. Got runs in that second innings as well, as I mentioned. Adair continues, just slightly overpitched. Hasn't done that very often. Outfield's fairly quick, and it's a reasonably short boundary on that side. Boundary to start with.
Well, a very languid, a very fluid drive, this one. Slightly overpitched. I don't think Balbirnie will mind that because he wants him to get it full with the movement still on offer. But just a press, no more than that needed. Even though he's played away from his body because it's so full, he's able to get good reward. There's a reasonably big gap between backward point and the man at cover.
3 slips and a gully. Lovely shape again. It's amazing how quickly this game can change. Afghanistan, at about the 25-minute mark of this test match, after winning the toss, were doing quite nicely. They were resisting anything too extravagant, any drives. They weren't chasing the ball too much with the movement out there. But suddenly a couple of bang-bangs and they're on the back foot now.
I think one of the big things for everyone to remember watching on at home is just how new both of these sides still are to this format. They're learning as they go. It's just Ireland's 8th test match in total, Afghanistan's 9th.
In that time, spotted.
Great skills from Adair, in and out. There's no real change in action. But as a consequence, players, they're learning as they go. They're learning on the job, if you will. And for Ireland in particular, primarily due to COVID, there's a huge gap between their almost an exodus from test match cricket, the best part of 4 years, till they got back into action last year with 4 tests, 1 in Bangladesh, 2 in Sri Lanka, and then 1 in in Lords too. And as a consequence, almost every player in the build-up to this test has spoken about how they all see this as the pinnacle. Both sides work so hard to come through the associate ranks to earn the ascension to test status. They dominated associate cricket for the best part of a decade. And they were great rivals there in white ball cricket, and it's great to see this rivalry renewed. I know Afghanistan won the first test between these two sides in Dehradun, but Ireland off to a good start. We're going to have a great tour here.
Yeah, that was March 2019, that test match. Oh, that's terrific. Just to continue that story about Rahmat Shah, he was top scorer for Afghanistan in both innings in that only test match in 2019. Scores of 98 and 76 then as well, so he's been a fine performer. Delighted to say that all these stats that you're going to be hearing us reading out, I'd like to think it's us, but it's not. We have one of the finest statisticians around. Rajneesh is with us on board in this tour, so it's a delight to have him on board. Rajneesh. Top stats man. 9 gone, 20 for 2. .45 minutes in to this test match, one-off test match. Changing the bowling now. Craig Young, right arm fast medium, is going to be brought into the attack. Big strong lad. Opening bowlers that is have done a fine job. McCarthy is being replaced. After the 4 overs, none for 8, he returned.
Must have been a temptation for Balbirnie to give McCarthy one more, because even though that last over went for 5, he was causing problems. It's a test match debut for the man from the northwest of Ireland. Product originally of the Breedy Cricket Club, one of the 4 main international venues in Ireland. There'll be a few butterflies, big moment. And even though Young 33 years of age, McCarthy 31. McCarthy 90 appearances in ODI and T20I cricket for Ireland. Craig Young over 100. I think it's about 103. Despite that, despite both men being in their 30s, they'll still be nervous. This is the pinnacle. This is test match cricket.
Dead right, yep. Those butterflies won't be flying in formation. I might have actually given McCarthy one more with Hashmatullah Shahidi on strike. He's a big wicket, captain of course. Hasn't got off the mark yet. Had only faced the one delivery before the start of this over. Because he was getting the movement, and of course once a batsman does arrive at the crease, that's the tricky thing, is to get your feet moving as a batsman. In fact, why don't we actually just put Hashmatullah under the scanner a little bit here and just see how he moves his feet. Have a look at his trigger movements, because if you're flowing with the game, you're in tune with the game, then it's a different story. Let's have a look at the triggers. Yeah, a little bit of a movement, a little trigger across, and that's for 2 reasons. Obviously, he likes to get in line with off stump. That's something that he tries to do as the ball is released. The other thing is that he wants to get his feet moving a little bit. That's why the batsmen generally have these trigger movements. But he just goes straight across rather than movement back or forward. Some guys don't like to move their head across. They like to go back and forward rather, and keep their heads still-ish that way. Let's have a look. There we go. He's just going to move that back foot a little bit.
With the amount of cricket played in the modern era, the ability to transition between formats is such an important one. Changing your rhythm, that's both as a batter and a bowler, of course. And for Ireland, one of the things that Balbirnie was keen to get across in the pre-series press conference was that the big difference between Ireland and Afghanistan is one, that Afghanistan have a lot more test specialists, as we see a man go out deep square leg. Young may be tempted with the short ball, but secondly, Afghanistan currently play a significant amount more first class and red ball cricket than Ireland do, because Ireland haven't played any since the pandemic, since 2019 at home.
Had a flash of that. That's what happens when you face 5 balls and haven't got off the mark. Suddenly you get something a little bit wide, which was the wrong length, I think, to have a flash at. That's why those boys behind in the slips are so vocal.
It was a nice little double bluff, wasn't it? Because Shahidi will have seen the man go out at deep backward square, and then Young goes full with a little bit of width. And that's a shot that maybe more belongs to the T20 or the ODI game. Having that versatility to transition, very difficult.
Nicely worked. And off the mark. 21 for 2.
Yeah, for Afghanistan, it's that amateur Abdali 4-day tournament that's been played for about 8 years now. There's a huge amount of first class, that's 4-day red ball cricket played between the 4 teams that are involved in that. For Afghanistan, with that domestic first-class competition, they only just had the 1 year off with COVID. Ireland yet to be able to get back into it. You could understand for Cricket Ireland the focus on the white ball game with World Cups in the T20 format, 2 of them in 2021 and 2022. They then obviously wanted to qualify in 2023, but a disastrous campaign down in Zimbabwe saw them not even run it close. They didn't even get to the Super Sixes. So Ireland less of a focus on red ball cricket than Afghanistan of late.
Adair continues 2 for 12. Why not? Starting his 6th over now. He's must be a fit lad to bowl 6 on the trot first up. Looks like he's going to be close to the hour mark by the time he's finished this initial spell, which might have been the discussion beforehand if he bowls well. So he might have been expecting that. Of course, you pick up a couple of wickets for not many runs, you're going to be very keen to continue. Try and have one more. Try and get the skipper, who's on strike now. Just one more comment about those trigger movements. And as you watch this test match, you'll see most guys with those trigger movements. Let's have a look at those trigger movements with the wicket. There's just a spar at one, really looking for that big drive. That back foot just went away a little bit, and that was a magnificent delivery. That was an outstanding ball. Superbly bowled.
The brilliance of Adair here is look at the 2 red flashing dots. Pitched almost the exact same area. One goes away, challenges the outside edge. The other, like that delivery, came back into the right-hander, in this case away from the left-hander, and challenged the inside edge. He's a very, very skillful bowler, Mark Adair.
Batsman error, the first one. But it did move quite nicely, and it was a good catch taken in the slips, Gordon. But this was a magnificent delivery. Watch it just move back a fraction. That is brilliant. Top of off stump. That's what the coaches say. A cursory glance at the pitch, and then, goodness, there's a mess behind me.
You know, when Adair first burst onto the scene, really, in Irish cricket, he was only a youngster, a teenager who went up to a net session in Stormont in Belfast. Story goes that he proved a bit hot to handle for one of our co-commentators, Niall O'Brien, who got bounced out by him a little bit in the nets. And Adair was the kind of youngster who didn't shirk a challenge, and there was no real airs or graces given to one of Ireland's senior cricketers at that point. He then went across to Warwickshire, and he really impressed them with bat and ball. But then he took a little while after he came back. Another one of the Irish county players who had to come back from the county game to actually get into the Irish side. But of recent times, he's ever present in all 3 formats, and his endurance, his stamina and his conditioning to play so regularly, very impressive.
I like the first part about that story. I haven't heard that from Niall, actually. I must corner him and have a bit of discussion about it. 21 for 2.
Well, Niall O'Brien's just appeared in the back of the commentary box, Hazy, and he says that never happened. But don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Oh, well, I'm disappointed about that. I liked it. I might run with it. Young again. Adrian Holdstock is in the business end at the moment, wearing a black armband. This very sad passing of Sean George a couple of days ago. South African umpire, international standard umpire, and done quite a few internationals actually, Sean George. So they're wearing the black armbands. Very sad news. Rocked cricket in South Africa, rocked cricket around the world, really, the umpire fraternity in particular. Nicely fielded.
Actually, the second tragedy that's rocked the umpiring fraternity in the last 6 months. Actually, correct that, 3 Rudy Kurtzen we lost, but also Ireland's Paul Reynolds. And both Sean George and Paul Reynolds gone far too soon. Sean George just 56 years of age, and then one of Ireland's very best umpires, Paul Reynolds. Not a day goes by that all in the Irish community don't mourn his loss. Legend. Can't play our game without the internationals. There's the Irish captain, Andrew Balbirnie. Only Irishman to play all 8 test matches so far. And for Afghanistan, the only one for Afghanistan to play all 9, interestingly, is Hashmatullah Shahidi. So the 2 captains, the only ever present since these 2 countries have come in to the test game.
Nicely played, nice and straight. Sean George, 72 one-day internationals, 58 T20 internationals as well. And a couple of test matches. Young, goodness me, very sad.
Yeah, we all got a real shock, didn't we, this week when we heard that news. Thoughts with everyone down in South Africa. Ireland are looking for a third. They're probing away. Young has started nicely.
Leg side, nicely played. That's well ridden, actually. Just went with the pace of that and went nice and fine also because of the line.
Yeah, because Young is that little bit round arm, Mike, he can occasionally miss his short ball to the leg side. That will tend to be his miss. He's just a little bit slingy. You can see here, length wasn't the worst, probing up towards the shoulder, just the line was the problem. And look at the way he rolls his wrists, keeps it down, perfectly safe shot for 4.
That's nicely punched. Well in front of square, you know, when you're playing well, when you can get a ball punched like that in front of square for 4. Really good shot. Often you slide off the bat back with a square, but that's well in front. 29 for 2.
Going to be fascinating, isn't it, to see how Ramanullah Gurbaz goes. World-class white ball player. Might see him in next at number 5. Makes his debut in the Test match arena. This is the last ball of the previous over. Good stroke. Just a punch really off the back foot, no more than that required. Adair now into his 7th. For Young, he's just down in front of us rehearsing his action. It's just that little bit of a round arm nature he has. When he's good, he's very good. When he's slightly off the money, he can be costly. Back-to-back boundaries to close out. His 2nd over.
There's a little bit of movement again. So there's still plenty for the batsman to watch nice and closely. This pitch had a nice, or has a nice covering of grass. Now, it's not lime green live grass. It's just a nice covering. It's a nice carpet of grass. But it's not lush by any means. It's I think the groundsman's done a fine job. It looks pretty good to me. The question mark is going to be what happens in days 4, day 5, because they haven't gone past 3 days really at this venue. So that's going to be the question mark. But I think it looks really good at the start of this test. Might have been a bit of bounce, might have been going down a fraction.
Yeah, no real interest from Ireland. Remember, they've already burned one review. You can understand why they were tempted to use it. But a big hooping in-swinger that went to DRS and was missing the leg stump. As Richard Kettleborough, as he so often does, gets it right again. Adair going through the endurance barrier here into his 7th. Just wonder, will this be his last one?
Yeah, it's on the hour now, so I would think so. He's got to be able to come back again as well. He can't just burn himself out in this first long spell. Bowling for an hour is, even though it's not particularly hot, still hard work. Just on that DRS, it's such an important part of the game. You can't afford to waste any DRS, and I think that first one was wasted, and I think they'll be disappointed, actually annoyed. And you've got to get a real system going out there in the middle. You've got to know exactly who you're going to be trusting side on. You've got to talk to someone that you're going to be trust his judgment from side on from a height point of view. You've got to speak to the keeper. Can only give so much because sometimes he's blinded because we double shout. Does he know where it's hit the pad? Often he can give a good indication. Sometimes he's a little bit blinded because he's behind the pad, if you like. So there's someone else in front that he's got to chat to, and that's generally someone at mid-off who's got the better view. So you put those two judgments together. You don't want too much information because then that can just cloud the whole issue. You've almost got to take the bowler out of it. Shaheen Shah Afridi, some of the games in the PSL recently has burned badly, some reviews. I mean, he's really got to take his own emotions out of it totally and rely on someone else, full stop.
Every bowler thinks it's out. They always do. But it's one of the other learnings, isn't it, Mike? Not just learning the game, learning the use of DRS more and more often.
He's got that away. It's another boundary. Straight down to the gentlemen who are going to bring out some drinks as well, that one. And that is the end of the first hour of this one-off test match. Another look at that boundary off the last ball of the first block. 13 gone, 34 for 2. Time for a bit of a drink.
34 for 2. It's been a pretty even start so far. $34 for 2. $34 for 2. Been a pretty even start for both sides. Now, Kabul City. What a beautiful place. Let's take a closer look at it. So this is what's happened so far in this one-off test between Afghanistan and Ireland. 34 for 2. This is how it's gone. What a beautiful delivery. There's movement, there's bounce. And Mark Adair has taken advantage of both of those. What a beautiful ball. Just nipping back through the gate. And after being asked to go first up with the ball, Mark Adair has led well. 2 for 16 in the 7 overs. McCarthy and Young, the other 2 bowlers that have been used. Back live. First drinks break on day 1. Hashmatullah Shahidi, the captain. In the air. Good bit of fielding. Harry Tector in the covers. Makes sure that no runs are credited to the Afghanistan score. Gives me a chance to say a very good morning to my co-commentator, Devendra Kumar.
Good morning, Tino. He's going for the driving shot, playing it uppishly, holding into the pitch. Resumption after the break. It's going to take a bit time.
That's a flash outside the off stump. Not the disciplines you would want, especially after a drinks break. You've lost a couple of wickets already in the morning. Period where Afghanistan just want to rebuild.
A bit of turbulence to begin with. A couple of wickets early on with movement of the wicket in the air. A little bit of extra bounce as well.
Now, there's definitely been movement in the air. Bit of bounce, and that's why it's taken Hashmat so long to get going. Just looking at the pitch and how it's played, are you surprised yourself that they won the toss and elected to bat first?
But you have to think about the 4th innings as well. The strength lies in spin bowling for Afghanistan cricket team, and that's why they decided to weather the early storm and then look to exploit the conditions in the 4th innings.
Yeah, you will always expect this. On a day 1 pitch in particular, bit of movement, some live grass. That's because the pitch has to last over the 5-day period. Especially out here in Abu Dhabi where it's quite warm, so whatever moisture's in the surface will be drawn out quite quickly. I think a good decision and a bold decision by Afghanistan. Oh, that's well bowled. And that's just come back and kicked a little bit off the surface.
Well, the focus for Hashmatullah Shahidi has always been occupying the crease, getting through the first period of 20-30 balls and then playing those free-flowing drives through the offside. It's coming back and was induced into a false stroke, not to the pitch of the ball. Excellent delivery. A little bit of movement of the surface. Excellent over from Young. 14 overs gone, 34 for 2, Afghanistan.
behind Phil.
14 overs in. Noor Ali, Rahmat Shah. Two batsmen to be dismissed. It's going to be right arm off spin introduced already. Andy McBride, 14 wickets in the 7 test matches that he's played. A best of 6 for 118. That was against Bangladesh last year. This man is in good form across all formats. In the runs and the preceding tour to this one for Afghanistan and Sri Lanka. Took over the T20 international side captaincy in the last 3 T20s in the absence of Rashid Khan. Catcher under the helmet, slip in.
He spent a lot of time playing league cricket in England to strengthen his technique as a batsman, to tackle the movement. There has been a conscious effort from Ibrahim Jadran to improve as a batsman in various conditions across formats as well.
Well, it certainly worked so far. He's become a solid top order batsman for Afghanistan. He has a good understanding of his game and his strengths. He's really starting to mature as a batsman.
Good delivery, drawing the batsman forward. A bit of moisture in the pitch. The spinner also thinks that he can get some purchase out of the surface.
Yeah, he'll have to throw the ball up, and you can see that last delivery, he's done that. There might be a bit in there. You wouldn't expect too much on day one, not with the look of the surface. So he's got to keep bowling like that, giving the ball air, trying to entice the batsman into a false stroke.
Lovely tossed up delivery. Not much of turn. Searching for midden. Shot and pulled away behind the square. And it's gone for 4. A welcome boundary. 15 overs gone. 38 for 2 Afghanistan.
Four bowlers used inside 15 overs. 38 for 2. The only successful one has been Mark Adair. 2 for 16 in his opening spell here on day one. He's done the job expected of him. He's bowled well in conditions that have been full of excitement for the faster bowlers. Big appeal. I think he's just hit the ground there, Hashmatullah Shahidi. But he definitely is struggling with the ball outside the line of the off stump from Young. We've seen a few of them swing back into him. We've also seen him play at balls he really hasn't had to outside that off stump.
Hashmat, that was a shot, a poor delivery, which was taken care of by the batsman.
Oh, now, that could have been very nasty. Ibrahim Zadran's dropped his bat just as Young is about to deliver the ball, and it's distracted Hashmat. He's tried to pull away from the stumps, and Craig Young's almost hit him. I think he was trying to stop himself from bowling.
Distraction at a non-strike end. Look at that bat falling from Ibrahim Jadran. The batsman wasn't ready. It was in his eye line.
Sublime. He's missed a few outside that off stump. This time, out the middle.
Well, he's taken 24 deliveries to produce a sublime stroke like this. He likes to play the cover drive. Was in the channel and put away nicely. Over pitch and beautifully timed. Has been following Kumar Sangakkara's technique. Has been studying his technique and implementing to perfection with that stroke.
This one is pulled back in length. Craig Young, typical fast bowler's reaction because of that half volley previous ball. But in conditions like this, you've got 3 slips in, you've got a gully, the ball's moving around, and Hashmat's played a few false strokes outside that off stump. You want to be keeping that ball full. If he hits a couple through that cover area, it's okay, but he can certainly give you an opportunity. Keep pitching that ball up outside off stump.
This is how he plays. If you remember the test match at the Sheikh Zayed Cricket Stadium in Abu Dhabi, not far away from this ground, he took 72 deliveries for his 20 first up, then went on to score first double century in test match cricket for Afghanistan. Hashmatullah Shahidi. Circumspect early on.
Short catcher now in front of the batsman on the offside. Oh, this time it's even better. This is really nicely played by Hashmatullah.
Confidence booster. Second boundary from the over. It came from the middle of the bat. Pitched up to get some movement. Nicely into the stroke from the sweetest part of the bat. Beautifully timed and very well placed. To the right of the fieldsman at the cover.
Much better length to finish. 16 gone, 46 for 2. Hashmatullah Shahidi. A couple of really nice boundaries in the last over. Just getting himself going. He's taken time. 28 balls to get his 9 runs thus far. There's a bit of turn there. Now let's have a look at this. We were just talking about pitching the ball up. Yes, he's hit that really nicely, but that foot's gone straight down the line of middle stump. The ball's a good 3 foot outside the off. Oh, and this is beautifully played as well. Slightly short in length. Punched off the back foot, brings up the 50 for Afghanistan.
An imperious stroke from Ibrahim. Just waited for that. He's been tossing the ball up for quite some time. Fraction shot. Then going on the back foot, creating room for himself and placed it to perfection. Good timing, good shot from Ibrahim. Much better delivery, attacking the stumps. Again, the shot, dropping it short to the right-hand batsman, trying to explore area to score through the onside.
Yeah, he's got to be careful trying to go through that onside because there's a close catching mid-wicket. There's somebody under the helmet, and there's also somebody in front of square. Well, there is a bit of turn, definitely. Soft hands, it'll go fine. But it won't go to the boundary. Good technique from Zadran.
Waits for the ball to come. A lot of turn on offer. Just did well to play it at the last moment. Deflected behind square to collect 2. Off the back foot, exposing the stumps as well. A boundary and couple from the over. 17 overs gone. Afghanistan 52 for 2. So 83 dots, 7 singles and 2 twos. 10 boundaries in this innings so far. 52 for 2. Afghanistan searching for consolidation, searching for some stability in the betting department. There's a promise of developing a partnership because 2 bettors
$83 dots in that 52 for 2 and 17 overs. A lot of them consumed by this man, Hashmatullah Shahidi. Craig Young, he's caused some problems for Shahidi outside that off stump. Lovely. That is a gorgeous cricketing stroke. He's changed the angle, he's come over the wicket. This one's too full.
Good shot. He's beginning to hit the groove right in. Hashmatullah Shahidi has taken 29 deliveries, but a couple of good shots from the previous over against the fast bowler, and now hitting it with a straight bat.
Pulls the length back. I just wonder if Craig Young is trying to do a little too much. And fast bowlers can do that at times when they come to a surface that's assisting them. Sometimes just forget to continue hitting the good areas. He's changed his approach to over the wicket. That's fine. But when he was bowling around the wicket, he caused enough problems to Hashmatullah Shahidi earlier on. A couple of half volleys in the previous over that were put away for 4. Fair and fine. And he's just got to be patient. There's enough out there for the bowlers. Nicely punched through the offside. There's a sweeper back now on the offside, so they'll come back for 2.
The partnership developing 47 of 63, looking to restructure the things for Afghanistan after experiencing early turbulence. Shahidi is someone who likes to take a bit of time to get himself in. Once he starts playing shots, he explores different areas to score runs. He's looking good. There is a sense of determination. There is a sense of purpose into his batting now. And you need that feel, do you know? When you middle 1 or 2 shots, then you feel different.
Yeah, definitely. Your confidence grows. And also grows from being able to just let the ball go. See how the wicket's playing. Is there a bit of bounce? Is there movement? Is it quick bounce? Is it slow bounce? That's well bowled. That's where he wants to be. Let's keep Hashmatullah thinking about whether he wants to commit to the shot or not. Length was good on that occasion, so was the line.
Beautiful piece of delivery this. Absolute peach. Just holding its line. Did well to withdraw his bat from the line of the ball. That's a good area to operate in. Just around the off stump, the probing line.
$58 for 2.
So early success for Adair. Mark Adair taking 2 wickets for 16. two batsmen with the capability of changing the course of the action in conditions where there was a lot of help for the fast bowlers, pace, bounce, swing and seam. McCarthy, good discipline from him as well.
Young has been a bit expensive in his last couple of overs. McBride, the latest addition into the Ireland attack. Partnership's looking good after a couple of early blows from Markaday, 47-66 balls. Just starting to take control of the innings now, Afghanistan.
With familiarity with the spin bowling, amount of spin that they play, the quality of spin that they play in domestic cricket as well, that will help to the cause of the batters. And that has given a sense of comfort to the two batsmen in the centre. Nicely bowled. The pitch has been exposed to the sun. It's an open ground. Not much of breeze today.
Yeah, I like that move. Leg slipping. Andy Balbirnie just gives the batsman something to think about. There was one that just came off the inside edge in the previous over and went down through that area. Just doesn't allow him to play the ball confidently through that onside.
He's looking compact, Ibrahim, with his defense and attacking strokes as well. Almost hitting the splice of the bat on the inner part. Oh, that was not far away from the fielder.
And that's why I'm saying it's such a good move to get the leg slip in. He's bowling the perfect pace, drawing the batsman forward and just getting a bit of purchase. It's well played in the end. He'll definitely have some concerns about just prodding forward to the spinner. Around the wicket now to the left-hander. Two slips into the left-hander. Short, that's cut away. It should race away into the boundary, and it does. It's a good finish to the 19th over, 63 for 2. Nice partnership. 72 balls for the 52. Ibrahim Zadran contributing 36 of those. Hashmatullah Shahidi 19. Exactly what Afghanistan needed at this stage. Elected to bat first. Markaday got in amongst them early. Couple of outstanding deliveries to dismiss the opener. And Ramat Shah, who came in 3. McCarthy. Oh, bit of bounce. Nicely negotiated.
Bowled well in the first spell as well. Getting the ball to bounce. Last ball of the previous over. Fraction shot. Hammered it off the back foot. When he starts playing those shots, score of the wicket well, Hashmat, he becomes a different player altogether. That was a poor delivery, taken care of.
You could see the line of that delivery. There wasn't much width, so he's done well to be able to get it through that offside for the boundary. Nicely bowled. Attacking those stumps, forcing the batsman onto the front foot. Barry McCarthy.
That's the area he should be operating with. We've already seen a couple of drives down the ground from Hashmat, but that was good length as well. Forcing the batsman to stay rooted on that occasion. The breeze is picking up. Continuing to challenge that off stump. Showing great discipline in the first spell, continuing his good work. He's seen over the years Hashmat getting out, bowled from round the wicket or edging it to the keeper. That was short and well outside the off stump from McCarthy.
Outside edge. Oh, has that carried? It looks like it has. It's a great effort by Andy Balbirnie. It's low, it's gone quickly, and it's gone to his left hand. But I think for a moment, it's settled in that left hand.
Brilliant delivery. Almost into the hands of Balbirnie on that occasion. Excellent delivery, quick. Hastening the batsman. Hashmat going for a full throttle stroke straight into the hand and parries away to the boundary.
Oh, it's a great effort. Liking this attack from the bowler. Round the wicket has caused problems for Hashmat. We've talked about how they need to just keep bowling out there, hitting the good lengths. Opportunity created there. .64 for 2.
Well, so nearly a third wicket for Ireland. Not an easy chance by any stretch. Two men who know each other well. Andrew Balbirnie and Barry McCarthy, Pembroke and Leinster Lightning teammates. And flashed away by Shahidi. Balbirnie got a good hand on it, but couldn't hold on as Ireland looked to attack. Bryan in, two men around the bat on the leg side, slip in place too. So I'm joined by Niall O'Brien. Niall, very good morning.
Morning, Andrew. A little bit of turn there for Andrew McBride. Just a little bit early on. New ball, hard seam. Get your spinner into the game early. Get him accustomed to conditions. Don't mind this. Having an early look at spin. Attacking field. Just see that once the sun starts beating down on this surface, batting becomes a lot easier. But that was a big miss. Hashmatullah Shahidi has been a little wafty outside that off stump and presented Balbirnie the chance. It went down.
Ireland certainly pride themselves on their fielding. It was full, just that hint of a shape away, and Balbirnie got more the fingertips than the full palm of the hand on it. It went quickly to his left and in and out.
Yeah, it's kind of ball that would have went between second and third. So Balbirnie had to dive, but he got a good hand on it. Be disappointed. It was a half volley, truth be told. Hashmatullah Shahidi didn't quite get the weight transfer into the ball. Was there to hit for the southpaw, but gets a life. And Ibrahim at the other end, well, he looks very assured. Technically so sound for such a young man. Seen quite a bit of this youngster in the last 12 to 18 months in white ball cricket more than red ball. Got a very good wise head on young shoulders. Flighted. That was a tempter. Over, done and dusted. 64 for 2. You spend a lot of time here, Lenny, in this part of the world. You like what you're seeing from Tolerance Oval?
Yeah, more up the road really in Dubai and Sharjah. I've been up to the main venue a few times, but what a luxury for this emirate here in Abu Dhabi to have such a good second venue. There's actually 3 cricket grounds here. And we'll see them all in action next month in the Women's T20 World Cup qualifier too. Four bowlers used thus far, and you're spot on, Niall. 122nd venue into Test cricket. Great credit to everyone involved for pulling this venue together. Looks an absolute picture, lovely size for Test cricket.
Yeah, very hard-working people here. Abu Dhabi Cricket and Sports Hub. Let's give a lot of credit to all the people behind the scenes who work tirelessly. There's a lot of cricket in this part of the world, and they get cricket on time and time again. And the facilities here, whether you're a player, a commentator, a coach, or a fan, you're always welcomed with an open arm and a smile on his face. But most importantly for the players, they get superb facilities, both to practice and play. Well done, chaps. Loving your work. You relax in the sunshine there. Well, half volley again. There is protection, very similar to the delivery that Hashmatullah edged to slip. How do you assess? 21.2 overs gone. How do you assess the first hour and a half into play?
Kind of feels a bit like honours even, doesn't it? Ireland will have been delighted with those 2 in 4 deliveries from Mark Adair. He's leading the attack across all 3 formats now, isn't he? What a fantastic 24 to 36 months he's having for Ireland. They would have loved a third, wouldn't they? You lose the toss, you get told you've got some hard yakka to do with the ball. Then you find a way to get 3 in the first session. You feel as though you've won that first session. If Afghanistan get up towards the lunch break with the score maybe 85-90 for 2, maybe they'll feel as though they're ahead.
Yeah, very big 20 minutes or so. Afghanistan, you win the toss. I think both sets of players were eagerly watching yourself and the captains in the middle a couple of hours ago saying, please, please win that toss, Skip. Let's have a hit.
It landed very cleanly, Niall. There was no bobble. Straight down on the tail. Balbirnie went with heads. Ireland have to bowl.
Don't mind that from Barry McCarthy. 84 miles an hour, testing the middle of the surface. You'll often see in this part of the world, new ball, you pitch up. You have to pitch up, look for swing, look for seam. As the game goes on and as the innings progresses, the length will come back. You'll start hitting back of a length, and short balls will be coming to play a bit more. Protection deep in the field. You'll get a little bit of an in-out field. You'll get catchers in front of the wicket as opposed to behind the surface. So you got your deep square leg just in front of play. Probably rather for Hashmatullah Shahidi, I'd rather my sweeper on the leg side behind square. Well, big appeal gone. Well, 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 Barry McCarthy, Test debut, first wicket. Now then, Captain Hashmatullah Shahidi, yes, sends it upstairs to Paul Rifle. What a moment in this game.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. I've checked both feet and it's a fair delivery. Original decision is not out. Front on first, please. Oh, sorry, out. Yes. Given out. Okay. Going to need ultra edge there. Just rock and rolling that. Going back a frame. Yeah, back a frame. And onto the bat. We have the ball on the bat with the spike. Go back on field. Adrian, I'll get you to stick with your original decision of out.
Well, big moment for Barry McCarthy. His first test scalp. Big moment for Ireland. Hashmatullah Shahidi strangled down the leg side, gone for 20. Afghanistan 66 for 3. Well, big moment. Day one, and the debutant, Ramanullah Gurbaz, a wonderfully gifted young man, strolls to the crease. Test match debut, proud moment for a player that has excelled in T20 and ODI format, regarded as one of the brightest sparks to come out of Afghanistan in the last 2 to 3 years. Very good first-class career. Saw him score an ODI 100 on debut just across the way, the Zayed Stadium, not so long ago. And this is Barry McCarthy, Lenny. Proud moment for Barry and all his family.
Yeah, huge moment for Barry McCarthy. 70 first-class wickets, mainly up in the northeast of England at Durham, but that one will be sweeter than any of them.
It's amazing. You bowl so well, beat the bat time and time, and then you get one caught down leg side. Success for McCarthy, success for Ireland. 66 for 3.
Yeah, magical moment, really special for Barry McCarthy. He's waited a long time, as is Craig Young. Extraordinary to think the two guys who played 90 and 103 times for Ireland have had to wait that long for their first chance at Test match cricket, but he's got a wicket next to his name. And now the excitement is all about seeing how Ramanullah Gurbaz can transition to this format. What a talent, a precocious talent he is.
Well, interesting scorecard. Ibrahim has looked very good, 38 for 57. Everyone else has struggled really. Even Hashmatullah, 20 from 44, never really looked settled at the crease, got a life, and then was slightly unlucky to be caught down leg side. Here we go, McBride. No real pace or bounce out of the surface for the finger spinner. Watchful so far, Ibrahim against off spin. Not overly aggressive. Ireland have a good opportunity here, a really good opportunity to get a couple more here before lunch. Just wonder, will Andrew Balbirnie be thinking market there? Just for a little 2-over burst here before lunch against Gurbaz, with the ball maybe still shaping a little bit.
Yeah, from McBride's end, where Adair's bowled all of his overs from, that's where I'd suggest. Ireland's fielding, with the exception of that drop from Balbirnie's been very crisp, very fluent. We said 3 might be honours even in the first session. If Ireland could get a 4th here, haven't spent a huge amount of time during their nascent Test cricket days ahead of the game. In fact, they spent most of the time behind the game. They've lost every Test match they've ever played. Maybe a chance just to go in winning a session here.
Again, a little bit of turn and bounce, so Bit of joy here for Andrew McBride, who will just twirl away to his heart's content. Uncomplicated finger spinner. Wouldn't be surprised if he has a little look around the wicket here. Got a leg slip and a short leg in play, just to try and bring that LBW into play as well. Gurbaz on debut. 15 minutes before lunch. Stroke maker, powerful hitter, aggressive batter. What's going through this young man's mind? Debutant. How brave will he be? Mid on, mid off, inside the ring. Will be tempting for this youngster to be aggressive here and get on the front foot early.
If you look at his natural game in the white ball formats, very good strike rates. Here's the moment, what a man to present it to you, Jonathan Trott, with all of his test cricket pedigree, as Brian Murgatroyd said earlier. Number 32 on the cap, the 32nd player to play this format for Afghanistan.
Low hands, very low hands, good over from McBride. 23 done, 67 for 3. .67 for 3, day 1. Etisalat Cup. Wonderful to be here in Abu Dhabi. McCarthy to continue, he's been impressive. Well, Ibrahim, as always, just showing the full face of that blade, showing the maker's name. Plays with an extremely straight bat. Gurbaz likes pace on the ball. Think of T20 cricket, the power play, smashing bowlers all over, flaying through and over the offside. Very good puller of the ball, Ramanullah Gurbaz. If you're Barry McCarthy now, you'd be pitching up, looking to swing, tempting a drive, play on any kind of nerves that might be on that young man's shoulders. Yeah, there is nerves there. There will be, there has to be. Doesn't matter how much success you've had in limited overs and T20 cricket, this is a whole new ball game now. Test match debut, your side in a little bit of trouble, Lenny. Just got to make sure you're playing on that forward defence. This ball's 5th stump, 6th stump, no need to play, that's just nerves.
And for McCarthy, still just finding some shape, not a huge amount. But he's played a long, long way away from his body. There's only really one good result there for Gurbaz, that's missing the ball. Any contact, it brings first, second, third slip into play and the gully. Good captaincy from Balbirnie thus far this morning. He's been on the attack.
Better from Gurbaz. His alignment was a lot better there. Barry McCarthy, who's bowled, instead of right from the outset this morning, bowled quite wide of the crease, angled the ball in and has shaped the ball away. If he can just drag Ramanullah Gurbaz across his stumps, and that's been adjudged a no ball. Barry McCarthy overstepping. McCarthy be looking to drag Gurbaz across his stumps here, then maybe get the ball slightly straighter for an LB. That's his plan. Gets it slightly wrong, and Gurbaz is up and running in Test cricket.
There's a ripple of applause, predominantly from the teammates. Just take a deep breath, a few nerves are gone. Amazing the conversion rate that Afghanistan have managed to do, bringing these young players through. It's the no-ball decision decided now by the technology, and spot on the money. You look at these two at the crease, both part of that Afghan under-19 side from the 2018 under-19 World Cup. Both opened the batting together down in New Zealand. Lost in a semi-final to Australia there. Played a lot of cricket together, these two men. And that that conversion rate they have coming through, that semi-final I'm referring to, Niall, 10 of the 11 have gone on to international honours. Just wonder why it is that Afghanistan have such a good record at getting those through from the 19s almost very quickly to international cricket, whereas Ireland maybe less so in recent times.
Yeah, Ireland less so in recent times. But I did see a stat, and you were obviously working on the 19s World Cup, that the conversion rate for Ireland cricketers that have played the under-19 World Cup to get international honours is as good as anyone. I think it's 39% of the players. So from an Ireland point of view, these young players that you watched down in South Africa, the Ruben Wilsons of this world, nice and McCarthy, the progression is there. I think the meteoric rise for Afghanistan cricket and the backing to give young players an opportunity. They've got a fearless nature about how they go about their cricket. And they've got the people like Rashid Khan and Mohammad Nabi, senior figures. When you've got such stellar players, like I said, Nabi, Rashid Khan, Mujib, you can actually blood young players because you've got such a core of match winners. Whereas probably Ireland, for example, maybe in the last 5 to 6 years, haven't had as many match winners. Went through a period when Ireland were dominating under Trent Johnson and William Porterfield. There has been a bit of a transition. Again, wide in the crease. Barry McCarthy bowls it, fields it, overdone. 72 for 3.
I think it's a good point you make about that way in which Afghanistan excels at getting those youngsters through. What also fascinates me is how they tend to come through in crops. Even for Ireland, the last really good crop, probably that team from 2018, Harry Tector, Josh Little, Lorcan Tucker, all at the same time. For Afghanistan, that same edition, not just Gurbaz and Zadran, but also Azmatullah Ormatai and Naveen ul Haq. You mentioned Mujibur Rahman. He was part of that under-19s from 2018 too. The conversion rate really strong for Afghanistan, and the amount of cricket they played too. Their 300th international today, remember. You must have huge memories of your playing time with them when the two sides really excelled and dominated the associate game for what, a 6-7 year period?
Yeah, I spoke this morning to Brian Murgatroyd about 2009 is my first real memory in playing against them in Johannesburg, and then we had an I-Cup final in Sri Lanka when Afghanistan beat Ireland. We had a wonderful I-Cup final in Dubai a few years after that. John Mooney took 10 wickets, I'll never forget it. 2 5-wicket hauls for John Mooney. But there's a real battle between Ireland and Afghanistan. There's a healthy respect, but there is a fierce rivalry. Two sides that see themselves a similar path in the international game. Chopped away, there is protection in the deep. I think with the Ireland team, Lenny, as well, under Phil Simmons, who did a fine job for Ireland, he had such a strong 12 to 13 players that it was very difficult to break in. Phil Simmons basically had to pick the same team for the whole, whatever format he played, because he had trust and faith. So maybe players didn't get an opportunity, but it's good to see the academy and Ireland playing some more cricket, getting more overseas tours. That's really, really important, that some of the next generation, like Tim Tector, and the talented players that are coming through, because there is an abundance of talent, but they need exposure. They're getting that more and more now. When you look at Afghanistan, you got to speak to our fellow commentator Devender, who spends a lot of time in Kabul, Spagiza League. I watch it on the internet, I watch it on the TV. It's a fine standard, and there's a plethora of spin bowlers, pace bowlers, and hard-hitting batsmen coming through the game. So I think for Afghanistan, just keep doing what you're doing, because it's going really well. Ibrahim just pulling away, watchful here against McBride. It's tidy from McBride, but negotiated safely. 74 for 3.
Five or 6 minutes to the drinks break, and I think for for the lunch break, second break in play, and I think for Andrew Balbirnie, he'll have a real call to make here. Does he just find one more over from Adair to try and almost take a risk to get a fourth. McBrien's bowled tidily. The change you're just mentioning as to whether or not we see a dare for one more, it's instead going to be a first bowl in Test match cricket for Theo van Workum. 3 debutants, all 3 primarily bowlers, both Van Workum and McCarthy certainly able with the bat as well. And now, what a moment for the left-arm spinner. He's made a new journey for his family up to the north of Ireland from his native New Zealand where he was born, and probably a big call, wasn't it? George Dockrell or Van Workum. They've gone with maybe the more specialist spinner, Ireland.
Yeah, I think it's the right call. On the surface here, it's very dry. Ground staff haven't put any water on this pitch for 4 days, so you would think you need your main asset to be spin bowling and back your batters to get the runs. This is a big moment here. A little bit of turn again, short, punched away beautifully off the back foot. What a classy stroke. The footwork was so crisp and precise. Turned a bad ball into a really bad ball. Lovely boundary.
Look at his poise, look at his balance. Very much starting to threaten Ibrahim Zadran of becoming an all-format specialist, all 3 formats.
Slow, really slow. That is very, very up and over the front foot. Less than 50 mile an hour. That is tempting. Not a bad start. First ball was put away nice, but since then that's been good. 46 mile an hour that ball. So if you want to be aggressive as a bat and get down the surface, there's ample time to do so.
Good stop. He's very, very slow through the air. This is where Zadran likes to score. He's very, very strong through that area. We've already seen him penetrate. Look at that, over 60% of the runs between point and long off. That's a strong zone for him. Ireland will have done their homework. They'll be well aware of that. I'm not quite sure whether the field's given the protection that it needs. I'd like to see extra a bit straighter.
Well, 2 slips in play. His turn. Yeah, Ibrahim reminds me very much of Ramad Shah. Technically sound, plays with a really straight blade. But as I mentioned earlier, probably most impressive is the composure. Push through. That is a poor delivery. Faster, fired into the surface. It was short, it was down leg side. Pumped away for second boundary off the over. 82 for 3. Ibrahim sitting on 49. Debutant Gurbaz has looked good so far. 4 not out. 82 for 3. Afghanistan. Okay. Most likely going to be the last over before the lunch break here on day 1 in Abu Dhabi. This is a poor ball. Hit me ball. Not going to miss out.
I think for me, given what we've seen over the course of the first 2 hours here, Niall, probably would have been a strong case for Balbirnie to go for this final over before lunch with Seam. Seam has looked much more threatening. McBrien has bowled with good control, as he always does. But no real threat. And with these two, they'll just be happy to get to lunch, particularly Ramanullah Gurbaz on his Test match debut. He'll be very content with 3 more dots. Maybe Seam could have given Ireland the chance of a 4th.
Footwork again, spot on from Gurbaz. As most wicketkeepers, you'll see them be nimble, rock forward and then get back in your crease. Very important when playing spin bowling that you're getting across your stumps, but also using the depth. That's lovely. Cover point is back on the boundary. Gurbaz knows exactly where the field is set. 49 not out. Ibrahim Zadran, ultra impressive. Lovely, lovely moment for Ibrahim Zadran. Moves to another Test match half century. 450, 7 tests, he's got 100, and that's as fast as 50. Power to add.
Well, he's a class act, isn't he? He really is. I think Afghanistan fans are well aware of what they've discovered here in the shape of the 22-year-old. He's had a rocketing start to his ODI career in particular, averaging nearly 50. With this innings now, he takes his test match average past 40. They are excellent numbers at the top of the order, and it's come at a good rhythm to 9 boundaries, all fours.
End of the 27th and lunch, says the umpires. Ibrahim will enjoy his lunch on 52 not out. Gurbaz, the debutant, goes to lunch with 5 to his credit. Afghanistan, they won the toss here this morning in Abu Dhabi at Tolerance Oval. Hashmatullah Shahidi had absolutely no hesitation. We will bat first under some glorious sunshine. Lost too early. Markader sensational with the new ball, swung it and seamed it. Ramat Shah, the big fish to go for a duck, but Afghanistan have fought back well and just about edging that first session. 86 for 3, Andrew Leonard.
It might be, for me, a little closer to honours even. I think Ireland will be pretty satisfied with the 3 wickets that they've picked up. Adair was exceptional, but McCarthy, I thought, bowled very nicely too. Maybe slightly ironic, the sole wicket, his maiden test wicket, was with one of his rare loose deliveries. 5 bowlers used, just the 1 over for Van Workum, but all 3 debutants have got into the game. Definitely a strategy from Andrew Balbirnie, Ireland's captain.
Yes, well, the highlights, Markader safely pouched by Andrew Balbirnie, who positioned himself being what a ball. Ramat Shah, who is such a good player, cleaned up with the innie. Ireland deployed and tugged away and had some decent opportunities past the bat numerous times, but as the sun started to take shape and the batters got accustomed to conditions, batting became a lot easier. Hashmatullah Shahidi found a little bit of fluency. Left-hand captain driving nicely. It was all about the talented Ibrahim, who's looked very accustomed to conditions in the middle. McBride with a bit of spin. McCarthy thought he had his man. That was a big miss from Andrew Balbirnie, who dived away and groping to his left. Didn't pay though. Hashmatullah caught down leg side and a wicket for the debutant McCarthy, who loved life. Ibrahim, as we've mentioned all morning, has looked extremely gifted, elegant. Test match cricket, so far so good, says this young batter, moves to his 4th 50 in the Test arena. So 27 overs have been bowled. Ireland picking up 3. Afghanistan, after winning the toss, mustering 86 runs, a good rate, 3.19. Well, players and commentators and fans alike are going to have their lunch and have a well-earned rest in some beautiful sunshine here at Tolerance Oval in Abu Dhabi. We make sure you join us in about 35 minutes' time for the 2nd session.
Pakistan. Only you did that match, I think.
I did. Centurion Park. Super Park.
Great fun.
Enjoy it.
I was in the hostel.
Brilliant. Was it? Playing for talking to the pilot. Welcome back to the Tolerance Oval in Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi Cricket and Sports Hub, as we're about to get underway with a second session on day one of this historic test match, Afghanistan versus Ireland. The 300th international for Afghanistan. And before we go any further, we just want to take you on a little journey to Banyan in Afghanistan. Beautiful spot, Bamyan. Everyone talks about it. So when you mention Afghanistan, they say you've got to go there. It looks absolutely magnificent. As we look at the card so far, what a fascinating couple of hours. First up in this test match, 86 for 3. Ibrahim is not out on 52. He's played really nicely. 72 balls only. And that 72 ball 50 is the fastest by an Afghanistan opening batsman in test matches. So it's really good. He played some lovely shots through the offside, very strong in that region. He got tested with a couple of short deliveries, but his timing was really good. I thought that was probably the shot of the innings, actually. The punch off the back foot for 4 in front of square. Spinners were introduced. The seamers bowled nicely right at the top for 45 minutes. And bowled a very tidy line of length, so he had to be patient initially. And the spinners didn't trouble too much, but a really good performance by Ibrahim so far. As we look at the bowlers, Dare outstanding, 2 for 16 off his 7. And McCarthy also deserved that 1 wicket, so 1 for 16 for him as well. And spin has been introduced. But we're back live now. Wade, the score is 86 for 3 after 27 overs. And it's been a fine knock. 9 fours in that 52 not out, so he can be well pleased. At one stage, Ireland were very much on top when they had a couple of wickets down with just 11 on the board. Gobaz on debut, 5 not out at this stage. So he'll be looking to step on. We know that he can really play aggressively when he wants to. And Young is going to be starting proceedings as well. Craig Young, who did a pretty tidy job beforehand. There's a look at his numbers. Number 23. Wilcombe, 1 over, none for 8. And McBride, 7, none for 22. But Adair and McCarthy were the 2 guys at the top who started. And Adair was the one who benefited the greatest. Here we go. First ball after the break. Oh, that's a lovely ball straight away. Perfect line. Devender's alongside me. Devender Kumar, welcome.
Thank you, and welcome to everyone who's tuning into this broadcast. Excellent delivery to kick off this session here. Ibrahim, normally very good this time round, beaten on the inner part of the bat. Excellent delivery. First up on the spot, not far away from the stumps.
Interesting enough, going past that inside edge as well and just past the outside edge of the off stump. So perfect delivery first up. There's a bustling bowler. There's a half shout. Adrian Holdstock, the umpire, unmoved.
Seems there was inside edge, 2 sounds. Ibrahim batted superbly in the morning session. getting through tough conditions, applying his mind to great effect, and then making sure that he was involved in a good partnership with Hashmatullah Shahidi. 3 good deliveries, it's deflecting off the bat.
I think the noise was actually 2 pads rather than an inside edge. A bit of moving away and hitting those 2 pads. I wonder how adjacent that was actually. Straight after the break, I reckon that was worth a huge shout. They do have the opportunity to review. I'm not sure if height comes into the picture.
I think it was about the inside edge. That's what they thought. The bowler signaled the same. That would have gone on to hit the stumps. Well. The reaction from the bowler was something different.
It wasn't the right delivery. We'll have to come back and have a look at the LBW shout in a sec. But it certainly was, I think, worth a further examination.
Well, the bowler thought that there was an inside edge, so there was no further discussion. 2 sounds, 2 pads.
Oh, it's a lovely line. Really nice line.
Terrific bowling. A probing line to the right-hand batsman, starting right after the break. And this has been good over so far. Continuing to test the technique of the batsman. Was beaten on the inner edge and this time around off the outside edge. There is still something on offer for the fast bowlers when they land in the right areas.
Wide of the crease that time. What a top over after the break. 86 for 3. Well, Ibrahim would have been, I guess, very pleased the way that he worked the first 2 hours this morning. He would have been feeling really comfortable. Of course, that strike rate also is tidy. 72 balls for his 50. But after that first over, he'll be thinking, well, hang on a sec, I've got to get stuck in here because these boys are not giving up. Ireland seamers coming out after the break and bang on target straight away. One very good delivery, which should have been looked at closer, I think. Markader, 2 for 16, back in the lineup now. Had a very good and lengthy opening spell of 7 overs.
Well, excellent conditions early on. Cool breeze blowing across the ground. That's suiting the needs of the bowlers as well, fast bowlers.
It's brilliantly fielded, that. Let's have a look at that LBW shout. Now, this will give us an indication straight away of the height, because it's a nice angle to look at it. And down the line, you'll see that it just moved a little bit and was hitting hard on that leg stump. So had that been, it was given not out by the umpire. Had that been reviewed, it would have been given out. That would have been a terrific start after the break. Gone. Had a go at that. Gurbaz doesn't like sitting around too much. He likes to play his shots. He got a tickle and well caught. Adair's now got his 3rd.
That wasn't a great possible delivery to get the wicket there. Right after the break, Gurbaz on his debut. A poor delivery, but he aced it. A poor shot from Gurbaz. He's disappointed with that. Celebration time for England, rather Ireland. Look at that once again. Too far outside the obstacle, moving further away, just throwing his bat at it and Good catch taken. It was dipping.
He was annoyed with himself, Gabaz, when he had to turn around and get back that change room because they were fairly missed out an opportunity of getting a boundary rather than nicking that through. Goes for 5, 86 for 4. Halfway through the 29th over. Nasir Jamal in at number 6. Adair's got 3 for 16 now, so straight back into the attack, and he picks up a wicket, so good work from him. Again, he's getting some movement. He's got the wind at his back. Let's look at the works for Jamal. 30 years of age, average just over the 30 mark. Best of 55 not out. Oh, that's beautifully bowled too. Beautifully bowled, coming back. Good thinking from Adair.
Magnificent delivery from Mark Adair. It's cutting off the seam. He's leaving it on the bounce and was successful in getting that one through. That was a great delivery.
That plan was ideal. Another look at the dismissal. Was wide enough to have a go at. I was surprised personally, didn't put it away for a boundary. Just a healthy neck on debut. Again, choosing to bowl that delivery into the batsman.
Well, he spent considerable amount of time. There was clear spike, under-edging that. Too far outside the opposite stump, looking for opportunity to get runs, get that feeling early on. Gurbaz.
Well, that wicket off the break means that Ireland can continue attacking. 3 slips and a fairly fine gully. Again, he's opting to swing the ball in 3 in a row, actually, upon his arrival at the crease. Well, he's done pretty nicely, I think. I'm sure the umpires will want a second look.
Excellent piece of fielding on the boundary. Craig Young, the fast bowler, with the diving effort. He did well to just get rid of the ball before he comes in contact with the fence there on the boundary. Brilliant effort from the fieldsman on the boundary.
So 89 for 4. So good work on the boundary, just 3 runs in the end. Young again. Good channel. He's found a nice area to bowl into now, Young. Good work, Craig. Young is a good trier. Got a good frame about him. Broad-shouldered, strong. He'll keep going all day. He's into a bit of a strong breeze too.
And the amount of experience that he has playing the county cricket coming to good effect. The discipline just shape away from the batsman. He's leaving it on the length at the moment, Nasir Jamal. He's a fluent stroke maker, Nasir Jamal. Spent a lot of time playing in England as well, league cricket. He's known for playing plenty of shots early on in the innings, and once he settles down, especially against spin, he's a brilliant batsman. Just drifting down the leg side. Excellent start in the bowling department from the both bowlers, from the both ends. After the break, they've been successful in getting the wicket as well. Young searching for that magic delivery that was going high.
Six balls now for Jamal. He hasn't got off the mark yet, so that mind will be working overtime a little bit.
The last time he played in Abu Dhabi, got a half century against Zimbabwe at the 28th Cricket Stadium, not far away from this ground. Someone who's good at leaving the deliveries early on, is a good stroke player against the spin bowlers, fast bowlers as well. Was beaten of the very first delivery, the ball that came back into the right-hand batsman. Since then he's been quite watchful. He's leaving the ball on purpose.
Got him. That's a beauty. That is a really good delivery. Didn't move away this time, just went straight through the batsman, and they've picked up another one. That's the fifth.
Consistent in line and length. He's been maintaining this for quite some time. That was a rocket delivery. Hitting the timber. His discipline has been rewarded. Just coming back into the right-hand batsman. A gap was created between bat and pad. And he's delighted. Ireland back in the game big time. After the lunch break, wickets falling for Afghanistan. 89 for 5.
Well, they've got themselves in a bit of a spot here. 89 on the board, 5 wickets down, inside 30 overs. Karim Janat is in the middle now. I've seen him play quite a bit, actually, in the white ball games. He's a naturally aggressive cricketer. He's going to have to change his game a little bit now. He needs to stick around and get some runs with Ibrahim. Again, opting to go for the one that comes back in towards the batsman first up.
Finding that gap appropriately on that occasion. Little bit of movement off the surface back into the right-hand batsman. And he's jubilant. So is the team Ireland.
89 for 5.
Tennis ball bounce first up.
Oh, there's so much work now to be done by Afghanistan, and Ibrahim is the man that's got to steer this ship. He's played beautifully. Now look at that, the dismissal of Jamal. Just came back and smacked hard on the top of that middle stump. Finds a nice little gap. Not the first time we've seen that. That's going to hurt a little bit.
Ibrahim seeking medical attention. He's the main man playing across formats. He's captain of the limited overs cricket as well. In the absence of Rashid Khan, 52 of 80, holding firm for Afghanistan from one end, but he needs support. Karim Janat, who spent a lot of time playing domestic cricket in red ball cricket as well. 4-day Ahmed Shah Abdali. First class cricket.
Yeah, this is a nasty rap on the glove. Cricket ball's quite hard. Finger's quite hard. There's a bit of padding in between, but that doesn't give between the glove gives a little bit, but obviously it's the hand, the finger that wraps hard against the bat handle, which causes the damage. So Ibrahim's just getting some running repairs. Straight away we saw some reaction from him as he was hit. Let's hope he's going to be okay, because they certainly need him to continue for some time.
He's a very, very important player for Afghanistan across formats, opening the batting.
Look, the wickets that have gone down. That was a good catch taken in the slips cordon. Nice ball that went away. This is a beauty. Came back beautifully. Nice work. That's a terrific delivery from Adair. A little bit unlucky down the leg side, but they will take it to Ireland. Bottom edge, Gabaz on debut. And the last was a fine delivery from Young. 3 for 16 for Adair, and Young in action at the moment as the other one who's picked up a wicket, so good work from these two who've operated after the break.
Afghanistan coming into this test match with the expectation of repairing the work that they've been doing in last few test matches, particularly the way they played against Sri Lanka, but that habit is still hard to get rid of.
They've had that problem of first innings batting, so something that's dogged them for a while. It would have been, I'm sure, discussing that a little bit to make sure they win the toss and look to bat first. Both teams, by the way, wanted to bat first on this surface. You win the toss and bat first here, you've got to bat really well, and Afghanistan were doing that for the first 25 minutes, and it suddenly went south after that. Lost a couple of wickets with 11 on the board, and now they've lost 2 wickets since the lunch break.
This is the last recognized pair at the crease. Once again testing with the bouncer. Was hit on the glove. This time around just not quite controlling it, hitting the splice of the bat. Persistence in hitting those areas.
Feature of the bowling has been the line and the movement the seamers have been getting. Every now and then there's a little bit of extra bounce. There's no extreme pace on off at the moment, but if you're bowling good line and good length and getting a little bit of movement away, and you're somewhere around 130 k's per hour, you're going to be still doing a tidy job.
Well, the Irish bowlers have spent a lot of time in the conditioning camp in Spain. Before that, the experience of playing in county cricket coming handy. Similar kind of conditions. Just coming back into the right-hand batsman. Good delivery to finish the over. 31 gone, 90 for 5 Afghanistan.
There's 2 wickets going down with 11 on the board, then a pretty good stand to take it to 66 before the third, and then 2 going down for just the addition of 3 runs since the lunch break. They were sitting reasonably comfortable, I think, at the lunch break. Wanting to play nice for the next 2 hours, not to be. Nice movement down the leg side, and that's another one. So that's the second time we've seen a batsman caught down the leg side. Off the blade straight away. There's no chatting to his mate at all, so he's starting to trudge back towards that change room, and they've now lost 6.
Well, after getting hit on the finger, there was clear plan from the bowlers to attack the body of the batsman or the handle, and eventually successful. Getting the batsman out, caught down the leg side. Drifting down the leg side. And it came off the face of the bat. Simple catch taken, a soft dismissal.
It's a good catch by Tucker in the end. Had to go a little while, but he is the main scorer. Ibrahim Zadran, 53 off 83, and Afghanistan 90 for 6. Well, it's not a good story. Through it's going down for the addition of just 4 runs since the lunch break means that number 8, Zia Al-Rahman. Al-Rahman is someone who has to get stuck in here because 2 guys arriving at the crease on naught at this stage. Karim Janat has not got off the mark, faced 3 deliveries. Janat is going to have to curb his natural aggressive instincts as well for a bit. Zia Rahman has got to make sure they somehow get a stand together here. As we look at his first class career, 26 years of age, 30 games.
From the face of the bat, good catch completed eventually by the wicketkeeper. Capable batsman, couple of half centuries in first class cricket for Zia Rahman as well. Karim Jannat has been playing first class cricket for quite some time. And he's been scoring heavily in domestic cricket as well. But they find themselves in a precarious situation at the moment, Afghanistan. This is not for the first time. We saw in the test match against Sri Lanka as well, losing wickets in a heap. Mike, what could be the reason? Is that lack of clarity? Is that lack of application? Clarity about the game plan? Or is that about thinking too much about the opposition bowling attack? Because they face the same bowlers in white ball format quite well. Even in red ball, when they get set, they get big scores as well. But batting collapses.
I will say today, I think it's largely to do with the good quality work from Ireland. I mean, they've been, I think, pretty persistent today. Oh, that's pretty Jason as well. Not out, says umpire Adrian Holdstock. I'm not sure there was any connection with the willow. They don't look... Yes. No, they're not interested in sending that upstairs.
Young continuing to produce good deliveries here, applying pressure on Afghan batters. 6 wickets down for 90. There was discussion about whether to go for the review or not. Once again, on the leg stump, around the leg stump.
Yeah, I wonder how adjacent that was. Wide of the crease that time with the last ball of the over. That's the end of the over. 32 gone, 90 for 6. So wickets tumbling since the lunch break. Adair to continue. 3 for 17 his return. It's been good. Bit of extra bounce that time, and he found a gap between that third slip and the gully, and it's got that away for a boundary.
First boundary after lunch break, coming from the blade of Karim Jannat. Short and width given outside the off stump, just riding the bounce and hitting the gap. He's been pitching up at this time around, just dropping it short, riding the bounce, not quite in control of the stroke, hit it into the gap.
Nice movement again. Certainly have been really good with the way they've worked that out, the away swingers and the occasional one that just slants in and sometimes swings in considerably. Let's look at that OBW shot down the line. Again, that would have been out. Had it been reviewed, it was given not out by Adrian Holdstock, but had it been reviewed, that's two they've missed. Ireland got some work to do on their reviews.
Great bowling, attacking the stumps, getting the ball to move both ways. Tough examination for lower order batters for Afghanistan. Losing 2 early wickets, then partnership between Hashmat and Ibrahim, giving some stability to the innings. Before the lunch break, they were in a comfortable position. After the break, key batters getting out right after the lunch break.
Oh, that's nicely directed. Good short delivery.
Some thought for the coach as well. This has been good bowling session for Ireland so far. Changing the length as well. It's dropping it short. Nasty bouncer, somehow managed to keep his bat out of the way.
I was actually near Jonathan Trott and the team when they were having a bit of a chat before the start of play today. And the whole thing that Jonathan Trott was talking about, that one is worn, was that if you get an opportunity, make sure you grab it. He was saying as a team in the field, if you pick up a wicket before the toss, you pick up a wicket, make sure you get another one straight away if an opportunity arises. If there's a catch there to be taken, make sure you grab it. And knowing the way that Jonathan Trott thinks and thought as a batsman, he would have been saying to a couple of guys that if you get in, you make sure you go big. He would have been disappointed that Ibrahim has gone for 53 and disappointed that they didn't get stuck in after that lunch break. It's nicely played by Janet. 94 for 6. Too much batting to come, and that gives Ireland an opportunity to pick up wickets regularly in this situation. It's the guys at the top of the order that get the runs, and Ireland will be very pleased, I'm sure, with the way things have turned out at this stage.
Well, the fast bowler is making big impression on the opening day of the test match, one of the test match between Afghanistan and visitors Ireland. They thought the conditions would be slightly different, playing on the new venue here at the Tolerance Oval. Fantastic pitch for the test match cricket.
I think that's sliding a little bit leg side. Still managed to scramble through for a couple of runs, so they need to take whatever runs they can get at the moment, Afghanistan.
They've been methodical. The Irish bowlers, that was certainly going down the leg side. They bowled to a particular plan and executed it to perfection. in conditions where there was help throughout the play for the fast bowlers.
He's been good, Young. Just want to show you a little bit of a setup here to Jamal. Look at this in the 30th over. Just moving the ball away a little bit. The line is good. The length is tidy, a little bit short of that time. And then there's one that comes in a fraction. Really nicely bowled. The setup was outstanding. Persisting with that line just outside off stump. Let's have a look at this. Perfect. Movement away, batsman's thinking, he's worried a little bit about that. And then watch this last one. Just a beautiful delivery. Spot on. Really good stuff from Young. Good thinking.
The series of outswingers with slight adjustment in length, they kept leaving the deliveries on the length. And it's been a brilliant day, fantastic day for Irish supporters here, watching their team making impression on the opening day. The bowlers have been absolutely fantastic.
Gee, they're going to be happy at the moment, that's for sure. It was a reasonably even session after the first couple of hours today. Since then, Ireland have grabbed this test match by the scruff of the neck. 34 overs gone, 96 for 6. Good work from Adair, 10 overs, 3 for 21. Also Young, 2 for 23. McCarthy did a fine job too. He's picked up the other wicket to go down. Starting again with that nice line. Adair. As I said, he bowled 7 overs in that first spell. He's got the big breaths going at the moment. As Brian Murgatroyd slips into position. G'day, Brian.
Hello, Hazy. Hello, everyone. What a start this has been for Ireland after lunch. Fantastic. Pulled away, and that'll be 4. That brings up the 100. Good stuff from Karim Janat. Throwing a punch back in the other direction. No problem with this from Mark Adair. Just testing the middle of the pitch, keeping the batter honest. And Jeanette equal to the task. Well, the scoring rate has been pretty decent so far for Afghanistan. The issue is the wickets column. Karim Janat, younger brother of Asghar Afghan, made his only previous test appearance prior to this tour against Bangladesh in Mirpur in June of last year. That was the test that Bangladesh won by the small matter of 546 runs. Tino Mawoyo alongside me after lunch. Good afternoon, Tino, and what a start for Ireland.
Good afternoon, Murgus. Outstanding start for them. They've really been in the areas and asking the right questions since the lunch break. And I think they must have just gone away and had a discussion amongst themselves, technical team, and just reminded each other that there's still something in the surface. It's about getting the ball in the right place.
Well, that's the thing that struck me about the way things have proceeded, that there has continued to be assistance for the bowlers. 35 overs gone, 101 for 6. Well, all was rosy in the garden for Afghanistan at 66 for 2. Ibrahim Zadran and Hashmatullah Shahidi were going nicely. Since then, the wheels have fallen off to some extent. A few serious faces there in the Afghanistan dugout.
Yeah, it was the departure of Hashmatullah that started causing the problems. Nice partnership between him and Ibrahim. And 86 for 3. At the lunch break, I think Afghanistan would have thought we're not in too much of a bother here. It's been this man and Mark Adair since the break that have just set Afghanistan back again. They'll be thinking to themselves, another couple of wickets here, and we can really roll Afghanistan for a small total. That hasn't done too much. Probably just slightly straightened off the pitch, but it's just played down the wrong line.
Yes, at the moment, Ireland will be thinking it was a pretty good toss to lose. That's our commentary position here at Tolerance Oval, the 122nd venue to stage a men's test match. Well, yes, no, and a throw at the stumps from cover. In the end, all's well that ends well for Afghanistan.
Well, the last thing you want in this situation is a run out. It's a good thing that Karim Janat didn't watch the ball and he was watching his partner, because then he realized that he was coming down. He was able to raise the bat and make sure that he caught his attention to tell him no.
Clip the stumps at the non-striker's end, which has taken a little bit of pace off it. Means the ball hasn't gone all the way to the boundary. PJ Moore fields just a couple.
It's nice, isn't it? Just presented the full face of the bat. Slightly overpitched, and we've seen that today on a few occasions from the Irish bowlers, but on this surface and the assistance that we've seen, I'm happier to see them erring on the fuller side.
Janat happy to drive. Not all that convincing, a little bit away from his body. Hence the reaction from Craig Young there. End of the over, 105 for 6.
Tolerance Oval. Beautiful venue, lovely setting. Quite open, no big stands, so nice breeze also that just goes across the stadium.
In the background, you can see the Zayed Cricket Stadium, where this test match was originally due to take place. The venue became unavailable a little earlier this month, and thankfully everyone got their heads together and came up with playing here at the Tolerance Oval. Zia-ur-Rahman, he's also playing a long way away from his body there. He's got 2 and he's got off the mark.
He's not the only one in the Afghanistan lineup who's shown signs of limited foot movement. You can see where that front foot, in fact, his feet haven't moved from the time the ball was delivered. You'd want to at least try and get that foot going some way towards the line of the ball. The front foot if it's pitched up, or the back foot if it's shorter in length. He's got himself 2 runs and off the mark, so it's worked on that occasion.
Edged just over the top of slip. It's gone for 4. More cement shoes there from Zia-ur-Rahman. Fencing at the ball again away from his body, and McBride couldn't pull that one in.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just brushed the hand. It's gone very quickly. He has reacted, but not quickly enough. Probably just needed a couple more inches to be able to get to that ball, but that's well bowled, perfect length. Yeah, it's just gone over, hasn't it? Probably needed to get in the air split second earlier.
The message has to be there. Just stay there, Markaday, because we've seen Zia-ur-Rahman very limited in terms of his foot movement. So if you can stay around that line of off stump or just outside, there's every chance you'll get some joy.
Yeah, I think Markaday heard that message loud and clear from the morning. He's been outstanding with the areas that he's bowled. Just kept the ball up. Like that.
Gone. Another catch for Balbirnie. Well, you have to say that was coming, wasn't it? Just keep the ball there. The edge is found. The captain pouches the chance, and Afghanistan are 7 down.
Wonderful bowling. Pitched it up, just got it to swing away enough. Comfortable catch, nice height for Balbirnie in the slips. He gets his 4th. Markaday. And Afghanistan sink further into trouble. He goes for 6, Zia-ur-Rahman. 111 for 7 now.
New batter in at number 9, Naveed Zadran, the fast bowler. He made his test debut against Sri Lanka earlier this month. And it's test best figures for Mark Adair. His previous best was 3 for 32 on debut against England at Lord's in 2019. And here's his 4th of the day.
Balboni's got safe hands in that slip area. Nice height. And with what had been preceding this in terms of balls and shots played, they would have been expecting anything at any moment in that slip cordon.
End of the over, a successful one for Mark Adair. Afghanistan 111 for 7. Five catches behind the wicket speak to the fact that the ball has moved a little bit off the seam and in the air, but there's also been a few questionable shots.
I think you need to make mention of a couple of really good catches down the leg side by Lorcan Tucker. Such a hard trier, this man. He will give you 120% always. Into his 11th over. 2 for 27 at the moment with 5 maidens. He'll be looking to get a couple more here.
It's gone away and it'll go away for 4. Just getting a bit greedy there, Craig Young, in terms of his line. Seeing the ball moving away from the right-hander and just starting that one a little bit too leg side, and as is so often the case, if you do that, often the ball won't swing or move from that line, and that's what happened on that occasion.
Yeah, we saw him do this before the lunch break as well. Bowled some really nice overs in the spell, and then after a quiet period just got a bit greedy, moved away from the areas where he was successful. Not to sound like a broken record, but these conditions have shown that if you're one of the quicker bowlers, you've just got to get the ball in a good area. More than enough happening out there. You don't even have to try. Still some swing after lunch. We've seen the bounce that was there early this morning is still there. And there's sideways movement off the seam as well.
That said, Tino, you wouldn't call this a minefield by any stretch of the imagination, would you? It's been a pretty decent surface. The batters, when the ball has been there, have been able to play their shots.
Indeed. I think if you look at a couple of the dismissals, the lack of foot movement that we've spoken about from the Afghanistan batsmen has got them into trouble. But other than that, it's what you expect on day one of a test match. Slight bit of moisture, bit of grass to try and keep that moisture in there for as long as possible throughout the 5 days. Hashmatullah Shahidi would have known when he elected to bat first today that there will be something in there, but nothing that they shouldn't be able to deal with. Just a reminder that it is the only test in the Etisalat Afghanistan versus Ireland Cup. 3 one-day international matches and 3 T20s, of course, to follow. Those matches will be in Sharjah. One 5 for 7. 4 wickets have fallen since the lunch break. Ireland bowlers have been outstanding, led by Mark Adair, 4 for 32. 3 wickets remain in this Afghanistan innings. They'll be looking to close this off as quickly as possible.
8 overs of spin used so far, but it's been the seamers who've ruled the roost. Stifled appeal. Must have been a bit of bat in that, I think. This is Adair's 6th over after lunch. He's got the bit between his teeth, though. In fact, looking at that replay, that was going past leg stump by quite some distance. A few Irish fans here, and they'll be enjoying themselves at the moment.
Yeah, they've been quite vocal. They've enjoyed what's transpired so far on day one here at Tolerance Oval. You can see in the background there's quite a nice breeze, but the heat's still there, and hence the sunscreen.
Bit of the Courtney Walsh there with that defensive shot.
I was about to say, that's quite an interesting technique. He did something quite similar the first ball that he faced. Doesn't look so good, but effective. It hasn't come off the outside edge. It's come off the middle of the bat almost. You won't see that in any coaching manual anywhere on earth.
And rightly so. Not out, says Richard Kettleborough. Are they going to review this, Ireland? Seems as though there's the possibility of a wicket virtually every ball here. They're asking questions, the Ireland bowlers, and the Afghanistan batters don't seem to have the answers. Big in-swinger. Yeah, that would have missed another set, I think. But again, an illustration of the fact the ball is continuing to move. It's fascinating the way these Irish bowlers have been able to do this well into the second session. Credit to Mark Adair as well, because he's generally looked to swing the ball away from the right-hander, but every so often he just brings out that in-swinger, and it's been a very effective delivery in that it's kept the batters guessing. They're not quite sure which way the ball's going to move, and that's brought about some of the hesitancy in terms of the footwork. Well, he's had enough of blocking it, has Naveed. He says, OK, that's not been very effective, so time to get the long handle out. He goes down the ground for 4, and it ruins what would have been a maiden over. Afghanistan 119 for 7. It was 86 for 3 at lunch. Let's have a look at that boundary from the last ball of the previous over. Naveed going through mid-on. rustic. I think that's probably the best way to describe that, but effective nonetheless. Barry McCarthy now into the attack from the pavilion end. Good stuff from him in the first session, first test wicket, and now he's hunting some more.
Again, movement. Karim Janat will be thinking he wants to get as much of the bowling into himself as possible. And 28 for him. Hasn't been the most comfortable at the crease himself either. A little bit sketchy earlier on. Just looking to settle down a bit now.
Karim Janat. Certainly a recognised batter. He's got a question to ask himself now over how he goes about things. We've seen Naveed, who's at the non-strikers end at the moment, look questionable against the moving ball. Just wonder whether Janat should look to be a little bit more positive here, try and get on with things, because if Naveed's coming in at number 9 and playing in the way that he does, you would think there's not an awful lot to come.
Stifled appeal. Yeah, I think what he'll be thinking is definitely let me soak up as much of the bowling as there is at the moment, and if there's opportunities to score, then I'll take them. But you're absolutely right. At the other end, it looks like a wicket might fall any moment. Scrambled seam, looking to bowl the off-cutter there. And that's why on this occasion it hasn't shaped away from the right-hander, which is his natural delivery. Are you surprised by the amount that it's continued to swing after lunch today?
Very much so. Been quite encouraged as well from an Irish perspective. Karim Janat happy to let Naveed have one delivery at the back end of the over.
What will it be here? Is he going to bowl that away swinger? Is he going to look to bowl at the stumps? One ball to survive for Naveed.
And survive he does, just about. The end of the over, and it's time for a drink. Drinks coming onto the ground. Afghanistan 120 for 7.
Well, what a marvellous hour for Ireland. It has brought them alive into this test match. And very much put them into the ascendancy on top. Thanks to the brilliance of Mark Adair and Craig Young with his first 2 wickets. In test match cricket, Afghanistan in trouble at 120 for 7. 3 fell in the morning session. And Paul Stirling says to his old friend Andrew Balbirnie, that's where you go. And then Mark Adair went there, the top of off stump, a beauty. Well, with Barry McCarthy, won't forget, strangling Afghanistan's captain down the leg side. First test wicket for him, then, well, a little bit of an errant stroke, just wafting it one outside the off stump before Craig Young got one to nip back in, clipped the top of middle. The other one down the leg side, Lorcan Tucker with a very good piece of glove work even. And then an outside edge again to Balbirnie, shades of that very first dismissal. It's put Ireland into the rarest of positions, maybe for the first time since their maiden test at Lord's, which was against England, one of 2 tests they played there, where Tim Murtagh rolled England for 85 on the first morning. It has put Ireland into that position they're not used to, being in charge of a test match. As I am delighted to be joined by Devender. Very good afternoon to you firstly. This game has come alive over the course of the last hour.
Good afternoon, Andrew. This has been a great session so far, the second session for Ireland. Afghanistan still got something in the tank. Karim Janat still there, has been playing active red ball cricket, so he's got the experience of playing first class cricket recently. Ahmed Shah Abdali 4-day tournament where 4 teams participate in the first class cricket. In order to improve the quality of competition, they reduced the teams to 4.
Adair is going to continue, and I have to say I've been very impressed with Andrew Balbirnie's captaincy for the first 3 hours of play. Remember, he chose to give up the captaincy across all 3 formats. Tucker juggled and couldn't hang on to that one. Paul Stirling is now the white ball captain in T20 cricket, and ODI cricket will see him in the coloured clothing in the series that follows this one-off test. That'll be up in Sharjah. He's been very positive, isn't he? He's kept those catchers in almost for all 40 overs, and I think maybe that little break from captaincy since the Cricket World Cup qualifier last year just freshened him up nicely.
Also the conditioning camp just before coming to this tour. Also the conditions, it can be attributed to the conditions as well. It's been helping the fast bowlers, seam movement, swing movement, and at the same time, given the fact that the bowlers have been bowling immaculate lines and lengths, and that has helped big time for Ireland to keep those fieldsmen in catching positions.
Comes off the edge, but shy and short of the gully fielder. Do also have a sub fielder on. George Dockrell is on. I think it might be Andrew Balbirnie who's briefly gone off. Dockrell at backward point. Naveen ul Haq is, well, unorthodox if nothing else right now with the bat.
Naveed Jadran, the fast bowler, taking 4 wickets for 83 in his maiden appearance against Sri Lanka. Extra bounce hitting him on the glove.
Had my shades of Naveen ul Haq. He is, well, he's off the front foot, he's off the back foot, it's all happening. Great shout given to me. There's a little bit of Courtney Walsh to his batting. Does he bowl as good as Courtney does?
He's an entertaining fellow. Someone who bowls with great energy, hunger and control and pace. He can swing the ball both way around, and now somehow managed to use his reflexes, youthful reflexes to good effect to keep that ball out.
Yeah, Mohamed Naveed Zadran, just 18 years of age. Unorthodox, but effective right now for the moment. Tell us a bit more about some of the white ball stars. Talk about someone like Azmatullah Ormitsai. Do you see the way in which Gurbaz has now ascended to Test cricket? Do you see that for Ormitsai in years to come?
Yeah, definitely. Given the fact that there has been discussion about the importance of playing Test match cricket among the Afghanistan superstars, those who've been doing really well in white ball formats, to think about playing Test cricket, especially after Ibrahim's century. in a test against Sri Lanka. The kind of discussion that happened post that, at the same time the credit and the acknowledgement of his performance was so great, was widely discussed on the social media as well in Afghanistan.
Playing a miss to close out what was another probing over from Adair. It's 1-2-1 for 7. Ireland will be ecstatic with their position right now. They've got 7. They have had a history, not necessarily in test matches, but in white ball cricket, of not closing out strong positions, winning positions. They'll want to do the opposite today, not just bowl Afghanistan out, but bowl them out as soon as possible.
On the other hand, Afghanistan will be looking to collect 40-50 more runs here. Still ball swinging around. In the last session, if they take 1 or 2 wickets with the way Naveed Jadran has been bowling.
Yeah, great, iconic rivalry really that has built up ever since Afghanistan made that much storied journey all the way through the World Cricket League division structures to now be one of the very best white ball sides, and particularly in the world. Nicely controlled hook shot, rides the bounce nicely. McCarthy very much trying to perform the role now in the red ball game that he's been asked to do in 50 over cricket, which is the enforcer. Bowls a little bit quicker than most. No signs of Curtis Camphor yet with the ball today. It's a marvellous rivalry with a great history, these two, over the last 10 to 15 years. There's Balbirnie just off the field at the moment.
Andy Balbirnie, the captain of the side, off the field at the moment, took a fine catch early on in the first session, getting the wicket of Noor caught in the slips.
Guided away. Naveed will say it was exactly where he intended it. Opens the face, it's come off not far from the middle of the bat, I suspect, and he's going to get 4 more.
Certainly he's going to give some education to the batsman on the other end. After that shot, it came off the face of the bat from Naveed. Agricultural, but very effective. Look at this one, just waiting till the last moment, just opening the face of the bat. And well into the gap behind the square on the offside.
There was a bit of flourish with that, wasn't there? And Paul Stirling, the stand-in captain, just whilst Balbirnie's having that comfort break or a little bit of treatment. A third slip comes in. Well, Courtney Walsh was the one who just comes to mind with those extravagant leaves. Naveed will claim as though he's left that. Has he, is the question.
Also the length that he bowls, Naveed. He bowls those channels, the Courtney Walsh. That is a great escape in that channel. Imagine a good quality batsman looking to drive it through the offside, opportunity to get the nick, but not to Naveed.
Nicely flicked, will get a single. Every run will just frustrate Ireland. You were talking about those conditions, and the other thing climatically for Ireland, much more comfortable in this test match, about 20 to 22 degrees today, beautiful sunshine, than the 2-match series that they had last year in Sri Lanka. It was about 35 with 90% humidity, and it was just too hot for Ireland. They had phases in the game. Paul Stirling had to retire hurt to then return to score his maiden century. I think they'll quite enjoy those conditions today out there.
And same with Afghanistan as well. They've been tested by humid conditions in Sri Lanka. Solid in defense. In Kabul, the temperature around 10-12 degrees centigrade most of the time in the year. At the moment, it's snowing in Kabul. So from 10 degrees centigrade to go to Sri Lanka, and in those hot and humid conditions, it affects the electrolyte balance as well.
Yeah, the Irish boys will be very used to that too. 5 or 6 degrees back in Dublin, Derry, Belfast, where most of the players are from or are based. Did 2 things though, the Irish board, to help get them prepared. That 8 or 9 days they were here in advance in the UAE. Also a bowlers group went down to Spain as well for some warm weather training. End of the 42nd, 1-2-7 for 7. This rivalry, Devender, great to see it back across all three formats.
Yeah, absolutely. The amount of cricket that they played earlier in 2016, 17, 18, or before that as well. So bringing that similar kind of rivalry back. Good that they're playing multiple format cricket in this series. Test match, 3 ODIs and 3 T20 internationals.
Yeah, one of the things I adore about this rivalry is it doesn't always only produce good cricket. There's often a little bit on the games, isn't there? They're very good friends off the pitch, but they're great rivals on it because spent so long jousting to be the best outside the Test world. They're now in the Test world. Afghanistan have had a much more successful start to Test cricket. They've already won 3. Ireland yet to even draw one.
At the moment, they are in a commanding position to eke out the first victory in Test match cricket. They had tough oppositions as well, playing against Pakistan, then England was never going to be easy. And Afghanistan tasting success against Bangladesh, against Ireland as well at Dehradun in 2019, against Zimbabwe at Abu Dhabi as well. It's too far outside the off stump. Patience is working for Naveed so far, 9 of 18, looking to develop a partnership, causing more frustration to the Irish bowling attack.
Yeah, late order runs are always frustrating for any fielding captain. Balbirnie is now back onto the field. He's in the slip cordon alongside Paul Sterling and Andrew McBrien, and then Gully PJ Moore, who obviously can keep wicket too. I think what will make Ireland so pleased is if you look at the makeup of their Test records thus far, with the exception of that Tim Murdo wonder spell at Lords and Andrew McBrien's 6-wicket haul, don't tend to dominate with the ball. Tended to have some really good efforts, individual efforts with the bat, some collective team efforts. The likes of Lorcan Tucker last year, making a century in Dhaka and making it into that Guardian Test Team of the Year. They haven't really dominated with the ball. Thanks to Adair in particular, they've done that on day one here.
Partnerships, whether you're bowling or batting, always comes handy. And today, the partnership getting some movement throughout the day, and fast bowlers sticking to good line and length as well, which has been immensely rewarded. Putting the ball in the right areas, getting wickets in the process. Pressure Afghanistan has been feeling since the beginning of the play today. In the first session, the conditions challenging, and somehow developing a partnership, and then fell apart after the lunch break.
Well, watch the bat speed. That has been exceptional. No contact made though. Yeah, 86 for 3 rapidly became 111 for 7. No holding back here at all from Naveed.
Mighty waft. A little bit of seam movement away from the right-hand batsman, taking the pace off the ball as well. He's frustrated.
He's the one in the Irish team never short of a word, is Mark Adair. Gets this to hoop back in, and Naveed does quite well to keep it out. 43 have been bowled. 1-2-7 for 7. Tend to see with Ireland almost keeping a very similar pool of players across all 3 formats, with Afghanistan much more specialists involved.
Well, given the fact that they're thinking about Test match cricket and also limited overs cricket, T20 World Cup coming up in the month of June, so there has been conscious effort to keep those batters, particularly in white ball cricket, to play flashy strokes, to keep in white ball format.
It's a real skill, it's an art in fact, not just for the boards but for the team managements. You look at Jonathan Trotz and Heinrich Milan, the 2 head coaches here, very much having to balance their resources and balance their assets. One of the big things that Afghan cricket has is world-class players in demand in T20 franchise leagues all over the world, even some who can't quite get into the national team. Let's have a little look at this from Naveed. It's not orthodox, but it is effective and highly entertaining. He gets into funny positions, doesn't he? But as of right now, he'll say to his teammates, 9 not out. Still there, giving Chinat good support. So that necessity of so many Afghan players being in demand in white ball cricket, does it sometimes allow opportunities in the red ball format for others?
It does, but now there is a conscious effort from the white ball players as well, who've been performing admirably well in T20 leagues, at the same time in white ball format in one-day cricket as well. Think about playing test match cricket. As you can see the case of Gurbaz making his debut today. Azmatullah Omarzai has been on the radar for quite some time to play the test match cricket. So there has been constant discussion. Is that out? Caught down the leg side or not? Not given by the umpire. There was sound.
Definite noise. Just wonder, was it the kind of lower flap of the thigh pad? Balbirnie looks nonplussed. Ireland, they've had a great day thus far. It could have been even better. There's been a couple they could have reviewed that they didn't. Have they made another error here? Or was it maybe just that flick of the thigh pad?
Clearly off the thigh pads. Also that national flavor. Playing ODI cricket, especially their victory against Pakistan, was hugely celebrated in Afghanistan.
I have to say, I thought they were exceptional at the 50-over World Cup last year. Really barring a Maxwell masterclass. That's the flick of the thigh pad. Could well have been into a semi-final, and if you think of the journey over, it's less than 2 decades for Afghanistan to go from, at first, very much in international cricket, steps through the lowest ranks of the associate game, all the way to maybe being 1 wicket away from getting to a World Cup semi-final. Phenomenal story. One of the greats, not just in cricket, but really of any sport in the world over the last 20 years. Edged away and edged, not in control, over the head of the slips. Will be 4.
Continuing to bowl the good channel there outside the off stump. Just pushing at the delivery, getting the thick edge. Flying to the boundary. Important runs, valuable runs for Afghanistan. Widest delivery, just taking his bottom end off and getting it over the top of the gully and down to the boundary for 4. The celebration after that World Cup victory against Pakistan, the way they performed against England, Pakistan, New Zealand, they had Australia 7 wickets down for 91. They could have played the World Cup semi-final in India.
Not the best delivery to round out McCarthy's 10th. 44 bowled, 131 for 7. Just 2 left in the hutch for Afghanistan. This is one of the wonders about Test cricket, though. The ebb, the flow, partnership just building. It's only worth 20, but 20 valuable runs to start with. About a dozen, maybe 15 Irish fans have come out, and no doubt they'll enjoy every single ball of this Test, particularly with the start that Ireland have had. As Theo Van Workum will come in for his second bowl. Just probably nudged out George Dockrell because of his his role as a more primary spinner. Dockrell's batting has been exceptional in the white ball game over the last 24 to 30 months since he reinvented his game. It seems like Milan wanted specialists, so he's going to go with Van Workum. Just felt he was very slow through the air in his first spell. And he's at a change of ends now too. Just wonder, actually, will that slow pace to Naveed maybe be the right one? Could he spoon one up here?
Temptation resisted. He's bringing his bat down. Lovely touch-up delivery. Not quite hitting the gap. There's temptation to go for the big booming shots.
It definitely looks a dry surface. Paul Sterling has sprinted up to Van Workum to have a word all the way from slip. I think he's probably talking about the pace at which he's bowling. Does look a dry surface. Looks like it will eventually give some assistance to the spinners, but all the wickets that have fallen to Ireland's real strength, which is their seam bowling.
Excellent teamwork. Paul Sterling has to play big role in order to orchestrate a victory for Ireland in this test match.
Nicely bowled, teasing, tempting. Naveed, I suspect, might not be able to resist that temptation.
There is turn, and that will interest the Afghan spinners sitting in the dugout at the moment. Not only there is help for the fast bowlers, spinners will get some purchase of the pitch as well. Beaten. And that ball turned as well.
Look at the number there, 51.4 miles an hour. There's still flight, but that's a better pace. No doubt Van Workum would have been nervous before lunch, just the one over. He was, I think, 44, 45 miles an hour. That's a better pace for me.
Catch your body. Go, 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 go.
It's going to go just wide of Andrew Balbirnie. The plan has nearly worked for Ireland, but the runs continuing to come. Balbirnie does well to cut it off. They won't get back for the third. Maybe a slightly tardy piece of running. That could have got back onto strike. Instead, Naveed gets to double figures.
He's thinking about contributing with the bat as well. And his effort and his method has been quite effective so far in this innings. A partnership developing. 11 against his name as well. Forward short leg and men at the slip-in position.
Much better from Van Workum. That time 52 miles an hour. 45 bowled, 133 for 7. Hard to look back on this rivalry and really think of any series that were utterly dominated by one side. They're always closely fought.
And it will improve upon, given the fact that there have been domestic reforms, particularly in white ball format as well. 250 over competitions, GAK One Day Cup, also Green One Day Afghanistan Cup, in order to improve upon their white ball performance in 50 over format.
And that Afghan domestic structure, it's probably something that many Irish fans will look at upon very enviously. Play all three formats. There's a great weight of cricket, and from what I can tell online, it seems like there's a really developing number of grounds across the country, not just in Kabul.
Yeah, across the country. In Cunard, in Khost, Nangarhar, Kandahar as well. So in almost all the provinces, cricket is reaching to all the provinces, 34 of them, particularly at 4 to 5 grounds where they can host first-class cricket. And there has been a concerted effort to take cricket to wider part of the Afghanistan, the peripheral region of Afghanistan, to make it available for everyone to participate and play. Football was the most popular sport in Afghanistan before cricket came in, especially those performances from Nabi and Rashid Khan, Hamid Hassan, Ibrahim and Gurbaz now has changed the landscape totally.
Again, very nicely gets on top of the bounce, no risk from Janat. maybe the most impressive thing has been that they've built upon that golden generation that has got them to this position of test status now. And I was talking about that 2018 under-19 team, and the number of those that have ascended up to international honours. There's every chance that the new generation is going to be as good as, if not better, than the previous one.
And one more factor, when it comes to talent identification, once they see the talent, they give them an opportunity at the highest level. In Shpagiza or other domestic tournament, straight away, without even playing league cricket. If there is an outstanding talent on offer, they test them early. Mujib was tested early at the age of 16. Allah Mohammad as well. Noor Ahmed at the age of 14 he started playing Shpagiza Cricket League, the domestic T20 tournament. So that's where the local coaches have been very impressive in identifying the talent and pushing the talent up. And that has worked really well, magically well indeed for Afghanistan.
There's absolutely a trend of rewarding young talent and throwing them in to the national team if they think they're good enough, and so many have responded in the affirmative. See the tactic from McCarthy here. He's just trying to find a way past Naveed. Maybe a little bit of pace has gone out of the ball. Velocity down a touch too. Ireland now getting to the position where they'd really like to break this partnership.
And now the focus has been on giving as many opportunities as possible. At the league cricket, there are more teams, but at first-class cricket or T20 format, domestic T20 format, there are 4 teams or 5 teams only, just to look at the quality, to supply the talent for the national side.
Well, again, I'm not sure how Naveed has managed to miss this one. I don't think even he can pretend that he's left it. Has definitely had a fish. Somehow evades the outside edge.
Bowlers always say they were in control. Look at this. Oh, at the last moment. And ball swung after passing the stumps, challenging the wicketkeeper.
Look at how far that has swung after the stumps. Such a really good take from Lorcan Tucker. Has to readjust, go to his right sharply. Footwork definitely improving. Quick stint at the PSL for Tucker. Just the one game there. Going to be driven back into the stumps. Don't think McCarthy's got anything on it, so the non-striker will be safe as we get to the end of the 46th. 134 for 7.
Back up, yeah. 134 for 7. Afghanistan fighting back somewhat. Still a long way off where they would like to be. Ireland trying to wrap this innings up and get batting. Left arm finger spin. Theo van Workum to continue. Slow. It will be tempting. Karim Janat is a clean striker of the ball. I wonder, will he feel this is the opportunity to try and pick up some boundaries and get a little bit of momentum? Flighted Hazy, how are you doing, sir?
Hello, Niall O'Brien. I'm good. Enjoying this. So the partnership of 27, they're in a lot of trouble. 7 for 1-1-1. That was not a great performance after the lunch break for Afghanistan, but they're now getting things back on track to a certain extent.
Well, I've just noticed when we're on the comcam that I've got to pump my chair up a bit here. I'm feeling very short alongside. I know you're very tall.
Well, you
but
are. You are very short.
I've just got to get my chair going a bit here. I'm
don't
going
go
lower.
the other way. You're going down. Nice strong shot. Straight to the man at mid-off. Certainly looking to invite him, that's for sure. bit flatter that time.
Well, Karim Janat is showing some real restraint because he's a clean striker of the ball. We've seen him a lot in white ball cricket. Good all-rounder, bustling seamer. He's used as that finisher in their T20 format side, so showing some restraint here. Naveed, on the other hand, well, he has got an interesting technique, shall we say.
Yeah, sometimes those feet have not been in the right position, have they? Back foot's been more forward than the front foot occasionally. It's the quicker bowlers. A slip and a gully and a short leg. A bit of turn, going for that big glory drive through extra cover. They've left that open for him.
Lorcan Tucker behind the stumps just has to keep that concentration. A number of balls today have gone in the gloves and gone out again. Luckily there hasn't been an edge, just has to stay focused there, keeper.
Oh my goodness.
What a stroke. What a way to end the over. Beautiful Naveed. 135 for 7.
Yeah, that was a forward defensive shot to a ball that was outside the line of leg stump that ended up in the covers. Some doing that. Janat's not out 26. Very tidy all-rounder, Karim Janat. Too much to come in the batting stakes. Got to make sure they continue with this partnership. We've been inspired by this forward defence. The last ball, the last over. Have a look at this defensive shot outside the line of leg stump to covers.
That's just using your wrists, using the hands. Very subcontinental way of playing, manipulating field. Well, Curtis Camphor into the attack, just 24 years of age, been around a while now for Ireland. Excellent all-rounder. Skiddy seamer, not express, but generally bowls stump to stump. Can get a little bit of tail back in, so can just angle the ball back in, so that front pad and stumps are in play.
From Johannesburg. Quite a few seamers that are do a job like this. It's been good to see, actually, the control they've had throughout the entire day. I was very impressed with Craig Young. I thought he did a fine job. He's a yard quicker, I think, than Camphor. But they've done a good job, these seamers. First 45 minutes today was very testing for Afghanistan opening batsmen after they won the toss. They elected to bat first. Both teams wanted to bat. Let's look at his test career. He's got an edge on that, hasn't carried.
Genuine edge as well. Never looked like getting through. To Lorcan Tucker behind the stumps. Just swung away. I just mentioned how he kind of attacked the stumps with the ball, but that just swung away. And batting average of 30, got a century to his name. Excellent cricketer, really, really good cricketer. Good find for Ireland 3 or 4 years ago. Expecting him to bat number 3 today, which is a positive step for Ireland. Well, the keeper and the slip's got to get closer here, Hazy, for me, because the previous ball, the thick outside edge, never carried through to Lorcan Tucker. Even that ball beats the outside edge. And Lorcan Tucker catching in around that shin high. Very important, keeper and slip. Give themselves a chance to catch an edge, even if they're extremely close. They can get closer there, I think. Paul Stirling very deep at first.
It's a maiden to start as well. 135 for 7. Adair's been the star, 15 overs, 7 in his first spell, 4 for 37 his return at this stage. He's kept it nice and tight. He moved the ball around both ways, actually. Good work. McCarthy picked up 1 also. So those 2 guys right at the top did a fine job. And Young also amongst them.
Yeah, 25% of the overs bowled are maiden, so disciplined from Ireland. You have to be. When you haven't got that express or mystery spin, you've got to be disciplined. I think Ireland can take a lot of credit so far by just sticking to the basics. Giving the ball a chance early on to swing and get a bit of nibble, then when the ball goes a little bit softer, maybe just dragging your length back a bit more, trying to attack the stumps.
I was calling it pretty even at about the lunch break, but about 5 minutes after the lunch break, it wasn't. Suddenly lost 3 wickets in no time, did Afghanistan. Scores of 86, 89 and 90 when those 3 went down. He's going for the big one. Losing a little bit of patience now. 37 deliveries for his 11. Naveed.
Yeah, you think that dismissal of Hashmatullah Shahidi just 15 minutes or so before lunch was a big, big moment. If the captain of Afghanistan had got in unbeaten at lunch, 2 down. Get a wicket either side of lunch and all of a sudden Ireland were all over Afghanistan. But this is an area now Ireland just have to stick to their guns. I mentioned they haven't got the pace to try and take out stumps, so it's just going to be waiting on batsman's error.
Certainly not scared to give it some extra flight. Which is exactly what he should be doing at the moment, the way these runs have dried up. 11 dot balls in a row of the last almost 2 overs. Nice and straight. There is protection. Had no run off that last one, so that's a maiden, 135 for 7. Zahir Khan and Najib Masood, the men at the bottom for Afghanistan, still to bat. Kareem Janat on strike now.
Talk me through the last 2 balls of this innings, Mike Hazeman. The final ball of the spinner, Naveed knocks one down the ground. The single is refused by Kareem Janat, the senior pro. And then the first ball, the next over, Kareem Janat takes the single and gets Naveed on strike.
Yeah, they realise their mistake. Well, not much sense about it, but anyway, they're back to where they should have been.
I think there's an opportunity here for Afghanistan to really maybe just put bat to ball. At the moment, the innings is going nowhere. As you mentioned, lots of dot balls. May well be a contest that is a low-scoring thriller, so a quick 20 or 30 here could be useful, as opposed to just chewing up a bit of time, innings going nowhere. Naveed certainly looks like he wants to try and get on with it. I think Kareem Janat's got the skill set to really attack, because the field is in. Generally the field is in. A little bit of a sweeper at deep square leg and deep point, but down the ground is on.
Nice shot, bit of protection out there. Another single. I would think that Ireland would be much happier bowling to Naveed at the moment. They would sense an opportunity with the dozen runs that he's got and the 41 balls he's faced. A couple of 4s in that 12. But Karim Janet is by far the superior batsman. Of the two, that is. Well, he's got a little bit carried away there, and they have got him. Presented a very simple catch in the end, but that was a rush of blood, that's for sure.
Well, I was calling for it. I felt like something just had to give. Innings was going nowhere. Ireland was stringing dot after dot together, and I don't mind it from Naveed. Yes, he's lost his wicket, but he's just trying to get a little bit of a oomph into the Afghanistan innings. It's a simple catch in the end. Camphor into the attack, slams a length. Naveed tries to go downtown. Balbirnie kept the fielders up. Simple catch for Andrew McBride, and Ireland's patience and their discipline and their endeavour gets them their 8th. Naveed, it was entertaining. Gone for 12. 138 for 8.
Najib Masood into the partnerships. 27 it was, that stand. It was going along quite nicely before suddenly Naveed just holed out to McBride at mid-off. There's a look at his first class career, average of 29. Camphor's got his first wicket. There's an edge, and that's his second. Faint tickle, straight through to the keeper. Another one goes. 9 down now.
Oh, what a beauty. What a cracking ball that is. What an inspiring bowling change from Andrew Balbirnie. Curtis Camphor into the attack, and a genuine away swinger opened up like a can of beans. Healthy outside edge. Tucker is nice and close. Comfortable catch for the Ireland keeper, his 4th. Najib Masood's got to go for a duck. 138 for 9.
Zahir Khan now, number 11, 138 for 9. So 9 down, real chance here for Ireland to wrap this up very quickly.
Well, this is Naveed on the charge. No timing, ungainly, simple catch for Andrew McBride. Curtis Camphor, this is a beautiful ball. Lovely away swinger. Opens the lower order batter. Turns him inside out. healthy edge.
I think Karim Janat has got to try and get a couple of boundaries here, because that's how he can play, just the one. Leaves Zahir Khan on strike for the last 3 balls of this over. I think that was in the plan from Karim Janat. He's now just instructing Zahir Khan exactly what's going on from the non-striker's end. It's been a pattern. If they've lost one, they've generally lost another one soon after. 2 with 11 on the board. 3 between 86, 89 and 90, and then 2 with 138 on the board. Imagine Adair is giving the captain a clue or two to bring me back on the ball. $139 for 9.
Nine down, Afghanistan won the toss. Looked very happy at 9:30 when they found out they were going to be batting first. Here at Tolerance Oval, well, it hasn't transpired that way. Ireland all over them, 9 down.
Oh, it's a lovely delivery. What a perfect channel.
Ball still swinging. I think everyone thought this morning the ball would move for about an hour. I think Ireland have taken care of this ball superbly well. Have a look at the condition. 51 overs old. Still looks really good nick. It's a very lush outfield, so there's not going to be too much wear and tear.
There's going to be a couple of batsmen for Ireland right now who will be still taking notice of this movement that these bowlers are getting. They're going to have to front up pretty soon against the Afghanistan seamers. And that kookaburra is going to be brand new, so it might be testing.
Yeah, and the Ireland captain, yeah, have a look at this. It's 51 overs old. That looks a really good nick. Sometimes you come to this part of the world and it can be quite abrasive, but not here. Very lush. Whip nasty. What a shot that is. What a stroke. Well, the bottom hand. Not sure what kind of sport that shot comes from, but it was an absolute cracking bit of timing from Karim Janat.
It's a shot where they just, I mean, I've seen a few guys play this shot, keep the head down and just have a whip on the leg side. Fine connection. There's a man down there as well.
Well, I'm thinking Rashid Khan. Rashid Khan, the Afghanistan all-rounder. Often see Rashid play strokes like that when he's donning the Afghanistan colours or playing IPL around the world. That head down and just flick of the wrist, a bit like Dhoni with the helicopter back in the day. Maybe Dhoni, when was that? 2012, 2013. We had Sehwag with the uppercut. And Dhoni with the helicopter, Karim Janat with the flick.
Devot Brevis these days with the no-look lofted drive for 6 over mid-on.
I was glad to see Tristan Stubbs get a triple century.
Terrific work, yeah.
Not just T20 cricket, dominating at first class level. What a player, Tristan Stubbs. 300 back in South Africa recently.
Oh, that's gone past the leg stump, has it? I think that's where it's ended up. Nice shape.
Well, beat everyone. Zahir Khan with the in-swinger. Didn't miss the stumps by that far. Couldn't have been too far away from the inside edge. Late movement. Beats Lorca Tucker as well. I think Lorca Tucker is expecting to hear the stumps get disrupted. Still moving, still swing. There's still hope for the Afghanistan Quicks.
Yeah, he's asking the questions. They're going leg side. I think it might be. Has the captain decided to have a look? I think he has. Well, there's two that he should have sent upstairs but didn't, and I think this one may be missing.
Apology director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision's not out. I've checked both feet. It's a legal delivery. Front on first, please.
Step up.
Looks like it's missed the bat from there. We'll go for ultra edge confirm.
There he comes.
Yeah, we have a clear gap between bat and ball. You can go to ball tracking when ready. Bridge decision's not out. And it's pitching outside leg stump. I'll go back on field.
Haven't had their best day when it comes to the reviews. Ireland. We'll need to work on that a little bit, I think. Just pitching outside. It was also given not out, so if it just nicked, it wouldn't have been given out.
You've got your wish. Mark Adair with 4 for 37, Hazy. Right call. Chasing 5. What a chance. What an opportunity.
Deserves 5. Spelled beautifully.
He's had a very good 24 months, Mark Adair. Recently named in the ICC T20I Team of the Year for last year. So that's a fine accolade for an Irish cricketer. This is the LBW review shout. Didn't look right. Just straight away, just didn't look right from the naked eye. We didn't feel like had much going for it. I don't think Balbirnie was totally convinced. You mentioned Ireland reviewing not being the best. When the review system came in and around 2011 during that World Cup, Ireland were 0 from 11 in reviews.
Oh dear.
Yeah, the bowler said, "Going down leg, but skipper, send it upstairs anyway."
Might as well. Have a bit of a look. Nice man. No positive result.
Yeah, I mentioned that 0 from 11 in the review system when it came in, and I hold my hand up. I was to blame because I was the wicketkeeper, because I was the person that kept saying that Captain William Porterfield, that's out, that's hit middle halfway up. William Porterfield, send it upstairs. 0 from 11.
Yeah, you were to blame. You're right. But it is quite interesting that during that time there weren't that many teams that took it seriously. I mean, there was I know of 2 teams only who actually got lessons about it, and that was Australia and also South Africa. They're the 2 teams only who got lessons as a team. That's nicely bowled, coming back in towards the right-hander, to know exactly how DRS worked. And quite a few other teams didn't really know. They didn't quite understand how it worked, so there was a little bit of guesswork involved in respect to various things like umpire's call and that sort of stuff, because that changes the game dramatically, the umpire's call. Graham Smith was instrumental in ensuring that the South African players were up to speed totally with DRS, and they were quite successful after that. Once they learnt it back to front, they knew exactly what was going on. They generally got it right, as did Australia. There's still some teams today who I think, and I mentioned this earlier today when you went up alongside me, now I was talking about how the process is so important. And you said, as keeper, you used to provide some advice, some information. So important that the right people are involved in those discussions. Because emotions have got to be taken out of it. You can't really rely on the bowlers unless you've got an extremely level-headed bowler. And there's none of those as a fast bowler. Full stop. End of the over, 149 for 9. Six bowlers used, 4 have been successful. McCarthy 1 for 28, and Adair's been the star, 4 for 38. Camphor has done a fine job, picked up a couple of wickets and just conceded 8 runs at this stage. Big swipe at that, pretty wide. Kareem Janet having a bit of a dip. No run taken. Could have got 2 maybe there.
Well, Andrew Balbirnie, who will open the innings here at Tolerance Oval. A shift in thought process, a move I personally really like. So just hasn't just got his captaincy and his bowling changes and field placing to go through. Now he's got to start putting his thought process into his batting as well. Balbirnie, who's traditionally batted at number 3 and 4 for Ireland, has opened quite a bit in one-day cricket. I like this move. He's got a good technique, Hazy. He's a tall man, plays straight. Excellent against seam and pace bowling, good puller of the ball, and very good player of spin. So if he can get past that new ball against the Afghanistan spin bowlers, he can really cash in. So I think it's a good move for Ireland.
Yeah, they will be only too aware, Ireland, that of course Rashid Khan is not available at the moment, and the game is poorer because of that. He's been unbelievable. Rashid Khan, the white ball game, test match would be terrific with Afghanistan in this one.
I'll tell you what though, Hazy, he's making a seriously quick comeback from that back operation. Watching him on social media, Rashid Khan, and his physical training that he's doing in this part of the world. He's been in Dubai a lot, training, working hard. He's been in London doing some rehab. He looks fit, strong, making a much quicker recovery than many people expected.
Good on him. He's gone downtown. He said that beautifully. Nice shot down the ground for 4. Brings up the 150 now for Afghanistan. 153 it is. 9 down, unfortunately, though, for them.
Finally, Karim Janat puts back the ball. It's a fairly safe shot down the ground. He's such a clean striker of the ball. Now's the time to try and get some quick runs. He's turning down singles, so he has to deal them boundaries. Kampfer goes full once again, clears that leg. Excellent. Lovely extension, good follow through.
Yeah, the field came up before that delivery. The last 2 balls of the over. He's taken full advantage of that. And scrambling through for 1. And a misfield as well. So retains the strike. 154 for 9.
Well, very good from Karim Janat, farming the strike. Moved to 40 from 74. He's the only batter that has really looked at home, apart from Ibrahim Zadran at top of the order, who played so well for his half century. Everyone else has really struggled for Afghanistan on a surface that hasn't quite been as true as many expected.
Yeah, I think this track was certainly a little bit on the slower side first up today. I think it certainly quickened up a little bit throughout the day. What are we, just over the halfway mark of the day, really? A bit more than that. So the new ball might just zip through a little bit more once Ireland get a chance to bat and they pick up this last wicket.
Well, normally, Hazy, and you've done a lot of cricket in this part of the world. Normally when you walk out at 9 o'clock, 9:30 in the morning, it's a little bit cold. The surface can be a little bit cold and a little bit tacky. You'll see stud marks where bowlers maybe are just having a look, or batters are having a look at the surface. I just felt this surface was so dry underneath that minimal covering of grass, just 2.5 mils of grass and no live grass, and it hasn't had a drop of water in 4 days. So I just felt like maybe it was a little drier than we would expect for day 1 of a test.
Cries of catch it. To no avail.
Sometimes when you open the batting and you start early here, 10 o'clock in the morning, a lot of cricket back in Ireland, England, etc. South Africa probably starting at 10:45, 11 o'clock in the morning. Often as a batter, when you went out early here, you had to just give a little bit because the ball was tacky, a little bit tennis ball bounce, maybe a little bit of moisture in the surface. There was no moisture in this surface whatsoever. So I just felt like maybe might be a little bit uneven. There has been a few balls that have just bounced a bit more than expected. So although you're 154 for 9 Afghanistan, if you could somehow get another 20, 25, 30 and get the game, get Ireland a couple down early and limit, even if you offer up a deficit in your first innings, get the game into a 1 innings contest, because you know you're bowling last on it. You know you're saying to Ireland, you've never won a test match. So we're going to give you something to chase on that 4th innings, even if it's 180, 200 against a couple of good spinners and pace bowlers that maybe might find variation on days 4.
By the way, we'd normally be at tea now, but of course they were 9 down with 20 minutes to go before 3 o'clock, sorry. We continue until for the last wicket or an extra half an hour.
Are you peckish? Are you hungry?
No, not at all. Striving for that 5th wicket. Marker down, he's got it. There it is. 5-wicket haul. 7 over spell to start with this morning. Bowled beautifully all day. Picked up 4 and he had to wait some time before he picked up his 5th wicket. It's only the 2nd time that the quick bowlers have taken all 10 opposition wickets in an innings for Ireland. And the only time this happened was against England at Lords in 2019. But Mark Adair is the man who has stolen the show today.
Beautiful ball around the wicket, the away swinger. You ask any bowling coach in the world. Top of the off. Look at the seam position. Over 16.5 overs, he has presented a beautiful upright seam time and time again. And that's a lovely moment for Mark Adair, picking up his fifth. And Zahir Khan cleaned up for a duck. And Afghanistan, after winning the toss here at Tolerance Oval, have been bundled out for 155. Tremendous effort from the Ireland bowlers. Seam bowlers, fast bowlers taking all 10 wickets. That's an exceptional effort. And they can be mightily happy with their work. That is a superb achievement by Ireland, who are still searching for that elusive first Test win.
Yeah, it's only the third time an Irish bowler has taken 5 wickets in an innings in Test cricket. So brilliant work from Mark Adair. Really good stuff. And now it's time for the opening batsman to take over and try and force this issue, because being rolled out for 155 is going to be disappointing for Afghanistan, that's for sure. It will, of course, be tea. So we will have a 20-minute break now for the tea interval. But Afghanistan will be licking their wounds, I'm sure, in that change room now, being rolled over for just over the 150 mark after winning the toss and electing to bat first. As we just have a look at the batting card for Afghanistan, Ibrahim was terrific right at the top, 53, but got out soon after the lunch break. Janet not out 41 off 78 balls. He played nicely, some good shots too from him, but all out for 155 with 4 men not getting going at all. Here's a look at some of the highlights.
Well, this was the end of Walamulu Gurbaz under edge. It was short, it was wide, it was a little bit fortuitous, and this was a good ball from Craig Young. Angle back in at good pace, attacking the stumps is where you want to be. A little bit of luck down leg side, good from Lorcan Tucker. That was really, really good. Tumbling away to his left. Boundaries were very infrequent, really thick outside edge down to deep third, a little bit of a different bounce, and then Balberni safely pouches at second slip. Mark Adair was on fire, had the ball on an absolute string. Afghanistan had their moments, truth be told. They put bat to ball with occasional promise, but Ireland just kept plugging away time and time again, slamming a length, giving nothing to the Afghanistan batters. Zadran tried to put bat to ball, tried to take the attack to Ireland. Camphor came in and got bang bang, picked up 2 back end, and this is the 10th and final wicket. Mark Adair picks up his 5th. Jubilation for the man from Belfast. Well bowled, sir.
Yeah, good work from Mark Adair. Almost 17 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 39. That is serious good going. McCarthy getting 1 for 28, 2 for 31 for Craig Young, and Camphor 4 overs, 2 for 13, doing the rest. Spin not having any say in the wickets column at the moment. So that's how it stands. The Seamers have done a fine job for Ireland, and they picked up wickets after 45 minutes precisely. That's when they got stuck in. And after that, it didn't get any better, I'm afraid. And all out for 155 is something that's going to be disappointing, I'm sure, for Afghanistan after, as I said, winning the toss and electing to bat. Ireland want to do the same as well. They've now got their opportunity to have a bit of a bat. We've still got plenty of time left in the day's play to make some inroads, Ireland, if they play well, or for Afghanistan to pick up some wickets. And just to try and put a couple of scares in the Ireland camp, if they bowl well, right at the very top. But Adair, really good work from Mark Adair. He'll be very pleased, I'm sure, with that. Let's look at the summaries of the sessions so far. 3 for 86 is pretty much even after the first couple of hours of play today. 27 overs and just over the 27 over mark in the second session, but 7 wickets going down for 69. That is a cluster. 7 for 69, run rate at under 2.5. So session 2 is certainly where Ireland got stuck in and picked up those wickets very frequently. 4 ducks in the innings, and there's the most against Ireland in a test innings by Afghanistan. By any side, by the way. Right, let's go downstairs now and join Andrew Leonard.
We've got Mark Adair here after a wonderful bowling performance. Just the third 5-wicket haul in Irish Test match history. How does that feel?
Yeah, I'm delighted. I think, you know, it's nice to see if you guys come in here on debut and make a difference straight away. I was just delighted to get a few wickets.
What was the plan going out there, having lost the toss and being asked to have a bowl first? 155 all out, great result.
Yeah, bang on. I think, you know, we would have been delighted if they got out a little bit cheaper, obviously, but no, I think we toiled away for long periods there at the end. It got quite niggly, quite difficult, but no, thanks to Bally for bringing me back at the end to try and hoover up.
Must be delighted for some of your bowling teammates. Barry McCarthy, Craig Young, both Test match debuts and both got their first wickets.
Yeah, I'm absolutely buzzing for them both. There was a bit of a cap presentation last night, and you can see how much it means to a lot of the guys, for these guys to make their debut. You know, we've played a lot of cricket together, albeit in white ball, but yeah, I'm absolutely buzzing for the two of them. They both bowled really well.
It's not often Ireland have been in positive positions, winning positions in Test matches. Maybe just that Test match at Lord's when you bowled England all out for 85 on your debut. Is today maybe the start of that, getting into winning position and seeing it home?
Yeah, I think the bowlers have done their job today. We've taken 10 wickets. I think, you know, it's now up to the batters to go out there, give us a lead, hopefully, and then the bowlers get back out there and try and win a Test match. Mark,
you've got a 5-wicket haul next to your name. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much, mate.
Andrew, Mark, thanks very much. Yeah, good stuff from Shah's wicket. That was the pick-up, I think, number 2 in that highlights package you saw when he was talking. But Ireland very much on top at the moment. Time for us to take a quick little break. We'll be back shortly.
Hello and welcome back to the Tolerance Oval, where we're getting ready for the final session of the first day of this test match in the Etisalat Cup between Afghanistan and Ireland. Afghanistan winning the toss, deciding to bat, and goodness me, if you're an Afghanistan supporter, hands over your eyes now, because look at that, just 4 players in double figures, and it's been a very impressive performance by the Ireland bowlers. The only bright spot for Afghanistan was Ibrahim Zadran. 53 he made from 83 balls. Very impressive performance from him. His 4th 50 in Test match cricket to go along with the 114 he made against Sri Lanka at the SSC earlier this month. But slim pickings otherwise for Afghanistan, in the face of some excellent bowling from Ireland, and particularly Mark Adair. Test best figures for him, his first fifer in Test match cricket. All the seamers enjoying success. And let's have a look at the wickets. First of all, Nur Ali Zadran, well caught by Balbirnie at second slip. And Ramat Shah, the big fish, bowled by Adair. 2 wickets in an over for him. A little bit of fortune there for Barry McCarthy. First test wicket for him, strangling Hashmatullah Shahidi down at the leg side. And then after lunch, well, it all started with Ramanullah Gurbus, a poor shot from him. Nasser Jamal, bowled by Craig Young, a first test wicket for him. A really good catch down the leg side then by Lorcan Tucker. Ibrahim Zadran on his way. And Adair continuing, removing Zia-ur-Rahman. Naveed Zadran in the end lost patience and skied Camphor. Camphor picking up 2 wickets in the space of 3 deliveries when he got rid of Najat. And then Zahir Khan, the last man out. Adair finishing with his 5-wicket haul, and wasn't he delighted? Every right to be as well. And very shortly we'll be getting underway with the final session. There's confirmation of those bowling figures. All the seamers bowled really well, and the most interesting aspect of it was that they managed to get the ball to swing throughout the course of that innings. It wasn't just a case of taking advantage of conditions first thing in the morning. The ball continued to move around, and that will be a straw, I'm sure, that the Afghanistan seamers will clutch at when they get the opportunity to have a bowl very shortly. This is a list of lowest test scores for Afghanistan. You can see that Ireland, thanks to their efforts today, have got themselves on that chart. Afghanistan, a remarkable place and a beautiful place as well. Absolutely gorgeous. A little bit of cricket going on there as well. I don't know whether you spotted that. It's a sport which really has captured the imagination of the Afghanistan nation. Time now for the Ireland batters to make their way out to the middle. And the first time opening in a test match for Andy Balbirnie. He's batted at number 3 throughout his test career so far. And he's opening up with the former Zimbabwe batter, Peter Moore. 9 of those test matches you can see listed there were played for Zimbabwe. Alongside me, Andrew Leonard. Good afternoon to you, Andrew. Well, Ireland have done the first part of the job today by knocking Afghanistan over in quick order. Can they, well, ram home the advantage now?
Good afternoon, Brian. Great to be with you on what is a historic day. The 122nd Test venue has been inaugurated here, just on the outskirts of the main Zayed Cricket Stadium in Abu Dhabi. What a fitting venue it's been. I think if Ireland can continue to play the way in which they have, they would happily come back here again for a Test match. They have rolled Afghanistan out for 155. That's the main stadium that we're in the shadows of somewhat. And Ireland, maybe their weaker suit of the two main disciplines in Test match cricket in their short history thus far, Brian, has been their bowling. So batting now, their strength, they have a chance to get a lead. The rarest of things. They've only done it once before. That was in the Test match against England at Lord's. In fact, that's just the 5th time that Ireland have bowled a side out in Test cricket, and only the 2nd time for less than 300. But now it's all about PJ Moore and Andrew Balbirnie.
And straight away, Moore gets underway with a boundary. Full in length from Nijat. Wasn't quite off the middle of the bat, I rather fancy, but Moore will take it.
There will have been a few questions about PJ Moore's place in this starting 11, but he's really forced his way into it through weight of red ball runs in Zimbabwe, where he was playing for the Mountaineers. Plenty of good scores in both first class and List A cricket down there throughout October and January. And he's taken James McCollum's spot at the top of the order, really, although it's Balbirnie, as you rightly point out, who's opening for the first time.
Nijat Masood opening up, one of 3 bowlers for Afghanistan to have taken 5 wickets in a Test innings. 5 for 79, his best against Bangladesh in Mirpur last year. The other bowlers to have achieved that feat, Rashid Khan, of course, he's done it 4 times, and Amir Hamza Hotak, the left-arm spinner, who's done it twice. Picked up 2 for 76, opening the bowling in Afghanistan's most recent Test against Sri Lanka at the SSC in Colombo. Straight away, Andrew, I'm going to be very interested to see whether the Afghanistan bowlers can get as much out of the surface and also in the air as the Irish bowlers did, because that was certainly very significant, wasn't it?
Possibly most significant was the fact that that movement stayed right the way throughout the innings. It wasn't just with the new ball for Adair, who's so skillful at getting it to go away and come back in, but actually all the way through, right to the end, even when Curtis Camphor came in for a bowl. The movement continued.
Chance for Ramanel Gurbas down the leg side on Test debut, behind the stumps.
We heard from Mark Adair just before the break there, and he really was outstanding today. He's almost put Ireland on his shoulders for the best part of the last 2 to 3 years across all 3 formats. He really first shot to prominence in many ways in that Test match in Lord's. Tim Murda stole the headlines, got on the honours board as Ireland rolled out England for 85, but Adair was outstanding too then.
He's got 6 wickets in the Test match, I think, didn't he?
I think it was more than just the wickets as well, Brian. I know you'll have watched a lot of that Test. It was the enthusiasm, the exuberance with which he brought fresh energy to the team. He spoke quite a bit in the morning, the afternoon session with Niall O'Brien here about Ireland's golden generation and how difficult parts of that evolution through to a new team have been for Ireland. But there's just a sense now over the last sort of 6 to 9 months that maybe this is the new generation for Ireland to belong.
End of the first over of Ireland's innings, 4 without loss. Curtis Camphor listed to come in at number 3 there. Naveed Zadran. He's going to operate from the pavilion end. Made his test debut against Sri Lanka at the SSC earlier this month. Actually bowled first change then, and returned figures of 4 for 83. Let's celebrate his birthday, his 19th birthday, on the day of the first one-day international between these two sides, coming up in Sharjah on the 7th of March. Very much a player who's hot to trot, you might say. The top wicket taker in the most recent first-class competition in Afghanistan. That was in August and September. Picked up 33 wickets in 6 matches.
You have to adore the way Afghanistan promote their youth so well. You identify that talent through a very extensive domestic system across all 3 formats, and then take the very best young cricketers and immediately say, we think he's good enough, let's get him up. He's got a strong action, he's going to come in and hit the wicket hard. There is movement. Movement's back into the right-hander at the moment. And certainly this just feels like a golden opportunity, doesn't it, for Ireland? To get a first innings lead, something they have only enjoyed once before. And where that might take the 5 days of the narrative of the test that we're going to enjoy here in Abu Dhabi.
No real surprise there. Most batters would admit to a little bit of vulnerability around that 4th or 5th stump area. Andrew Balbirnie, of course, who got a pair on his test debut. It was against Pakistan in 2018. Well, this is real aerosol stuff. First up from Naveed Zadran, and you just wonder whether it's a case of him trying too hard with just 155 in the bank. Afghanistan obviously need early wickets. There's Balbirnie's modes of dismissal in Test cricket. LBW 3 times, and he was LBW 2 of those occasions on Test debut against Mohammed Abbas, who really did have the ball on a string in that Test match at Malahide. Oh, and it's down. It was parried initially, and it couldn't be caught at the second attempt. They need to take all their chances, Afghanistan, but they didn't take that one. Ireland 4 without loss. Well, a little bit of fortune there for Ireland. And some fortune for Balbirnie as well.
I think the initial attempt was Rahmat Shah, who's almost a first gully or a 4th slip, if you will. He got it up into the air, And then what an effort from Ibrahim Zadran. Just couldn't quite react quickly enough to that parry up into the air. Went quite quickly, but at a very catchable height. And Ramachat, well, he's put down Ireland's Test match captain. And he was on just 0.
Optimistic. Cut back quite sharply off the seam, that one.
Yeah, certainly, you were just referring to Balbirnie's tortured start to the Test match game. That pair, Mohamed Abbas it was, with those 2 LBWs. And if there is a weakness for Balbirnie, it's early in that innings. Just doesn't quite get the feet moving. PJ Moore, again, finding it difficult to counteract that movement too.
Lots of chat out there. You can see Ramanella Gurbas making his presence felt behind the stumps.
He's got a unique record, doesn't he, Najat Masood? Test match debut, 24 years of age. Day one of that one-off test against Bangladesh in Mirpur. And his very first delivery in Test match cricket picked up the wicket of Zakir Hassan. It's the first time it happened for 7 years. I'd hasten to say it might be the first one ever to happen via DRS as well originally. Decision given not out. I went upstairs and it was a fine edge through. Lovely way to start in Test match cricket, a wicket from your very first ball, Brian.
Well, there would be an argument that says it's only downhill from there, but
what about those Irish debutants today, Young and McCarthy in particular? I thought they bowled very nicely. They look, it's rare you see guys in their 30s make their debuts in a format, but there's a variety of reasons for that, obviously, in McCarthy and Young's case. But they took to it very, very quickly.
yes, they bowled very well, Ireland, all told. I think all the seamers were excellent today. They really were. All 10 wickets shared by the seam bowlers. And it was impossible to find a weak link there with their display. Testing over that one, a maiden from Nijat. Ireland 4 without loss. Cloudless sky here in the UAE capital. And at the moment, no clouds on the horizon for Ireland either, because it's been a very good day for them as they go in search of their first Test victory. Curtis Camphor listed to bat at number 3. Balbirnie trying to get off the mark. It's a direct hit at the bowler's end. They'll come back for an overthrow. There was an appeal. Now what's Adrian Holstock going to do? He's going to go upstairs and ask for Paul Rifle's opinion.
TV umpire director, we have a umpire review for a run out. Best side on angle, please. Yep. The batter is grounded. I'm ready to make my decision on the big screen.
There'd have been a few Irish supporters watching around the world there who would have been willing Balbirnie to get his bat down as that ball got a bit closer. Really slow to set off. And he never really got into top gear there, did he? Direct hit from Hashmatullah Shahidi.
Well, I think Balbirnie will say it was well judged, but one captain against the other. Shahidi, an outstanding piece of fielding. It really was impressive. Balbirnie will say it was well judged, but you're right. It wasn't just the fact he was a little slow to set off. It was then the fact he really didn't get going. He was almost trotting halfway through, deep in the crease, of course. Marvellous fielding.
Goodness me, how close is that to being dragged back onto the stumps? Did it actually hit the stump, I wonder?
I think you might be right. Look at the reaction from all of the Afghan fielders. We heard something in our ears here in the commentary box, Brian. Has this just given the stumps in some capacity a kiss? Oh, so nearly. Andrew Balbirnie, well, I'm not quite sure how this is missed, Brian Murgatroyd, and he's been dropped, he's nearly been run out, and now he's nearly chopped on.
He must be due 100 now, surely. That's nice, solidly behind that one.
This is the thing you have to love. This is test match cricket right here. It's a test of wills, a test of bat versus ball, but it's a test above your eye line, a mental test. In Ireland, Balbirnie in particular, who's been so vocal, hasn't he, about wanting to play more test cricket. And now playing a 5th test in 2 years, having had a 3.5, 4-year absence. There are the margins, Brian. Centimetres.
Well, you've got to laugh, haven't you? Goodness me. It doesn't get any closer to that without disturbing the furniture. The key for Andrew Balbirnie here will be to somehow stay calm. I'm sure, even though he looks calm there, his heart will be pounding. As Andrew Leonard said, he's had a rather skittish start to this innings. Can he now take advantage of the fortune that he's enjoyed thus far? Only time will tell. Big shout for LBW and the finger goes up. Naveed strikes. They're going to consider whether to have a review. They have decided just. So Paul Rifle will have a look at this.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Our original decision is out. I've checked both feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we go front on first, please? Yeah, looks like it's beaten the bat. We'll just confirm with Ultra Edge when ready. There it is, clear gap between bat and ball, running through to the pads. Yep, we can go to ball tracking when ready. Okay, original decision's out. Impact in line, hitting the wickets. Go back on field to Adrian.
A tortured stay at the crease for Andrew Balbirnie. Out for 2, and Ireland lose an early first wicket. They're 6 for 1. there's been some shuffling at the top of the order for Ireland. One of those shuffles sees Curtis Camphor come in at first wicket down, in at number 3. One of 4 Ireland batters to have scored a Test match 100. He's at the non-strikers end now, though. This is why he's here.
Well, just everything looked right, didn't it? Right from the off. And we were just talking about Balbirnie's weak zone earlier. Maybe the ghost of Mohamed Abbas here in the commentary box. Not altogether dissimilar, was it? Nice full line, just nibbling about a bit. It has gone off the seam as well. Impact in line with, well, middle and off, really. Going to crash into leg stump. Very good decision. And Ireland lose a review as a consequence, down to 2 now. Balbirnie goes early.
That's good cricket from PJ Moore. Little drop and run, just trying to get some momentum into the innings, rotate the strike. And an opportunity for Curtis Camphor.
It's a really big call, isn't it? Sending Curtis Camphor all the way up to number 3 in this format. But Ireland, with the paucity, the lack of red ball cricket that they play, they really have no option but to be flexible and try to be innovative. He's gone up to number 3 in the ODI game with good success too. He's batted there 3 times now.
Do you believe he's got the game technically to bat this high up? Certainly in red ball cricket.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt. I think he's kind of Ireland's everyman for every occasion. Whenever there's a crisis, whatever the format, he's the man they turn to. Bat, ball, fantastic fielder too. Don't think anyone in Irish cricket could believe he was left out for the first game of the Cricket World Cup qualifier down in Zimbabwe. And then what did he do in the next game? Bounces back with a maiden ODI 100. His character is exemplary, and I think technically very strong too. But for Andrew Balbirnie, he's gone early. He took the responsibility to go up the order, decided to squeeze out McCollum, who's been a bit shy of runs.
Up on his toes, Moore. He wants a second, but Camphor says no.
Well, here were the trials, the tribulations in a very short stay at the crease for Balbirnie, dropped by the combination of Shah and Zadran, then well, just home before very nearly being bowled. Nobody could believe that missed, and then trapped LBW. It's definitely a weak spot, primarily early in his innings, Brian, and it proves to be so again.
Crunched down the ground by Camphor. Karim Janat doing the fielding. The end of the over. 5 gone, 11 for 1. Paul Sterling listed to come in at number 6 there, below Lorcan and Tucker. Both of them, of course, scoring Test hundreds last year. Tucker in Bangladesh and Sterling in Sri Lanka.
And in Sterling's case, the somewhat surreal nature of it being a century of two halves, having to go off retired hurt with some of the worst cramp I think you will see in any sporting event ever. Spasming a la Glenn Maxwell so badly that he had to come off entirely and come back the next day to complete that century. There's been plenty of good moments for Ireland thus far in their test journey. Just haven't been able to package together session after session after session.
Well, that's delightful. That really is from PJ Moore, just leaning into that extra cover drive. Full in length from Naveed. Moore taking advantage.
You can immediately see the difference with someone who has got a lot of red ball cricket recently to their name in PJ Moore. Yes, that's down in Zimbabwe. He had to travel back to his native Zimbabwe to play some, but he's been in really good form. 100 in his most recent appearance. Averaging over 50 entirely across his 6 innings in red ball cricket down there. A little bit like that drive, Brian, there's been plenty of moments for Ireland. The big challenge now, it's test cricket for a reason. It tests you across the duration of the test match, across all of your disciplines, your batting, your bowling, your fielding, not to mention mentally and physically too. So can Ireland stack together not just a session here or there, not just a day? You can maybe make an argument they've only won a day once or twice in test cricket. Lord's probably the most famous one, but parts of Sri Lanka too. They posted their highest ever score there. I'd love to win this day and then parlay that position from a winning day into maybe a dominant chance at a first test match victory here in Abu Dhabi.
Bowled! Naveed strikes again. That's terrific work. And Afghanistan hitting back and hitting back hard. Ireland have lost both openers.
Well, Mark Adair, delivery of the morning, this delivery of the afternoon, no doubt about it. Just opens up the key between bat and pad. A little bit wider of the crease potentially. Delight for the youngster. Too good, and the perfect line. Cannons into off stump, and I don't think you're going to believe this. We think, we'll wait for the confirmation, this is a no ball. So we just spoke about the fortunate Andrew Balbirnie. PJ Moore, what are your lottery numbers right now?
Goodness me. Got to have something behind the line, remember. Well, well, well.
Quite remarkable. What about the emotions for PJ Moore? He was probably pretty close to past the 30-yard circle. He was well over halfway back to the pavilion. For now, he's got a life.
That's come back a long way off the seam, but you've got to keep your front foot behind the line. Oh no.
You talk about the ecstasy to the agony. We were just showing the replay of his celebrations. And that's the replay, the moment of realization of, oh, what have you done, Naveed Zadran? Only centimeters, but as you said, you have to have something behind the line. He clearly didn't.
Short mid-wicket going in now. You call it the short mid-wicket because it really is a little bit too deep to be called an orthodox short leg.
Yeah, certainly, well, maybe a deep short leg, if you will. He's got the protection on. Obviously, with the majority of the deliveries from Naveed coming back in quite sharply to the right-hander. Maybe they're just wondering, can they get more to press at one, and it might come with a little bit more force off an inside edge into that region.
Just like that. That looks as though it's doing too much to my eye, though. Tell you what, Ramanella Gurbas, he's only been out on the pitch now for less than 6 overs. He's showing himself already to be a very enthusiastic appealer from behind the stumps. Afghanistan decide not to review this one.
Yeah, for me, the right call. There's no doubt that's impacted probably on leg stump and will go on to miss leg, but questions being posed by the Afghan openers. We've seen continued movement throughout almost every over of this contest. Lots of talk of spin coming into it. It's been seam dominating so far.
Another good shout, and the finger goes up. Now, Moore will have a decision to make here. Is he going to review it? And he says, yes, I will.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Check both feet, it's a fair delivery. Front on first, please. Yeah, looks like it's beaten the bat. I'll check the ultra edge, please. Confirm. Thank you. Ultra edge now. Clearly beaten the bat. Gap between bat and ball. We'll go to ball tracking ready.
There we go.
Go, original decisions out. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Go back on field.
It's a good review by PJ Moore, and what an over that was to survive for him and for Ireland. 16 for 1.
Well, 16 for 1 hasn't gone without any concerns for Ireland so far. Lovely. Just brings a little bit of composure, a bit of calmness to proceedings. Last over was appeals, central, overturns, reviews, wickets off no balls, and then Camphor just leans into a lovely cover drive. Batting at number 3, first drop. Very, very talented all-rounder. Picked up 2 wickets today. Curtis Camphor. Tina Moea, what about this? You would have dreamed of a drive like this.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Great control, balance at the crease, eyes level. All the fundamentals that you need to be able to be a top-order batter. He's got this role now in the last few Test match innings, batting further up the order for Ireland. He's proven that he's quite astute as well.
Yeah, good cricketer, Curtis Camphor. 24 years of age, but a good cricket brain. You can see that how he goes about his white ball game. Bowled well today, picked up 2. There's a bit of hostility in the Afghanistan attack here. They're bowling with some real venom, some fire in the belly. They need to get wickets early. They know that. Let me just ask you, as a former top order bat, you know, how Ireland have gone about the 6.3 overs so far. And I want to talk about the presentation of the bat as opposed to turning the ball leg too early.
Yeah, fair point. I think, you know, the fundamentals of an opening batter, good foot movement, a good eye, know where your off-stump is. More importantly, play straight. And we've seen that the Afghanistan bowlers have got a clear plan. They want to bowl at the stumps. We saw so many appeals. We've seen so many balls straight at the stumps. I'll refer to PJ Moore in a moment, because I feel his bat's just coming across the line of the ball from off to leg, as opposed to straight down the line, which will allow him to access the ball easier. Have a look at this LBW appeal. Look at where his bat comes from, and it goes across the line. And there you see, he really wants to be playing that with a lot straighter bat, even though it's sliding slightly down the leg side. Now, if he plays that ball with a straight bat, middle and on, it's going to go down the leg side anyway. So he doesn't really have to turn it. The angle, with the pace on the ball, it'll go on its own. Doesn't have to force it. Not at this stage of the innings anyway. When the ball's not doing so much later, not skidding off the surface, then maybe you can look to turn the bat.
Yeah, so almost playing with a straight bat through mid-wicket. Hold that bat face as straight as you can, as long as you can. He's under the pump here, PJ Moore. Living on the edge. Nearly. I tell you, every time that ball looks like it's going to cannon into the pads of PJ Moore. He gets a thick inside edge, picks up a couple, but heart would have been in his mouth. 7 done, 23 for 1. Well, it's wonderful to be here at this fabulous setting. Tolerance Oval here in Abu Dhabi. Amazing facilities for players and fans alike, and it's a huge game for both sides. Afghanistan, Ireland, with their history, their battles, their mutual respect for each other, trying to get an historic first win for Ireland in Test match cricket, and Afghanistan obviously have already tasted that sweet success, looking for another W in the column. Good pace from Afghanistan. They know they've underperformed with the bat bundled out for 155, so now the bowlers are trying to dig their batsmen out of a hole. Full driven away. It's a great stop. That is a marvellous bit of fielding by the captain, Hashmatullah Shahidi. Well done.
Outstanding. These are the kinds of bits of fielding that just inspire the rest of the team. That's gone past his left hand, and it's gone for 4.
Yeah, marvellous. And then the awareness to get up on his feet, keep Camphor on strike. It's the little things. Might just bring a wicket. Camphor's been good so far. Foot movement's been very positive. Just to go back to your point about batsmanship on this surface, Tino, the one batter who really has looked accomplished is Ibrahim Zadran. This was PJ Moore getting, well, more than a little bit of fortune. Cleaned up off an no ball, then given out LBW, sent it upstairs, going leg side. So PJ Moore really needs to cash in. 19 is his highest score for Ireland in 8 Test match innings. 19. Pulled away with disdain. Camphor picking up length, picking up 4.
It's the approach of Camphor that stood out for me. As you said, looking to be positive. When you look to be positive, such deliveries you put away as quickly as he has. Good counter-attacking cricket. If you're not looking to be positive, you can let that ball go on height and on the line slightly outside the off stump, but this is a really good shot. Authority.
He's been playing a bit of cricket recently in Bangladesh. He's been over playing in the Bangladesh Premier League, so he's been getting cricket, albeit T20 cricket, but any cricket's better than none. A lot of the Ireland players have been back in Ireland training indoors. They've had a decent camp out in Dubai, but can't be game time, can't be time in the middle, Tino, and Kampfer certainly had a bit of time recently. Harry Tector, the next man in, he's been playing in Bangladesh. So 3 or 4 of the players have been playing some high-level cricket of late. Certainly see that in Curtis Kampfer. The foot movement, the positivity. Putting the bad ball away, asserting pressure back on the bowlers. PJ Moore, 12 from 26, feeling the pinch here. Again, Tina, that's what you're talking about. Foot move is not there.
Yeah, he's got to look to get that foot further down. What was good about that last one is he kept the bat straight. And just look at that. It's just a little press. It's not a concerted effort to get forward. And against subcontinent bowlers who play on pitches where the ball keeps a little bit low, day 2, day 3, they are the best bowlers with a new ball straight at the stumps. They'll test you.
Again, a little bit better, a little bit more momentum into it. 28 for 1. Ireland 28 for 1 here at the Etisalat Cup in Abu Dhabi, and we've got to change. Karim Janat, the all-rounder, batted well this afternoon. He's got enough pace. He's not the express that we've seen from the Afghanistan openers, but he's skillful. Can swing the ball. He's got a good bumper. Watching him a lot in T20 cricket. He's got that aggressive bouncer, and he's should get the ball to swing. We saw Ireland swing the ball pretty much for the entire innings.
Yeah, if anyone, Karim Janat will. Nice steady bowler. Gets the ball to, in general, swing away from the right-hander, but he can get it to go the other way as well. Off the seam, hits good areas. I think there'll just be enough assistance for him on the surface here.
Well, enough pace, 85 miles an hour, so it's better than medium pace. It's brisk. You have to attack the stumps. Better seam position, slightly wobble seam, but better than the previous. First ball, the seam was rather scrambled. You don't want to scramble that seam too much. You want to keep that ball in good nick. Tino is a former opener and top order batter. Ireland have only passed 16 for the first wicket 3 times. So the openers and the opening position has been a serious cause of concern. And in 50% of Ireland's innings, they've lost their 3rd wicket before passing 50. So if you're Afghanistan, you've got them 28 for 1. You're not far away from going bang bang and having them 3 down. Poor ball, and that is pumped away. That is a really, really good shot from Curtis Kampfer, and again, we'll highlight it. It's the mindset.
Well, how good has he looked, Curtis Kampfer? Anything slightly offline or length, he's put away. Look at that. Strong shot. Nobody anywhere near in front of point where he's hit that, so moving along quite nicely. 17 and 13 balls, Kampfer.
He found himself out of the side. You'll remember Tino back in the Bulawayo in July, and came back Curtis Kampfer with great authority, scored a marvellous ODI 100 against Scotland. Queen's Sports Club, beautiful venue. in Bulawayo. Test match century versus Sri Lanka, Curtis Camphor, so he's got the ingredients to go big. Janet finishes with a dot, but a good over for Ireland. 9 overs have been bowled, 32 for 1. Well, the Ireland squad, seen 3 debutants today. Craig Young, Barry McCarthy and Theo van Woerkom, so 3 debutants for Ireland, excellent to see. Early days in the Test history, searching for that elusive first win. Naveed to continue. Gone! Chopped on! 3rd time unlucky. He was out LBW, out bowled, got 2 lives, and this time PJ Moore is going to trudge his way off for 12 from 29 balls, and Naveed deserved that.
Well, Niall, you were talking about Afghanistan and looking at the history of the top order of Ireland cricket and test matches, would be thinking they're not too far away from another wicket. Well, you were spot on. PJ Moore, he's looking to ride the bounce. Bat's just come down at an awkward angle. No real business playing at a ball like that. Ricochets into the stumps. He goes for 12. Ireland now 32 for 2.
Guys, thank you. Better a little bit towards you.
Harry Tector, Ireland's gun player. He's had a good start to his Test match career, an amazing start to his ODI career. One of the best batters in the world in ODI cricket over the last 18 months. Tall in stature, powerful striker of the ball. 450s, best of 85, and the average is good. Of course it is, always is with Harry Tector. He'll be looking for that ton though. Gotta look out for that front pad. That's what he's got to watch out for right now. Well, PJ Moore, we dissect his technique. Talk us through it, Tina. What's he trying to achieve with this shot?
Well, not much. And that's why I said he's got no business really playing at that ball. Nothing shot, could have easily just left that alone on bounce. Wasn't in line with the stumps. So it really wasn't a threatening delivery.
Best case scenario there for PJ Moore. What was the best case scenario from that shot?
Well, he's probably getting an outside edge and maybe skewing through the slip cordon, maybe down to 3rd man. But again, it's that positive intent, good concerted foot movements that would have helped him in that situation.
On the pull, Harry Tector. Just keep an eye on the field placing for Harry Tector, and it'll be interesting if they've done their homework. Harry Tector against England this year, and at certain stages at the World Cup qualifiers, teams against Harry Tector, white ball cricket and red ball cricket, had a leg gully right from the outset because he's tall, he likes to get across the stumps and work the ball leg side. Think back to the Test match at Lord's. Harry Tector walked out, across the stumps, took one straight off his hip to Matthew Potts, who was at a leg slip. Teams have tried that with good success. Pulled away. Well, what a shot that is. Curtis Camphor, he is playing on a different pitch at the moment. He swats that away for his 4th boundary.
He's certainly given one message to the Afghanistan bowlers, and that's don't bowl short. He's put every single short delivery away, whether leg side or off, with great execution. Have a look at that. Just the roll of the wrists. Hasn't looked to force it. Almost just a short arm jab and making sure that he gets it in the gap between that deep backward square and fine leg.
Yes, Adrian can't get carried away, Naveed. Cannot get carried away with going too short. Oh, thick outside edge and fortune favouring the brave. It was better from Naveed. It was a little bit streaky from Camphor. But the commitment was there and he gets lucky.
And how often does that happen? When your intentions are correct. You're looking to be positive. Fortune quite often smiles upon you. That's when you're not so sure of what you're trying to do and you're a little bit sketchy in your movements, that you find that more often than not, that ball will skew into a fielder's hands.
Well, this game is moving along at a rate of knots here. Boundaries coming, wickets aplenty. And a shouldered arms to leave. 10 overs, Ireland 41 for 2. .41 for 2, Ireland. On top here in Abu Dhabi. Harry Tector has joined Curtis Camphor. Two very fine players. Karim Janat to continue. You see much of Harry Tector, do you know, the last couple of years?
I've seen a lot of Harry Tector in the last couple of years. He was in Zimbabwe in December, player of the series in the one-day series, most runs as well. He was in Zimbabwe earlier in the year as well, January 2023 with the Irish side, and was player of the series again in the ODIs. Saw him in the Test series against Sri Lanka and Gaul mid last year. Lots of runs in the second innings. He is a quality player. I like the look of him.
Janat up against Camphor. 25 from 18, Curtis Camphor. Harry Tector, 450s and 230 plus scores, so he's got starts nearly in all his 8 innings so far in Test match cricket. So Test match cricket has been kind to him so far. He'll be looking for that ton. 450s, no 100. A man of his caliber who has converted 50s into 100s with consummate ease in the ODI arena.
He's looked better to the balls that have been full and straight at the stumps of the Irish batsmen that have been on show so far. No doubt batsmen that are going to score runs on the surface are going to have to be very good defending straight deliveries on the surface.
Chopped away. No protection in the deep. Camphor sweating on a bit of width and a bit of length. Picks up another boundary, his 6th. 46 for 2, look at that. Short and a little bit of width on offer. Nice rolling of the wrists. Not sure Karim Janet is who I would go to right now. Bowling with a scramble seam, so he's going to rough up that shiny side. Come for 29 from 21. Strike at 138. It's rollicking along and now changing the field. Deep backward point. 2 slips and 1 gully. Good over for Ireland. 5 from it. 11 done. 46 for 2.
So 46 for 2 at the moment. It's a really important time of this innings right now. Count for 29 not out, 22 balls face. He's going along nicely at the moment. Tector, just a couple of runs. Trail by 109 at this stage, so they've got to make sure they get stuck in. How many overs we've got left in the day's play? ...23 overs and 5 balls remaining in the day's play. So it's an important 23 overs, this. They need to just pick up the odd boundary from time to time. Anything that they can recognise it's a little bit loose, just work away nicely. A couple of strong cut shots have been played as well so far in this innings. Let's look at the swings. But quite interesting now. This is the first 10 overs earlier today. The swing in the first innings was 2.9 degrees. That's considerable. But have a look at in this innings in the first 10 overs, not even 1 degree. So that just shows that Ireland got it to go a lot at the start of the day. If you're going at 3 degrees, that's certainly significant. But Afghanistan haven't got it to go at all, really. They've been varying their lengths more than anything. Whereas Ireland were working really hard at getting that movement.
And it can be attributed to the conditions as well. Moisture in the pitch, moisture in the air as well. The freshness of the wicket as well. And plus swing bowlers, traditionally swing bowlers play a lot of cricket in England in similar kind of conditions that they experienced in the first session in particular, also in the second session. It seems that the moisture content has been evaporated.
Just generally looking to bowl pace. Naveed getting the odd ball just to climb a little bit as well. It's been a strong spell this, 2 balls shy of completing 6 overs now. He's had a couple of disappointments, I guess. Thought he had more a couple of times. One was a no ball and the other one was overturned.
Aggression and control created opportunities and continuing to bowl in the same venom.
That's strong, down the ground, that's a beautiful shot. That was superbly controlled by Tector.
Looking to attack the stumps, pitching it up. Beautifully driven down the ground, 50 up for Ireland. Batsman with some potential early on into the innings when you play straight drive. In the middle it gives a lot of confidence. Right in the channel, beautifully driven. Superb timing.
So the bowler thinks about that straight drive down the ground. 52 for 2. An indication of how well Ireland have been going. That's a 50 inside 12 overs. It's their fastest team 50. In test matches, Zia-ur-Rahman now. Slow left arm orthodox. As a look at his first class career, 30 games, 159 wickets. Good return under 20. Best of 7 for 70. 13 5-wicket hauls. So clearly a kingpin.
Consistency in taking wickets, also winning matches from losing situation for his domestic teams. He's been absolutely fantastic. With a lot of competition in white ball cricket, Rashid, Nabi, Mujib, and that's where he gets the opportunity, because Rashid is not available because of the recovering process for that back injury surgery.
Couple of catches straight away. Man at short leg, who's not too close, which is right. And a man at a fine first slip position. Sweeper on the offside, just at the far left of that picture. Nicely bowled.
He bowls accurately, attacks the stumps more often than not, and varies his pace and angle by going wide of the crease. He's been consistent over the period of time that he played for his domestic side and also for Afghanistan as well. Also variation in pace as well. That was at 90 km/h.
Ball is still quite new, of course, so it's not going to get a great deal of grip at this stage. But he is trying to give the ball reasonable revolutions for a left-arm orthodox spinner. It's the unorthodox spinners that can give the ball a real rip. Really good control. Slightly down on the speed that time, so Devendra was saying just the variation of the speeds as well. Almost undid him with his flight. Nice first over, 52 for 2. Good work from Naveed, 6 overs, 2 for 27. Really tried hard, kept running in all the time. Rewarded with those 2 wickets. Zia-ur-Rahman's first over has been very tidy as well. Nijat now into the attack.
Another bowler who relies on conditions. There is some moisture in the pitch, can be handful with his ability to hit the right areas. Also getting that seam movement, but nothing on offer at the moment for the fast bowlers, as the pitch has been exposed to harsh sun here in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, had 4 overs initially. Swapped ends now. Still operating with the 3 slips and a fine gully as well.
He will be bowling that testing channel around the off stump. Searching for a moment, and the batsman commits an error. 2 good players with some capability with the bat in hand. Kemper in particular, 30 of 29. He's been stroking the ball delightfully well here. In much improved conditions though for batting.
A bit of movement as it went past the batsman. Started to move in from fairly wide and then kept going after it passed Tector.
Gurbaz on debut in Test match cricket. Only Ikram Ali Khil keeps wickets for Afghanistan in Test match cricket. Brilliant wicket keeper, but given the fact that Gurbaz can score quickly, can change the complexion of the game quickly, that's why he's been preferred ahead of him.
It's not too far away from that off stump. Gurbaz might just find it a lot different. Oh, nice for some, isn't it? There's Andrew Leonard, looking very relaxed out there. Anything we can bring you, Andrew? You okay? Lenny? Cool drink, perhaps? I mean, what's going on? You and I are working hard here, and there's Lenny out there on the mound somewhere, just loosening things up out there, having a bit of a chat to some of the locals from Ireland, some of the travelling party.
And it's good to get the perspective of the crowd as well.
Enjoy it, Lenny. You're on next, by the way.
Operates at 128. It's that area around the off stump. Also getting that seam movement. Not much happening at the moment. That late movement, and it's approaching the keeper.
Yeah, they're just relying, or he is just relying at the moment on some tidy line and length, angling the ball in. He's trying to get a little bit of movement through the air, but it's not really happening in the important area between the release and going through to the batsman. Got an outside quarter of the bat on that. It's going to run away to that vacant region for 4 runs.
Tector also likes to play shots. Again, there and thereabout. He's getting the thick outside edge and educated edge through that vacant region down to third for 4. Ireland trail by 99 runs now. After Afghanistan skittled out in the first innings for 155.
Solidly behind that one. End of the 14th over. 56 for 2 it is at the moment. Ireland lost a couple of wickets with 6 and 32 on the board. It looks like they're just going to break away from the middle there for a drinks break. So players are just breaking away. Well, in fact, no, they're just still enjoying their drinks break at the moment. What do we got? 21 overs left in the day's play. There's the batting card at the moment. Naveed has featured twice for the 2 wickets that have gone down. The first was Bernie, skipper. LBW to Naveed, that was adjacent. So he was on his way. And that was the last one chopped on. Naveed again involved. 2 and 12, the run scored by those batsmen from Ireland. But 32 for 2 when Moore departed.
Our partnership developing. Kemper, 30 of 29. Played under 19 cricket for South Africa, bringing that South African competitive streak to the game. 30 of 29. And Tactor is on 11 of 15. We got Tucker Sterling, who opens in limited overs cricket, yet to come.
So as I said, 21 overs left in the day's play. Really important 21 overs. This is where either team can grab some ascendancy. If Afghanistan pick up a couple of wickets here, then that'll certainly give them some momentum going to that change room later tonight. But if Ireland don't lose another wicket and keep chipping away at the runs, then they'll be the side to be feeling very strong after rolling them out for 155. And then they'll go to that change room, presumably with somewhere like 50 runs, close to that, behind, I would imagine. Maybe a bit less if someone plays aggressively. It's going to be difficult against Zia Ul Rahman. He doesn't give too much away. Very accurate.
And ideally, Afghanistan would want 2 to 3 more wickets in the remaining overs to gain some control, to regain some control in this innings.
It looks like the name of the game from Afghanistan is just keep plugging away, just trying to get the bowling in the right areas, either a seam or a spinner, and try and rely on a batsman making an error. Whereas I think Ireland early today were bowling really nicely and they were probing away at the batsman. Lovely flight.
He's bowling beautifully. Lovely touched up delivery. And a bit of turn as well. Purchase of the surface for Zia Ul Rahman.
I love it. Lots of chat in English around the batsman. Trying to just take away his concentration. As a gully has been added to that catching arsenal.
Create a wicket in some fashion this time, flatter and a bit of extra bounce and turn as well. He's sensing wicket here. 2 different types of deliveries already dished out in this over. Excellent delivery, much quicker. 57 for 2.
Just superb conditions at the moment. Nice and warm for the players. just ideal. I would guess it's around about 24, 25 degrees at the moment. There's just a little bit of a breeze as well. That seems to have lessened a fraction. At one stage it was quite blustery a little bit earlier today, but it seems to have just died down a fraction.
Perfect conditions for betting. Not much of movement of the surface. It's not swinging either. A little bit of turn available for the spin bowlers.
Wouldn't be surprised if we have spin operating from both ends for a while for the rest of these overs today. That is generally where a lot of the strength lies with Afghanistan. I think Naveed has done a wonderful job bustling in and bowling nicely and picking up those 2 wickets already.
He's been fantastic. Good aggression, bowling the right areas, once again providing early breakthroughs to Afghanistan. From what he did against Sri Lanka, taking 4 wickets on his debut in completely different circumstances and conditions as well. Hot and humid in Gaul. He enjoyed these conditions today. Imagine him bowling in the morning session. Things would have been very different.
Baz has got a little bit of a job to do as keeper, an extra job here, because a couple of balls have just started to keep a little bit low from Nijat at the moment. So Gabaz has got to make sure the rest of that cordon alongside him is in a position where they're going to be given half a chance to be able to catch the ball if there is an edge. Last 2 balls, or last couple of balls, he's been taking on the bounce. So it's pretty much 4 slips now. You would hate to think that there might be an edge on offer and it doesn't carry because they're standing a little bit too deep. And another one by the ankles. Gabaz has got to reassess his position now because there's too many balls that are either dropping before him or he's catching by his bootlaces. It's a good indication, a good shot from our side on camera as to how deep they are.
Once again getting the ball on the volley there. Gurbaz need to come up a few yards.
Or maybe even second slip coming up a little bit. They're generally the better catches, the guys standing at number 2. So sometimes they have a bit of a staggered slip cordon.
Lot to think and ponder for the captain, Hashmatullah Shahidi. Winning the toss. Winning the toss and batting first for Afghanistan. Not getting the amount of runs that they wanted with bat in hand. 155. 16 gone, 59 for 2.
Runs have just dried up a little bit. Tector not out a dozen off 19 deliveries, 32. Not far off a runner ball from Kamfer at this stage. Let's see how Rahman's accuracy is going to assist in those runs drying up a fraction. Tucker to come in next, then Sterling.
runs here. It's going back for the second. They need wicket. Afghanistan in some fashion. Tactor 14 of 20 is looking comfortable at the moment. Camper 32 of 37 has been superb.
It's good pace, 86 k's per hour through the air. That's a tantalising pace for a batsman. Flight's really good. It's a whole idea of a spinner to try and outdo the batsman with his flight. Get a little bit of turn as well. Of course, there's not too much turn on day one of a test match. A test pitch like this one is not going to turn too much.
And that was the thought behind winning the toss and batting first. Beautifully bowled. He's creating some magic here.
Well, that's extremely encouraging for spinners involved in this test match. So this is turning. It's beautifully bowled. Just a little bit of disturbance of the surface as well. Beautifully bowled. Spinners in this test match will just sit up a little bit straighter watching that.
That prompts the batsman to come down the pitch. Different bowling setup for Afghanistan for this particular game over the years. In the last few years, the focus has been on using the spinners to create problems. That wasn't far away from the opposition as well. That was a great delivery. Again, playing off the back foot. Excellent over this from Ziaur Rahman Akbar, 61 for 2.
Two for 27 from Naveed. He's been the pick of the bowlers. Half a dozen overs from him on the trot. Bowled nicely. Nijat now. They should be a bit buoyant now, these Afghanistan players, after seeing a little bit of turn and bounce. It might also accentuate the fact that spin might be from both ends for a while towards the end of day one, just to see if there is anything on offer from the other end also, because I don't think that Ziaur Rahman is going to be moving from the end he's bowling from at the moment. Maybe for the entire test match. Well directed short delivery. Has been good to see, actually, the way they've used it as a surprise delivery. Afghanistan bowlers. Hasn't been predictable.
Yeah, they've been judicious when it comes to using the short ball. Did well to keep it down. Two fieldsmen on the boundary. Potential catching opportunity.
I presume that Naveed will probably want a quick little burst again before it gets too late today. Just a few overs to see if he can maybe pick up another wicket and break this partnership, which is now worth 30.
They need wickets, and Naveed is the one who's looking like taking wicket in every over. Ireland is still trailing by 93 runs. A couple of wickets here will change the course of the action, with the expectation that Ireland will be batting in the fourth innings. So if Afghanistan take 2 or 3 wickets more, getting into day number 2, Nicely bowled once again.
I like the encouragement from Afghanistan. I'm sure you can pick up quite a lot that's being said at the moment. Just encouraging their own bowlers. Been picked up through the stump mics.
They need to do something extraordinary here, the fast bowlers, and Naveed in particular. He's someone who can find a way to get a wicket here on this pitch as well. Guided away down to third. Just a single. When nothing is happening off the surface, you to need your own mental strength, summon up your skills, or use your heart to find in some fashion, maybe bouncing out the batsman. A little bit of extra effort. That's what Afghanistan need to energize the whole group.
I must say, I'd like the commitment from Najat. He's been really trying hard. So it's a good follow-up after the work that Naveed did as well. $18 overs gone, 63 for 2.
Those are the 4 bowlers used. 2 wickets to fall, both of them to Naveed. And him and Nijat Masood, I thought, were exemplary with the new ball. It's been a very steady partnership, though, between Tekta and Kamfer since the fall of that 2nd wicket. Put together 31 and 54 deliveries. Curtis Kamfer was out the blocks quite quickly. Slowed down a little bit and started to take control of the innings. Brian Murgatroyd, your assessment of the way play has gone so far on day 1?
Well, it's been Ireland's day so far, hasn't it? But of course, there's a lot of water to go under the bridge. Still an hour's play to go this evening. And if Ireland lose a few wickets now before close of play, Afghanistan will feel very much right back in this game. This is such an important partnership, this one. Curtis Kamfer, cometh the hour, cometh the man. He stepped up to number 3 and he really has looked the part. He's really wrestled back the momentum after those first couple of wickets that Ireland lost in quick succession.
Yeah, and it was the approach that he had when he came out to bat, wasn't it? That really allowed him to put the pressure back on the Afghanistan bowlers. He was very quick to put everything away that was slightly offline or over-pitched. Belligerent on anything short. Remember, he came in at a time where the field was obviously quite attacking. They just lost the wicket of PJ Moore, attempting the sweep shot in front of square. It's a shot that he plays well.
Interesting that, though. Bit of bounce for Zia Ur-Rahman, and turn too.
19 gone, 64 for 2. 64 for 2. These two hold the key to what could be a very good first innings lead. Brian Murgatroyd, you talk about the partnership being important. The session is just as important. Even if they do maybe get a breakthrough here, Ireland will want to make sure that they don't lose many more. So if this partnership's broken, they can carry on and not lose another one in the day. Oh, lovely. Lovely cricket stroke. It's over-pitched, yes, but you've still got to put it away. Harry Tector's strong, back past the bowler.
Well, Harry Tector really has grown up before our eyes over the last couple of years, benefiting from the ICC World Cup Super League. Plenty of exposure against good bowlers. And that really was a fantastic cricket shot. Full face of the bat. We've been talking earlier, I know you were on commentary, Tino, talking about PJ Moore just turning the face of the bat, closing the face, but full face of the bat there and getting his reward.
It really looks good to the eye, doesn't he? For a batter of his stature. A lot of the taller batters don't quite look as easy on the eye as those that are slightly more vertically challenged, but he's got it. Harry Tector. Patience, determination, nice technique, knows where his off stump is. All fundamentals of a good test match batsman.
In years gone by, of course, he might well have been looking to ply his trade during certain periods of the summer months in English county cricket. Of course, that door's been closed to him now because of Brexit. Opportunity is still there, of course, for him to play as an overseas player, but it's a harder sell, I guess. But I really have been impressed with him over the last couple of years, seeing his game move forward.
Yeah, it's not too often you scroll through an Irish batting card and Harry Tector isn't in amongst the runs. He really is the glue that keeps this Irish batting lineup together. A drinks break a few overs ago, Brian. What would the conversation have been between these two batsmen at the crease now and how they want to go about this last session?
I think it's a case really of steady as she goes, as we've done in the recent past. I think they'd want to continue along the same road because Camphor, as we've discussed already, his intent, he's taken the initiative back a little bit for Ireland. And, well, Tector, if he stays at the crease for any length of time, he's going to score runs. He's a positive player. So you would hope that they would go about their business in that fashion. The danger would be, I think, if they start thinking about the close of play. Just keep playing normally. 68 for 2.
Afghanistan winning the toss, electing to bat first. Blown away by Mark Adair. Career best 5 for 39 for him. In reply, 68 for 2. Still trailed by 87. But a solid partnership going on at the moment. Harry Tector and Curtis Kampfer. 36 between the two of them. Change in bowling. Zahir Khan. First class career of just 22 matches. 105 wickets though. 6 5-wicket hauls and a best of 6 for 52. So, we're talking about these two wanting to be positive and making sure that that tasted him through this last session. This man's been brought on definitely to try and stop that.
Yes, he's an exciting inclusion in this Afghanistan lineup. Preferred, of course, in the squad to Qais Ahmed, who played in the test match against Sri Lanka at the beginning of February. Offers a different question, of course. Left arm wrist spin.
Overpitched. Curtis Kampfer strikes it out to the sweeper on the offside. And we saw the ball swinging and seaming around this morning. We saw it after lunch as well, but we've also this afternoon seen a bit of purchase for the slower bowlers. You surprised that the pitch on day one has provided those conditions for all types of bowlers?
Absolutely, but I'm not complaining. I love this. I think it's good, honest cricket. Improvisation from Tector, not letting Zahir Khan settle at all. But it's good, isn't it? The seam bowlers have been in the action, the spinners have been in the action. Batters, they've been able to play their shots, particularly we've seen from Kampfer. It's been a good cricket pitch, I think.
Yeah, without a doubt. And the batters that have been positive in their movements and the positions they got into have been the ones that have been successful today. You look at the way that Ibrahim Zadran went about his innings this morning.
Particularly with the new ball, there's been good carry for the seamers.
He's missed out there though. Low full toss. The opportunity to put it away for a boundary was certainly there. He's a long on fielder, but the mid-wicket is close in and acres of space behind him.
Most recent test for Zahir Khan was against Bangladesh in Mirpur last June. Match figures 3 for 210 on that occasion, quite expensive.
Enjoy your bowling.
It's a bad ball, and it's been punished. All the way for 6. Cracking shot from Kampfer. End of the over. Ireland 76 for 2. Curtis Kampfer playing in positive fashion. Really good stand, this.
Just what Ireland needed after losing both of their openers early. Strong, solid partnership. They both have really played nicely. Dragged short, last ball of the last over. Liza here. Too easy for a batsman who's playing as well as Curtis Kampfer to deal with. Oh, that's gone in the air, but it goes over the short catching cover. And the sweeper fielder will pick up and they'll come back for 2. Now you see this often from Harry Tector. When he's going quite nicely, the slower bowlers come on and he looks for a release shot sometimes. He's lucky to get away with that one.
This wasn't quite to the pitch there. Leading edge, perhaps looking to work it onside or go over mid-on and mid-off are up, saving 1.
No, we should have been next door, but it's a beautiful setting here at the Tolerance Oval. That's the VIP seating area. Just to our right. He's getting the ball quite quickly through the air. Ziaur Rahman, and when you do that, then you're likely to get less purchase off the pitch before it's really dried up and got dusty. We saw Andy McBrien earlier really giving the ball a lot of air, and that's where he got the bit of purchase from. Well watched. Onto the back foot, but what he did well is he kept the bat straight. Didn't look to play a horizontal bat shot.
Zia played in the test match against Sri Lanka at the SSC. That was his test debut. None for 90 and none for 12. He actually opened the bowling in the second innings as Sri Lanka chased 56 to win by 10 wickets.
Good cricket. There's no mid-wicket, and he knows that. So just to the right of mid-on is a single. 80 for 2. Day 1 of this Etisalat Cup one-off test coming to a close. 12 wickets have fallen in the day already. It's well played again. Head in hands because the bowler thought there was an opportunity. But what these two have done well when they played off the back foot, Brian, is they've kept the bat straight. They haven't gone across the line. So even if the ball keeps low, you've got time to drop your bat. If you're playing a horizontal bat stroke, then you're in trouble straight away. Again, just the soft hands into the gap, single. Just keeping that scoreboard ticking.
.50 partnership between these two, and a much needed contribution as well after the early loss of both openers, Andy Balbirnie and PJ Moore. And they put Ireland back in the ascendancy.
Just giving an indication to his partner that that probably just kept low. Skidded through onto Camphor.
Yes, it's noticeable that Curtis Camphor, for the most part so far, has been looking to play Zahir off the back foot. He's played him very comfortably thus far.
I just feel Afghanistan have got to try and make something happen here. Almost looks as if they're just bowling and expecting something to happen. $83 for 2.
Test match being played here, not at the main stadium, Zaid Cricket Stadium, but at the Tolerance Oval next door. And I have to say I'm a big fan of this sort of initiative. It's a multi-purpose area, this, the Abu Dhabi Cricket and Sports Hub. After the school day is over, right next door to us, there's all sorts of activities. There's football, there's quite a few netball courts, paddle tennis, normal tennis as well. There's a real nice vibe around the venue here. Playing at this sort of venue, in this sort of environment, really is much nicer than playing in an enormous stadium where you can count the number of people who watch the game, you know, on the fingers of one hand. Really is a nice feeling here. Grass banks. It's a lovely setting. Just wonder if there might be an option to do something similar in Dubai. Next time Dubai stage a test match rather than staging it at the Dubai International Stadium. Looking to use the ICC Academy.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Eye-catching. When I walked out the first time today, I really was in awe of what I was seeing. Open stands, grass banks, allows the breeze to come through as well. Oh! Now that's what I was referring to. If he was playing a cross-bat shot, he's gone. And the fact that he stayed straight, he could keep the bat going down in that straight plane and just got it down in time.
Once again, looking to play off the back foot. Thickish inside edge. And look at the reaction of Ramanullah Gurbas there behind the stumps.
$70 the deficit now. $85 for 2. Those are the bowlers that have been used. Ziaur Rahman and Zahir, you'll expect to bowl the majority of the overs that remain today. around the wicket approach to, over the wicket approach, I beg your pardon, to the right-hander now.
The game's just drifting a little bit for Afghanistan at the moment. They're just in a holding pattern. You can see though that Hashmatullah and his bowler just chatting about how they can just turn things around. Ramat Shah had jogged down from slip to do the same.
4. Low full tosses are not going to help their cause at this stage, Afghanistan. Kamfer moves on to 48.
Well, that's friendly, isn't it? It's the problem for Zahir so far. He hasn't been able to produce any sort of consistency. He's bowled at least one poor ball and over, and Kamfer's good enough to take advantage.
Again, this one just dips at the last moment, but he hasn't got his lengths right. Not in this over anyway. 7 4s and 1 6. That strike rate of 80 has come down. He was above 100 in his first 20 balls at the crease. And I believe that's what's really set him up and managed to help him get through that stage when Afghanistan were looking to get that 3rd wicket. Now he settled down very nicely, along with Harry Tector.
Curtis Kamfer just 1 away from a half-century. He really is a resourceful cricketer, isn't he? Every time a challenge has been put in front of him in his international career, he's risen to that challenge. In at number 3 today, and he really is setting the standard for Ireland in this response to Afghanistan's 155.
That's clearly pitching outside the line of the leg stump. It's a big appeal. And that reaction from the bowler tells you that he's telling his captain Hashmat, go upstairs. Go upstairs. I think it'll be a good decision not to. But he decides to.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. I've checked both feet and it's fair delivery. Front on first, please. Yeah, I'll just check with Ultra Edge if any bats involved. Okay. Going through, going right through, yep. Clear gap between bat and pad and ball. You can go to ball tracking when ready. Ridge decision's not out, and it's pitching outside leg. Go back on field. Confirm you're not out. Decision.
He was correct the first time. Umpire Kettleborough, and confirmation that that is not out. 25 gone, 91 for 2.
Ireland trailing by 64, going nicely. Now that's close. That is close. Leg side again, potentially. I tell you what, the umpires have been busy today. Hashmatullah, what are you thinking? How much do you want the wicket of Curtis Camphor, who's sitting on 49? He's thinking. Can't take too long. No. Paul Rifle, the third umpire, can just sit back and relax for another couple of minutes. We'll be back to you again, Paul Rifle, no doubt about it. Naveed into the attack. It's aggressive, it's fast. Beating Camphor for pace, and it's been the par for the course there. A lot of balls potentially sliding down. Andrew Leonard, you said down leg side.
Yeah, your immediate instinct is it's going to miss the leg stump. I think on the whole, the umpires have got many of their very, very busy day of decision making right.
Umpires have been very good, captains less so. Yeah, Andrew Balbirnie and Hashmatullah Shahidi have sent a few upstairs and haven't gone upstairs on occasion. They should have done, so a little bit of work to be done in that regard. Leg by the result. Tector's looks good. Andrew Leonard, he's looked very assured at the crease. Aggressive, foot movement's been pretty precise.
Yeah, all kind of highlighted by that one drive down the ground. Very fluent, flowing on drive. Looks an absolutely assured class act in this format. In ODI cricket, we've spoken at length in previous series about his record. He's really setting a new benchmark for Irish batters that nobody had got to before. Such a special talent, Harry Tom Tector.
Well, we've got 24 minutes or so of play remaining, we think. It's important for Ireland just to keep positive, not to play for time. It's very easy at this stage when you start thinking about playing for time, but you got to make sure your attention to detail is spot on, you're precise and you're aggressive in your foot movement, you're aggressive and positive in your thought process to make sure you're still looking to score.
Yeah, I think certainly that's what Tector and Camphor have done so well in this partnership, and it's worth 60 now. It's come at a good fluent pace. Camphor in particular, you can see his cricketing background, can't you, on the high veld in South Africa, in and around Joburg, from that St. Scythians college. Always going to be good on the cut and the pull, growing up on those hard and bouncy wickets there. I know it's only his first go at number 3 in Test cricket, but hasn't he looked assured alongside Tector?
Yeah, temperament as well plays such a big part of batting up anywhere near the top order. Batting a first drop, number 3, you have to be ready to go straight from the outset. So Curtis Camphor, the mentality is there to be aggressive and proactive and look to score. Ireland have a serious issue with their openers. That's something that's going to have to be addressed moving forward. Just haven't found a right combination up top of the order in their short test match career to date. Good leave. Very good from Harry Tector. 26 done, 92 for 2. Interesting day's play so far, and Tector and Camphor, the partnership of 60, have put Ireland in a really strong position here in Abu Dhabi. Afghanistan have had a poor day so far, but still got time to try and turn it around. But a man with a bit of left arm orthodox. It's been tidy, but not overly threatening so far. Curtis Camphor sitting on 49. Oh, gone! Gone! I'm sure there was an edge, yes! I mentioned he hadn't been overly threatening. That's turned and bounced, and it's a good catch by the debutant Gurbaz. Camphor, gutted, gone for 49.
And Camphor knows he just trudges off, he accepts his fate. Oh, he's batted so well, hasn't he? Maybe just a hint of grip. Perfect seam position, and yes, a flick of the outside edge. It's the drift in and then the sharp turn away. Kettleborough gets the finger up immediately. Camphor, well, he falls one shy of 50. He's gone for 49. Ireland, 92 for 3.
What did Karim get? Not at what, 40? What did the ends call there as well? No way.
Pretty hard to play 9 hours, bro. 9 hours is not easy, bro.
Well, what have we got here? We've got a night watchman. Interesting. Debutant as well. Into the cauldron. Theo van Workrum has got 19 minutes to get through. Paul Sterling was slated to come at 5. Sterling and Lorcan Tucker, that middle order engine room. Now this is interesting. You can just sense already, just with that dismissal and the night watchman walking out, that Afghanistan have got a spring in their step. Cracking ball this. Turn, bounce, and a lovely catch. Very good from Gurbaz.
Whoa! That guy is good, bro.
Have a look. I don't think Curtis Camphor's done a lot wrong there. Maybe just plays with a slightly open blade, but you'd be hypercritical. I think it's just a good bit of bowling and a nice catch. Good cricket from Afghanistan.
Has plenty of first-class experience, Van Workum, back at his native New Zealand, born in Christchurch. 31 first-class games, not a bad record. Average is 20, 350s, but a strike rate of 34 would indicate that certainly he's comfortable defending. And obviously being a left-arm spinner as well. Heinrich Milan says he's comfortable in his ability to see us through, see his side through, see Ireland through to the end of the day. Real disappointment for Camphor. He had a leg by when he was on 49, and then just the smallest nick.
Well, change of field. Short leg comes to silly point on the offside. Ahmad Shah has found his voice at slip. Gurbaz is never quiet. Success. 27 done, 92 for 3.
Always interesting, the concept of a night watchman, isn't it? I think particularly in this instance, Niall, with Tucker and Sterling naturally such aggressive and fast-scoring, free-flowing players, the thinking is, can they get them held back to have an impact on day 2 of the test, rather than potentially lose one or maybe both of them in the final minutes of play here on day 1. There's quite a bit of logic to him coming in as the night watchman, trying to hold back those 2 really good ball strikers.
It's purely an individual's choice. Never fond of it myself, never used one. always put my hand up to be a night watchman if it was needed, but it's purely an individual choice. Paul Sterling and Lorcan Tucker would have been given the option from coach Heinrich Milan or Gary Wilson. Do you want one? Batter said, yeah. I've had a long day. I've fielded for 50-odd overs. I want to put my feet up here and come back fresh tomorrow morning, but purely individual. The coach will not make that decision.
Now, hold on, Niall O'Brien. You're telling me you never used one when you were batting, but you were used as one. Is that right? Surely you're too good a batter for that.
No, because sometimes when I started a first-class cricket, I batted 7 or 8. So when the team needed a night watchman, I put my hand up to get a chance to bat higher in the order.
Was that the main reason, actually, joking aside, where you quite liked to do that? You felt it was an opportunity to show you're made for higher up the order, made for runs?
Yeah, David Capel, God rest him, one of my coaches, fine all-rounder, England and Northamptonshire. He didn't want me to be a night watchman because he said I was too good a player to be a night watchman. But I said, Capes, you're batting me number 8. And Lance Klusener wanted a night watchman, the great South African all-rounder. So Lance advocated for me to go in ahead, and thankfully it was a successful decision for me and the team on that occasion. But I've got no problem with players using them whatsoever. Knowing Paul Sterling and Lorcan Tucker as I do, quite happy. They're comfortable, and if Theo van Workum can get through, that's the key here. Try to get through this next 15 minutes. And now his job now is to take as much strike from Harry Tector as well. So you've got to try and protect the men who are in the shed, but also the night watchman's got to try and protect Harry Tector too. Nicely pulled away one of his strong shots, Harry Tector.
And of course, Ireland know all about night watchmen against them. Most famously, in that test match, their first ever appearance in the test match against England at Lord's. It was the end of the first day, and all 2 of the first innings had been completed. And it was just 1 over that Jack Leach was sent in for to open the batting, I think with Rory Burns. And he went on to make 92.
Well, I've got an issue with that as well. I don't like a night watchman being used for an opening batter. Opening batters, that is your job. Your job is to go out and open the batting. A little sound. I think it was a flick of the leg. I wasn't convinced personally. Just sounded through the stump mic, maybe just flicking the trouser.
Batter's reaction was indicating very much nonplussed. Pretty cool and calm and collected character, Theo van Workum. He's either a very good poker player, he's given nothing away, or as you said on first call, this is maybe flick the thigh pad or part of the clothing.
Well, that's where you have to get creative as a batter. When you know you haven't hit it, but you have to give a look of maybe I have, to try and outfox the captain, to let them burn a review. That's where the greats of the game in the review strategy will come in. Look guilty, even though you're innocent. Take strike. First run in Test match cricket. We'll call him an all-rounder for now. 94 for 3. Love a bit of Test cricket. 94 for 3. Ireland in the box seat here in Abu Dhabi. 11 or 12 minutes left on day 1. Night watchman Theo van Workum in with Harry Tector. Camphor has gone for 49, played well. Failures up top, PJ Moore and Andrew Balbirnie struggled. Chance. They've just got a chance here, Afghanistan. If they can have a really magical 10 minutes and pick up 2 more, go in at 100 for 5.
If it is 100 for 5, it's a completely different dynamic to this test match and to the first day of play. Like you said, the final ball of the previous over, Van Workum does really well, not just to get the single, but also give Tector a bit more protection. May well face this all over now from Zia Rahman. And also pretty clever at maybe just finding the time in creative ways, time to tick away. And the keeper, the silly point, are starting to get stuck into him.
Well, I'm just listening to Ramanullah Gurbaz, and he's telling the batsman, do not want to bat. Keeper and slip are into the night watchman here. Having a little dig here. Lots of chat around the bat. Love that. Oh! Plenty of chat around the bat. And then one drifts in, turns, bounces, takes the top of off, and the night watchman has sent packing.
Well, this is a quite beautiful, in fact, a staggering piece of left-arm spin bowling. Look at the drift and the drop that he gets before it rags across the attempted defensive push of Van Workum. He's been sent in to do a job. A few mind games both sides. That's pitched probably on middle and leg, and it's gone on to hit the top of off. As good as you'll see from a left-arm orthodox bowler. A beauty. Van Workum's gone for one. It's 94 for 4.
Paul Sterling in at 6. One lower down than slated. That's because the night watchman has been. He's gone. He's in the showers. But a man, the left arm finger spinner, has turned it on. Excellent cricketer, Paul Sterling. Best of 103 in Sri Lanka. Would have been hot there.
It was a unique century now because he retired hurt in 74, not out. And he went into the Glenn Maxwell-esque spasms. I know Maxwell's innings happened after him, but Sterling had perfected it firstly in April against Sri Lanka. Ridiculous heat and humidity. But he went on to complete the century on day 2.
Well, this is huge now. This is a great ball. 2 brilliant bits of bowling. First of all, to get rid of Camphor and then Workum. That's an unbelievable ball. Think of any great left-arm finger spinner down the years. Would have been proud of that. Huge 7 or 8 minutes, because Afghanistan know how good Paul Sterling is. 100 for 5 leaves this game so nicely poised tomorrow. Look at different outfit now, Afghanistan. Last 10 minutes, they look a different team.
Zia, bro.
Uppish. Paul Sterling, always aggressive. I love this. This is what's great about Test cricket. A team can dominate for so long, and then all of a sudden, a couple of balls, a couple of wickets, and the game is swinging one way then t'other.
It'll be a completely different story in the morning for Sterling and Tector if they can get there. Spot on. The sun is drifting quickly down towards the horizon. Can't go later than 5:30 p.m. local time, so Ireland only have 6 or 7 minutes, maybe 2 or 3 more overs. That's all they need to get through, but Sterling, he'll still score. He'll score freely. Pleasant way to get off the mark. Will be a couple. Ends a wicket taking over. 96 for 4 the score.
You know, Tector's watched a couple of partners come and go in recent times. He does stand in front of all three stumps, Harry Tector. As a fast bowler, you must be thinking, oh, fancy that left shin.
I think for Ireland, these last 5 or 6 minutes now, so critical to feeling as though they've really won the day. They somehow go in 5 down now. Almost all that good work is undone. That's jagged back sharply. Can't have missed the off stump by a huge amount. And really, in all of Ireland's tests so far, maybe only 1, 2, 3 full days of play. One at Lords, no doubt, bowling England all out in the first morning for 85, and then one in Gaul in that second test against Sri Lanka. Obviously, they went on to lose that by an innings, but at the end of the first day, 320 for 4, they'll have taken that.
Nice drive from Harry Tector. He'll want 2. Paul Stirling should get back for a couple. Yeah, and that's been the problem. Trying to get that elusive test victory. Got to play well for the best part of 5 days. One really bad session can cost you. Think back to Lords, that final morning of that game when Ireland turned up and it was pitch black really at Lords. The lights are on at 10 in the morning. Chris Wokes had it hooping around corners. 38 all out on that run chase. So it's a good point you make, and Ireland just need to somehow close out this day. I don't think they've 99 for 4, trailing by 56. They haven't completely dominated. That's why Afghanistan will be going in thinking, right, have a good start tomorrow morning, set this game up nicely. Even if they concede a deficit, Afghanistan, of some sort, they'll know bowling second, Ireland chasing in that 4th innings, having never won a test, the pressure on a wearing surface, albeit could well be day 3 at that stage. The 4th innings takes place. Yeah, good game of cricket on the cards.
Testing Stirling out with a short ball. Not express pace, 80, 82 miles an hour. I really haven't seen anyone get up towards the 90s. Doesn't look that kind of a surface. Certainly hurried Stirling. They just flicked something. There was a noise in our ear. They've been so happy with their bowling effort. Probably just 1 over after this one to get through.
Stirling fleet-footed down the pitch. 30 overs have been bowled, 99 for 4. Trailing by 56, Ireland. Tector and Stirling. Up against Zia Rahman, the left-arm finger spinner, who's found purchase. He's found a little bit of rhythm. Hashmatullah Shahidi, the Afghanistan captain. I think he can get one more player in here. One more player in front of the bat. Catching cover, maybe.
Yes, boy. Yes, boy.
They just want one more. They're desperate for one more here, Afghanistan. Best place to be. 100 up. For Ireland, 100 for 4. That is the best place to be if you're a batter with little or no time left. At the non-strikers, just undo those gloves. Get those Velcro. Nicely done by Harry Tector. Sluggish second 50, but that's fine. Got off to a rapid start with Camphor finding the boundary. Regular intervals early on. Just a little bit of spin now all of a sudden.
Really, in a day where the Seamers have dominated, taking 12 of the 14 wickets to fall. Just wonder if both sides definitely read this surface right. Both have gone with 2 frontline spinners and plenty of part-time options as well. The thing I was surprised by is just how the ball continued to move. Mark Adair and even McCarthy was getting movement as late as the 45th over. And that's what has put Ireland into this position. Mark Adair's maiden 5-wicket haul, with probably just one ball left in the day to survive now for Paul Stirling.
Safely negotiating. Keep an eye on the umpire, Richard Kettleborough. Time. That is the end of an enthralling day one here at Tolerance Oval in Abu Dhabi. Ireland ending 100 for 4 with 2 of their better batters at the crease, and Harry Tector and Paul Stirling with the opportunity to rest up, recuperate and recover and come back in the morning. But credit to Afghanistan, they showed some spirit, they showed some high skill the back end of that innings. So game nicely poised. Disappointing with the bat from Afghanistan. They were bundled out after winning the toss for 155, a very much a below par total, and then Ireland got off to a great start and were flying at one stage. They were 92 for 2, but Afghanistan fighting back. Ireland closing at 100 for 4.
I think most Irish fans, and probably the Irish team management, will consider that a day one. They've rolled Afghanistan out for 155. They're only 55 in deficit. And remember, one of those wickets that they have lost was the night watchman at Workham. Credit to Naveed and Zia Rahman, the pick of the bowlers by a distance, taking the 4 wickets to fall.
Well, a surface that offered a little bit for the bowlers throughout the day, truth be told. Batters, once in, could get accustomed to conditions. 5 bowlers were used. Vijat not for 28. The pick of the bowlers really Naveed, who bowled a bit of hostility at times, a bit of pace, 2 for 32, and Zia Rahman, the left arm finger spinner, 2 wickets late in the day, 2 for 13 from his 9 overs, including 2 maidens. Ireland closing a very, very successful first day at 100 for 4 with a deficit of 55. Now, summary of day one: Afghanistan winning the toss at 9:30 local time. No hesitation, we will bat first. We're all out for 155. Ireland closing the day on 100 for 4. Okay, let's get downstairs. We've got a very special guest.
Ibrahim Jadran, who batted impressively and made notable contribution for Afghanistan, joins us for chat at stumps. Ibrahim, what was key to scoring runs in those difficult conditions?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Yeah, the wicket was not easy in the first overs, in the first 10-15 overs. I wanted to take time, not chase every ball. My focus was to watching the ball.
How do you read the current situation for the team?
I was trying to go longer, to be honest. When I read the wicket, then I decided in that time I will not throw my wicket. But we'll say only he got out like that. But I was trying to go longer.
What are your expectations from tomorrow's game from Afghanistan perspective?
Yeah, we are already in good position. We got their 4 wickets. We will try to get them out early in the early session. Then we will think and we will try to go according to the wicket, and we will try to have a good partnership and put a good total on the board.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Ibrahim Jadran played well for his half century. Really interesting day. This is the highlights of day 3. Andrew Leonard, talk us through these.
Well, this certainly for Andrew Balbirnie certainly was a tortured stay, wasn't it? He had an edge that was dropped, and then one that just evaded the stumps was nearly run out, and then he was trapped LBW, as plumb as they come. That was the second wicket to fall. PJ Moore had a big moment of fortune too. In fact, this was the one that came back, wasn't it, the no ball? And then Camper got into his work. Thought he looked very naturally accustomed to that number 3 role, the new role he's been asked to perform. Particularly good on the pull and the cut. And then just one that PJ Moore will be a little disappointed with. Almost trying to get out of the way before chopping on. And then a really good partnership for the third wicket between two of Ireland's very best. Harry Tector and Curtis Camphor. They looked fairly unfussed, didn't they, for the majority of that partnership. They put on 60 in good time too. It came in 16 overs. There was a couple of sparkling drives down the ground from Tector in particular before Zahir Khan didn't quite get his lengths right, did he? Too short once and then too full. Camphor cashed in before he was caught just one shy of 50.
Beautiful bit of bowling. Rahman came back into the attack, and this is a cracker. This is the ball of the day. Angled in, bit of drift, turn, bounce, top of the off stump. Night Watchman came and went in a flash. Well, it's the one-off test match, the Etisalat Cup, and Afghanistan, after winning the toss, they were bundled out for an extremely disappointing 155. Ibrahim, top scorer with 53. Mark Adair, wonderful moment for him, picking up 5 for 39. Ireland, in reply, 100 for 4, Camphor 49, and Tector 32 not out. Ireland trailing by 55 runs. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have a bit of post-match show reaction.
Welcome back. Well, it certainly was a very interesting day, day one of this test match so far. Afghanistan 155 after winning the toss and electing to bat first. I'll be disappointed with that. Ibrahim played nicely for his 53 off 83, and then it all fell apart after the lunch break. They lost 3 wickets with the addition of literally 4 or 5 runs. Janat was unfinished on 41. Matullah 20. And Adair, Mark Adair was terrific with his 5 for 39, Camphor 2 for 13, Young 2 for 31, and McCarthy also picked up a wicket. Ireland in reply, 100 for 4, so they're in a reasonable position at the moment. Camphor 49, missed out in a half century. Zia or Oman, a couple of balls that spun quite sharply, 2 for 13, and Naveed 2 for 32. So interesting stuff on day one. That's 14 wickets going down. on day one of this test match, this one only test match. So we're all set up for what should be a terrific day tomorrow as well. And alongside me, I've got Tino and also Brian to have a bit of a discussion about this. Righto, Brian, let me start with you, Brian Murgatroyd. What are your thoughts about the day?
What a terrific day's cricket it was. 14 wickets, 255 runs. We saw value for shots. The ball was coming onto the bat, particularly the new ball. But we also saw some turn for the spinners at the back end. And the Ireland seamers, they were the key today, weren't they? They bowled absolutely fantastically, sharing those 10 wickets between them. Mark Adair, outstanding.
And Tino, what about your views of the day's play?
Yeah, very excited myself. I thought today went quite well in comparison for both kind of sides. I think a bold decision to bat first out there from Afghanistan, and I thought it was going really well until Hashmat went just before the lunch break.
Yep.
I thought they could have got a few more runs on there, but towards the end of the day again, it was nice to see the fight back. It was nice to see a bit of turn from Zia and get a couple of wickets, which are crucial at the end of the day.
Okay, well, now we're going to look at a couple of packages, or a package from Hawkeye, by the way, about some of the movement that we saw earlier today. And it really was quite substantial, the movement that they did get. Initially, it was just under 3 degrees. That's what they were getting, actually, with Ireland with the ball first up. And their control was really good. That was terrific.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, it was a typical first day wicket, wasn't it? A little bit of pace, a little bit of bounce. I was surprised to see the ball still swing as much as it did after the luncheon break. But I think that would actually make it a little bit more difficult for them if they didn't have their radars right. But I thought they were fantastic. Got the ball in the right area. Outstanding performance from Adair, career best as well.
And also very good ball management to get the ball to swing for that long, because that's something you don't normally see. I mean, they just plugged away with that line and length perfectly to get some seriously good movement.
Well, that was the key, wasn't it? Because I think when we turned up today, we were all thinking, well, Ireland have got to take advantage of the first hour, fresh pitch, new ball. But they managed to keep that ball swinging and moving off the seam throughout the course of the Afghanistan innings, and they took advantage of that fact and bowled Afghanistan out cheaply.
And Tino, the pitch, what were your thoughts about the pitch?
I thought it was brilliant. Like I said earlier, wonderful first day pitch, and there was a bit of everything in there for everyone. You know, the batsmen who went out there, good techniques and grafted through the day, managed to get some runs for themselves, but also assistance for the seamers, a bit of bounce, a bit of movement off the pitch itself, and then later in the day a bit of turn as well. So I thought there was something in there for everybody, and I thought a good test match, day one wicket.
And Brian, let's just talk about Mark Adair. I mean, he was outstanding, 5 for 39. It's the third time that 5 wickets in an innings for Ireland. His control was brilliant.
Oh, absolutely outstanding. He used the new ball so well. How important was it that he got Rahmat Shah out early? Because Rahmat Shah, a key figure for Afghanistan. You know, he's been the man who's got more test runs for them than anyone else. Batted really well in Sri Lanka at the start of this month. And to get him out early, that really set the stall out for Ireland for the rest of the day.
And I think one of the important things about Mark Adair's work was the fact that he got the ball going both ways.
He's very good at that, and I think he masks the in-swinger quite well. We saw it wrap a couple of the batsmen on the pads. We saw it just go past the off stump a couple of times when they were leaving. So I think it's a great skill that he's got. Swings the ball away nicely, gets it to come back into the right-hander as well. So it's a wonderful skill he's got. But just to add on what you said, yes, good to get Rahmat Shah out early, but I thought Nur Ali Zadran as well. He got runs in the test match in Sri Lanka, and those are probably technically the best two that Afghanistan have got. So to get both of them out as early as they did, I think was important, and they exposed the rest of the batters who, throughout the day, we saw struggling a little bit technically.
And it was Ireland's day so far. So, well, it was Ireland's day, and they're going to obviously look to kick on again in the morning. Let's talk about Kamfer's batting as well. I mean, his batting was very solid, and he played nice and positively at times as well.
Well, I said on commentary that every challenge he's been set as an Ireland cricketer, he's responded, and he did again today, coming in at number 3 for the first time. And the key was, as you said there, Hazy, that he played so positively, because with both openers having gone early, it would have been oh so easy for the Ireland batters to go into their shells and for Afghanistan to dominate. But there was none of that. He came out, if the ball was there to hit, he hit it, and he really took the initiative away from Afghanistan while he was at the crease.
He obviously was disappointed he didn't get that 50, 49 off 64 deliveries. But let's move on to Afghanistan now. Ibrahim Zadran. I mean, he was the lone ranger, really. 53, played well, and he's been a good performer for them, 83 balls, and looked like he was going to kick on really nicely, but didn't after the break.
No, he didn't. It was quite an unfortunate way to go. I think we saw a couple of bad shots from the Afghanistan batsman. I don't think his was one, but I thought again it was an outstanding. He's been in good form in all three formats. And again, I said this on air earlier, it's the guys that are going to be technically correct, the guys who are going to be showing confidence, the guys who are moving well, who are going to get runs on this kind of a wicket. So he showed that today. He played all around the wicket. He got runs off the seamers. He looked good to the spinners as well. It's unfortunate he didn't kick on, but he's certainly a guy who's in good form and ideal at the top of the order for Afghanistan.
There was one shot there in front of point on off the back foot, driving off the seamers, which I thought was terrific, which is a sign of a batsman totally in tune with his own work. And Naveed with the ball came out quite nicely, Brian.
Yeah, didn't he just? He was fantastic because they needed something, didn't they? Right at the start of that innings, did Afghanistan, and he bowled with pace. Andrew Balbirnie operating as an opener for the first time in Test cricket, and he didn't last long. He had a rather curious time at the crease, didn't he? He was very nearly playing on. He was dropped, but good pace. PJ Moore, as you said on commentary, I think, Tino, the angle of the bat, a little bit of an issue for him there, but that was exactly what Afghanistan needed right at the start of the Ireland innings, wasn't it?
And right at the end of the day, this is something also that Afghanistan needed to see. Zia-ur-Rahman, the work that he was getting, the turn and bounce he was getting out of this surf was really impressive, Tino.
No, it was, and I think he got just enough turn. Quite often you see the ball turns too much and bounces too much. Everybody gets excited, but it looks pretty good, but it's not effective. But the way he bowled today, the couple of wickets that he got, landed the ball in the right area, got the batsman coming forward, and just enough turn. So I think that's important. If it does too much, then it goes past the outside edge, it goes past the off stump, and it just looks good, but it's not effective.
Let's turn our attention now to tomorrow. Brian, what do you expect? What are you looking for?
Well, it's going to be very interesting, isn't it, to see what happens first thing. The expectation was this morning that we'd turn up and the ball would move around a little bit off the seam. Remember, the ball is going to be over 30 overs old, so maybe it won't be as effective for the seam bowlers first up. But I think we've seen today that as long as you get the ball in the right area, whether you're a spinner or a seamer, there's something in it for you. So it's going to be a really important first hour, I think.
And Tino, your thoughts for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think that first hour is going to be very, very important. I think the ball won't be doing too much tomorrow in that first hour because, one, the ball's been used already, as he's mentioned, and two, I think the moisture that was there this morning won't be as present tomorrow morning. So I think that first hour is important. It's an opportunity, I think, for Ireland to go out there and just put some runs on the board, settle things down early on in the morning. It's wonderful that they managed to just lose two at the end. They wouldn't have wanted to do that. They could have lost more, but it's going to be a big fight in the morning.
But what about Ireland's batsmen, knowing that Zia-ur-Rahman did that? I mean, we'll see him in action, I'm sure, pretty early tomorrow as well. There'll be an initial spell from the seamers, as there should be at the start of play, but he'll be in pretty soon.
Well, the expectation was, I think, that win the toss, get a big score, and then, from Afghanistan's point of view, bowl last, and hopefully the surface is turning. Well, we've seen evidence of turn on the first day, so Ireland, if they are going to be chasing in the fourth innings, they're not going to want to be chasing more than, say, 100, 150, you wouldn't have thought, on the evidence of what we've seen this evening.
You've raced forward with that one pretty quickly.
Yeah, haven't I? Well, the match itself is racing forward, isn't it? 14 wickets in the first day.
Exactly.
It's been really compelling viewing.
Right, thank you very much, Brian, for your thoughts. Tino, thanks for your thoughts. Nice to see you here.
Thanks a lot, Hazy. Good to catch
right,
up.
Now we've got, obviously, tomorrow we're going to be front and centre again. This is going to be the start of day 2. Coverage tomorrow starts at 9:40 a.m. local time. And we're coming live from the Tolerance Oval in Abu Dhabi. And this is such a big test match, this Afghanistan versus Ireland. They've been waiting for a long time to lock horns again. At 9:40 a.m. we'll be on air. We'll look forward to your company then. Good night.